Welcome to the groundbreaking news program that delves into the heart of Mormonism, your weekly window into the unique intersection of news, history, and culture that resonates with the tapestry of Mormonism. So whether you are tuning in from the heart of Utah or joining us from around the world, your favorite news program starts now, where news meets insight and the stories of our faith unfold.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Popping in at the very last minute. I was going to make up some excuse for you,
we're live
RFM.
already.
You should be really glad that you did pop in because I had a whopper of an excuse for you. Anyway, welcome, everybody, to the Mormon Newscast. This is a live stream of the Fairview Town Council, where they will be voting tonight, hopefully for the very last time, on the LDS application for the proposed renamed now Fairview, Texas Temple. And boy, we have been podcasting about this for quite a while. This is like the moment, right? This is the finals. How do all of you feel about this? Start with Bill, then RFM, then Landon. What are your thoughts?
I want to see Texas play hardball, but it's not my money. And because it's not my money, I'm okay with whatever happens tonight. I think they put up a really good fight.
Yes, and whatever happens, I think the point has been made that you can't trust a Mormon. By the way, I just want to let you know this, okay? Do you have a whole lot of stuff you have to get through in the next 28 minutes, Rebecca? I don't want to hold it up with a 1 minute
No, I
story.
have a slideshow just as some background, but it's very conversational, so we can just talk and pull those up as necessary.
Bill gave me this as a Christmas present. Remember this?
Oh, I do.
You know, this little sippy cup or whatever you call it. What do you call these things?
A mug, a travel mug?
A mug? Yeah, to quote, okay, it's a Hamlet thing. It's a Shakespeare thing. Okay, it's funny. But remember last night when the show started and I was moving my mic boom and I knocked this over with all the ice. And I said, fortunately, it didn't have any Coke in it. And that was right before the show started. That's why I was late then. So here we have, I stopped and I said, okay, well, I can't let all this ice melt on the floor during the show. So I got down, picked up the ice, put it back in here, put the lid on it, set it over here on the side so that I would remember when I came in this morning that I needed to clean that out, pour that water out and clean it. Well, guess what I've been drinking all day? And guess what? I just put the new ice in. And guess what I'm not going to be using during the show?
Well,
This
there
is
it is.
because I'm so preoccupied with podcasting.
I know. We let a lot of normal things slide because we're podcasting. It's a problem. Landon, your thoughts on tonight? This is a big moment.
Yeah, this has gone on for a long time, so I'm hoping this is the last time. But I'm with Bill. I sure wish they could get the temple under that 68 feet that the planning and zoning told them they need to keep it under. But realistically, I think the town council is going to vote for it because they pretty much agreed to that in the when they did the negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they're going to allow the 120 feet. I hope they lock down the lighting because we all know that the lighting is really almost as offensive as the height, maybe even more so. So hopefully they clamp that down. I think all the others, as you said, we're now calling it the Fairview Temple instead of McKinney. After 2 years, we got to finally call it Fairview Temple because the church did agree to change the name. The other things were connect to the Allen sewer. We know that they were going to do that anyway. And then something about a retention pond or something like that I think they were going to have to do anyway. So.
I'll tell you guys, though, it might have seemed sort of strange or a little bit of a bad move to already have the town council agree on the 120 foot and then have the planning and zoning committee take it back down to 68 feet, 3 inches. But also the LDS Church put in that first one to have the lights off between 11 and 5, something along those lines. And then they snuck it back out before that last meeting. So I think it's all fair and square at this point between the two.
And it occurred to me last night after the show that the reason they probably left it out of the most recent one, whereas it was the end, and what we're talking about is the lights go off at 11 and they can't come back on again until 5 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That provision. I think they took it out in the second one so that then they could use it as the agreed upon negotiating chip.
Oh, like a takeaway kind
Yes,
of. I'm
and
taking it
unfortunately,
away.
that city council person spotted it right out of the gate, and it's like
Yeah.
the attorney's going, "Oh, crap. Well, now they
Yeah.
all know about the negotiating."
Yeah. No, the planning and zoning did an amazing job. And as we said before, anything can happen. This is Texas. We have no idea. Let's pull up the slides really quickly. I think we have some pictures that were just sent to me of what it looks like right now in the town council meeting. This is at Town Hall, not a larger rented venue. This is just Town Hall. So there's Fairview United in green shirts. Those that are wearing blue shirts are representing the LDS community. I think I have two pictures, maybe a little more of a long
It's
shot.
like an endowment session.
On different sides. Yeah, it possibly is. So let's see. Yeah.
The men are in blue, the women are in green.
Yep, that's exactly right. So, and again, the LDS residents were told to wear blue from various letters from area reps and stake presidents to show, solidarity. So we have green and blue. And so you'll be able to tell, hopefully, when people get up to speak, what their remarks might be like. Although at the planning and zoning meeting, there were some people that were kind of in the middle, wearing almost teal. And we were like, are they blue? Are they green? We had to pay attention until we figured out what they were going to say. So very quickly, I just wanted to remind everybody the purpose of this town council special meeting. And it is a special meeting. This is not the normal time when they would be having a town council meeting. It was not the normal time last week when they would have been having a planning and zoning meeting. The town of Fairview was very solicitous in saying to the LDS Church, yes, we will move everything up, because at the next meeting, town council, I believe it is by the next one, new mayor and 3 new council members. So that's a big difference when they've been negotiating with, this other group. So the purpose tonight is to conduct a public hearing, consider and make a recommendation on the request for approval of a conditional use permit for the religious facility. And then they go on to talk about the temple. So they are going to vote tonight because the planning commission did not approve it. It's approved with conditions. They only need 4 to pass. Had the planning and zoning board said we don't approve or don't recommend, they would have needed 6 out of 7. Here is a picture of the original application back almost a year ago. You know how tall that is. I bet everybody can say it with me. 173 feet, 43,000 square feet with 65 feet tall walls. Of course, that was amended during a non-binding mediation in November with this unusual looking temple kind of scrawled out. I always picture it on a napkin kind of. Is this
That
good?
temple's just excited to be here.
The temple is excited to be here. Yes, there you go. But reduced in size to 120. The walls, I think that's a major thing, down to 35, 44, and then a 30,000 square foot footprint. Then we have a more, detailed rendering here, and they officially submitted the application later than they promised to in the mediation, but they finally did submit it on March 25th, and then asked the town, I know it's too late to get into normal planning and zoning and town council, but can you move everything forward? And the town, who has done every single thing they've been asked to do, went ahead and said, yep, we'll put it forward. Here's some more of the schematics. You can see, I think Landon did some measurements. The stone part of the tower goes up to 78 feet. And then the rest of it is the metal works. So to me, that makes a difference. You know what I mean? It's not like that other tower that we saw where it was stone all the way up. So to me, it makes a difference.
I just want to jump in and say one thing, which is I think if the church, let me start with the other side. If Fairview gets the church to turn the lights off between 11 to 7, but gets the 120-foot temple, I think Fairview will consider that a victory.
Yeah, and so would the church, I think. So would the church. That's what I mean.
If the church doesn't get to keep its lights on, I think it's going to see that as a loss.
Maybe, or just a necessary evil. But again, they are going to have to defend tonight. Why do they need the lights? And that's a dicey proposition to try to explain. So this slide shows what we did last Thursday night. If a lot of you were here watching, I think I counted 6,500 altogether that have viewed it, since they're even more. And it was quite the meeting. And we went through everything and stayed on till the end. And the final result was that the LDS application for the temple, it passed the planning and zoning with conditions. This is important as we go into tonight's meeting. Had it not passed, there would have had to be a supermajority in the town council, which is 6 of 7, in order to pass. Since it did pass, meaning planning and zoning recommended with conditions, we need 4 votes tonight to go forward with what four people need to agree with what they hammer out tonight. And that's it, 4. So what were these conditions that we're talking about? Planning and zoning said, we recommend this. You can build it, but here's what you have to do. And we've kind of been alluding to these, but I'll just read them out in case you're joining us for the very first time. Wouldn't that be funny if someone was here for the very first time? They'd be going, what in the hell is going on?
You're here for the first time. I wasn't late.
Exactly. That's it. So the commission recommended that the town council require the church to, now these are the conditions, reduce the steeple height to 68 feet 3 inches, the same height as the church's already existing meeting house next to the proposed temple site. This is the tallest religious building in town, already owned by the LDS Church. Now this is coming down from 120 feet. They're saying, nope, you still got to follow our codes, 68 feet. That's one condition. Another condition, change the temple's name from McKinney, Texas Temple to Fairview, Texas Temple. The church did that the very next day, or was it the next day? The church did it very quickly after they were made aware of this condition. In fact, it said the first presidency said, we are changing the name.
It was Monday, wasn't it? It was yesterday.
I think it was Monday. So yeah, it would have been they had a weekend to think about it. Perhaps President Nelson received something on his lighted pen, wrote it down in his notebook, and the change was made. The temple was originally the Prosper Temple because it was going to be built in Prosper. They moved that pretty quickly when they realized the city of Prosper had its zoning locked down and moved it over to Fairview. So Prosper to McKinney to now Fairview. So, and who knows, it may even change again. I don't know. So that's another condition the church has already met.
Rebecca,
another condition, yes.
What is the picture in the bottom right?
That is, I was trying to show a temple of a similar look to the Fairview Temple and what it would look like at night.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this one is Mount Timpanogos. I think this is the one next to my house because, like I said, I had to buy blackout curtains for my kids.
But it's a real picture.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a real picture.
Yeah,
absolutely. I know some people think that's got to be doctored. No. So as Landon mentioned, there were some other conditions like, overflow ponds, traffic, sewer. But the other main one, and the one that I think we're really, really going to go in circles about tonight, is shut off the temple's exterior lighting on Sundays, Mondays, and holidays when the temple is closed, and every other night between 11 to 5. Now, I reached out to a former LDS temple architect, and I said, are there any temples that are off during, Monday, Sunday, holidays? The answer was not that I'm aware of, because that would be pretty extreme, right? But this is what they're asking as a condition, and these are the things they're going to have to discuss tonight.
Well, Rebecca, are you saying the condition is not just turn them off at 11 at night and on again after 5 in the morning?
No.
You're saying that on every Sunday, they're not on at all during the night?
Or
and
day,
every Monday?
Yeah.
And every holiday?
Anytime the temple's closed, they have to have the lights off 1 hour after it closes until 1 hour before it reopens.
We'll all know when the second anointings are happening on Sundays if they're allowed to turn the lights on.
The lights go on.
No, the
And the
church
planning and
cannot agree
zoning
to
kept
that.
asking about this. Well, what are the hours of operation? When does your last patron leave? When does the first one come? Because I think they think that the lights have to do with what's happening inside. They don't realize at this point that it is a billboard. It's a giant light that's on, whether anything's going on inside or not. It's to draw attention to the temple. So that's why they're saying, well, you don't need it on Sunday. You don't need it on Monday. But they do from the LDS perspective.
The church cannot agree to this. If this is kabuki theater, as I continue to believe it is, then what I expect to play out is that there will be a grand compromise between the parties and that the church will agree not to have the lights on between 11 and 5 in the morning every day of the week, but they get to have them up on Sundays, Mondays, and holidays.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. And there is a clip floating around that we've put out there where the planning board asked the church lawyer in the previous application, you had said you will keep them off between 11 and 5. That isn't in the new application. Is that an oversight? And the lawyer said, nope, we left that out. We've already given you enough concessions. We are going to have the lights on 24/7. And that was a moment in that meeting where everyone kind of went, oh, there was definitely a turn in the meeting there. And one of the council members said to the newspaper, I think all of us agree that leaving the lights on all night is unacceptable. So there was that moment where they realized, okay, we are very far apart on this. And as Bill pointed out, that was something that was offered in the original agreement. So to try to say we can't do that in the second agreement because of our religion or whatever, that doesn't make any sense, because they did offer it. This is why we say the lighting is absolutely going to be key. Here's a slide announcing the name change. We've already gone through that. The first presidency did make that name change. And then let's talk about really quick what could happen tonight. What are the options that the town council has? First of all, they can pass it as recommended by the planning and zoning. They can say, all right, we pass it with every one of those conditions I just went over, hit the gavel, and then it's up to the LDS Church to go, oh, okay, that we're not going to do that. They would not be on board. The second thing that can happen is they can pass it, but they can change any or all of the conditions, or they can add new conditions. So they could throw everything in like a tossed salad. I mean, that's going to be fascinating if they say, yeah, we'll give you the steeple height, but we want this instead, and we want to take this out. Anything can happen here. Another thing that they could do is they could deny it with prejudice. And that means we completely deny the application and you cannot bring it back for a period of time. I think it's a year. The other thing they could do is they could deny it without prejudice, meaning we're just going to deny it. It's not going to work out tonight, but come back tomorrow with something that we think we can work with. So, and that's what happened to the first application. They said, no, but come back. And the very final thing that is extremely unlikely, I don't think this is going to happen, but it is an option. They could just table it. They could say, you know what, we're going out to dinner. We're not going to talk about this tonight. We're going to figure it out in a couple months. They're not going to do that. But these are the options available to the town council, just so everybody is aware. What did I put here? What does that even say? Oh, I wanted to make sure that everybody knew. I know it's like so small, I can't read it. That when the meeting opens, there is a chance for anybody to talk about any issue not on the agenda. That did not happen at the planning and zoning, and I don't think that it's going to happen at this meeting. But then it will be open to public comment about this particular item on the agenda. Because this is a special meeting, I think this is all that they are going to cover. Just want to make everyone aware of that. And finally, I just wanted to, sorry, Bill, I didn't let you know, but I thought maybe we could play this one more time. This is a video where we hear from Elder Bednar and President Russell M. Nelson talking about what really is important when it comes to a temple. Because tonight we're going to be talking about size. We're going to talk about lights, architectural elements. Let's hear what our prophet has said about these things that are going to be discussed tonight.
I hear people say, oh, that's a small temple. There's no such thing as a small temple. They're just temples. There's no such thing as small covenants or small ordinances. And see, that to me reflects this fixation on it's the building. Who cares what the size is if you have access to the same covenants and ordinances whereby we have a covenant connection with the Father and the Son?
We're so blessed to have temples. We'll have increasing numbers of temples as the church grows. But it's not the number, and it's not the location, it's not the architecture. It's the ordinances inside.
Who cares what the size is? Who cares?
It's not the architecture. It's the ordinances inside. It's the ordinances inside.
It's the ordinances inside.
And the reason I like that so much, and the reason why I think that should be played at tonight's ceremony.
That's by Cont. Let's say that before you say something. That's by Cont. Amazing. Go ahead.
Is because not only is it more dramatic, but I just want those Mormons who've been up there saying all this stuff about the height of the temple being an essential part of their worship to see this and realize, what the hell? What's going on? Am I being played here?
Yep. No, I think that's right. And I don't know if they would play that or if they can play that, but I just think we need to take note that all of us grew up never with the idea that the building was important or the lighting was important. It was always what happens inside. And this is reiterated here by the prophet and an apostle. And unfortunately, to kind of get what they want here on the ground, they have to say things like, it's absolutely necessary that we have a tall steeple. It's absolutely necessary, that it's lit up. And it's, to me, it's kind of indefensible, but you will hear, I'm sure, a lot of people in blue shirts talk about that. And
if you lie enough times, you get kind of a reputation for being a liar.
maybe, but if you listen on the planning and zoning, as we listen to the questions, they really were trying to understand. They were saying, can you tell me why the lighting is so important to what happens inside? Can you help us understand? And there really were no answers. There was hemming and hawing. And I think tonight on the town council, you're going to hear that too. The members of the council are going to try to understand why the LDS Church needs these things when there are at least 11 other temples that don't have towers. There are temples like Tucson where they have very strict dark sky ordinances that the lights are practically turned all the way off. It has a dome. The dome is blue, the color of the sky, according to their ordinances. Why, why here in this town? Why can't some of these other considerations be made? And I think they're really trying to understand, and we'll see if anyone can articulate the reasons.
Well, there is nothing to understand, is there?
Well, that's the point.
And one of the ironic things was we went to we listened to the Planning and Zoning Board last week, and all these blue shirts kept getting up. None of them said, I need a tall steeple. None of them said, I need lights on at a certain time. That's the corporate church stating that, but the members never said they needed that. They kept saying, we want one close enough that our kids don't have to drive. We want one that we can, we want one in the town, but they're getting one in the town. So every condition that the people said at the planning and zoning meeting that they thought were important, they're getting. It's the corporate church that's asking for these other things that aren't really important to the members. And if the town council looks at that and says, hey, we gave you everything you guys got up here and asked for, we gave you. And I think they did that with the compromise they gave.
Yeah, I want to
Alice, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound good.
We are podcasting with a bunch of dogs. Landon has an elderly dog. I've got 2 crazy dogs. So if you hear a lot of weird, unexplained
Who's about
sounds,
ready to hack up a lunch?
You might
well,
want to
and
just,
you know what? Speaking of sounds, I have to apologize to everybody because at the planning and zoning, I got kind of like incensed, and I was like, no, it isn't. I'm going to stop that because that ruined all the shorts that I put out the next day. You couldn't hear what the people were saying. So I am going to zip a lip. I am not going to say it, but I will be rolling my eyes. Okay.
I'll ruin the
I
short
will be
for
doing
you.
this.
I'll ruin the short.
RFM, I want to ask you the thing by Cult. If that were played in front of a jury, let's just imagine this did go all the way to wherever, the Supreme Court, whatever it is.
Well, it would. This is very material evidence.
If this went all the way, if that video got played and a judge, jury, whatever, combination of the two, just your gut, how would they proceed? It seems like the church is establishing that the size doesn't matter.
Well, they would look at the other temples and realize that what they're saying is not true.
Yeah.
So they would disregard it.
Yeah.
I do not think that there is a judge that I know of, and I don't know that many, that would find that under these facts, that actually the steeples are an integral part of the temple worship. Obviously, they're not.
Right.
Yeah, that makes it so interesting. I saw somebody in the chat asking for the link to that video, and Cult was saying, I can't share it. I'm not a mod. If you go to YouTube and search Cult, no small temples, it will come up. Or if Bill can get that link off of the slides I made and put it in the chat, but people are asking for that. And again, it was Mormonish viewers that sent me both those clips very early on and said, look, so I love it how it's all crowdsourced. Everybody is working together. Everybody understands how important having a clip like that is. So these were viewers about a year ago that found those. And then, of course, with the talent of Cult to put it together in that format where we can all understand, what's being said. It's very powerful. It really is.
Yes. It brings us back to this thing that keeps coming up, doesn't it? Is that for some reason, Mormons have no compunction about lying about their religious beliefs in order to get what they want.
Yeah.
Why should that be?
Greater good. We've talked about this. It's what I call the Nephi-Laban syndrome. And it can be murder or it can be lying. But when you need something, it's more important to get it than how you get it.
That's the embarrassing part to me is, if I was standing there addressing the council, I couldn't help but turn to the blue shirts and say, you guys all know that the height of this building and how lit it is means nothing to you. If you end up with a temple in this town, you're going to be grateful. You're going to go. You're going to be happy. So why are so many of you who have to go and say that you're honest before your fellow men so willing to just throw out and say that this is important to you for the purpose of getting the very building that you are trying to be worthy to go attend? It doesn't
Ah,
make sense. You should be ashamed of yourself for doing this. You
Right.
should
That's what
Nicely
stand
said.
up
Nemo
and
did.
say the
That's what
truth.
Nemo did. If you think about it, that is what he did. He went there and stood up as an active member at the
Mhm.
time and said, I'd like to tell everybody that, people that are saying the height is important, it seems like maybe they've been coached to say that. This is not true. And even before Nemo, there was another young person who got up at
Yes.
one of the other meetings, and he had flown in, and he was extremely nervous at what this might mean for his membership or some kind of blowback. And he said, and his voice was shaking, and he said,
Mhm.
I'm active. I just need everyone to know this is not a real thing, that the steeple is important to what goes on inside. So people care a lot. And the steeple doctrine, I think, is what broke open, temple watching and temple building, because even active members were like, this is not right. And some of them, made that known. Others didn't. We have that example of the woman that stood up with a graphic of the Boston temple without a steeple. And she said, was I married in the temple? Yes, I was. I was married in a temple that didn't have a steeple. Am I married? Yes. But was my marriage
Right.
diminished? And then she kind of goes, hold up the picture, honey, and he's like, ah. So she's saying that literally her marriage is suffering from not having a tall enough steeple. But
It was a short steeple. But it does occur to me that there are people out there who are Mormons who are facing this dilemma and wondering
Yeah.
and hoping and praying that the top leadership, including the first presidency, are not in some way aware of this or in on this. And I'm happy to report that they actually are in on this. They know exactly what's going on with this new temple steeple height doctrine forgery or fake. And we know that because they issued a letter yesterday saying they would agree to change the name of the temple. If they hadn't done that, they could have maintained this illusion that they're not
And
involved. But I think
and
that's
and
gone now.
and that's the reason the first presidency won't meet with anybody from Fairview. The mayor has offered to meet with the apostles and the first presidency, but if they do, then everyone knows they're well aware of this and that they support this action of the tall steeple and
Mhm.
the lights and everything. And now they can do plausible deniability. Oh, that was that's our temple department taking care of
No.
that. We weren't involved. But here they had to step into it and approve it. So we know they're aware of this.
Yeah, forget about it. That's not happening. No, you don't have deniable plausibility, do you, Bill?
Uh-oh, muted.
I never have the heart
I'm
to tell
sorry,
him.
or plausible deniability, either one.
Right. They don't have any plausible deniability anymore. Gentlemen, you just shot yourselves in the foot.
And that's it. But again, as we've said, we do not know what to expect tonight. We've kind of gone around and round. We've made bets about cheesecake and cold hard cash, but we honestly don't know. I do feel it will be close, whatever happens. I feel like there are a lot of people in this council, and they're very smart, and they've done their due diligence and their homework, and they've looked at all sides of this, and each one of them has their own opinion. And so, I don't think it's just going to be a blanket yes, 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 no, no, no. I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth as they really try to understand from the LDS representatives, what do you need? What can we do to make everybody on the same page and something that will be agreeable to everyone? So,
And
get
we should
your
say,
popcorn.
we said this at the planning and zoning, but wrongly so. This is Mayor Lesnar. He's out of office as of, I
Yeah.
think he has the Tuesday. They have a meeting on Tuesday, I think, and I think that's his last
Yep.
time in
This is it.
office. And then a new mayor takes over. So that's one of the reasons for this special session, was because they were trying to get it done before Mayor Lesnar left office.
Yeah.
So he's been so fun to watch throughout this, just a straight
Mhm.
shooter.
Yep.
And I think we're going to see his last hurrah here on this tonight. So.
Yep, that's it. And then we'll see the incoming mayor, who's the mayor pro tem, who has been involved in this process the entire time, John Hubbard. He will be here for whatever happens next. If they start building or if there's a suit, he will be the one that takes the reins. I can say that because it's Texas, and he will be the one that's here for the rest of it. So
And,
So are we waiting for the start here?
we are. There is nobody at the front of the table there sitting. You see in the bottom right-hand corner. We're still
yes, I
waiting
do
for
see
them to come in. They're still plotting behind the scenes.
Yeah.
How
They're in
gonna handle
executive
it.
session. Yes.
Yeah, there is an executive session. Yeah, that
Okay, now this
started
is
an
your part.
hour
Now
prior to
emphasize
this.
this word. Okay, this is your big scene. You got to do all that little rehearsal at the last minute. By the way, what I
Everybody
would
got their
want to
blush,
advise
their
them,
lip gloss. That's right. They're going to come out. So, but as I understand it, the incoming council members who ran unopposed, these are the ones that will take office after this. Several of them are part of the Fairview United organization. So that's kind of interesting to think of that makeup of the council and what that would look like, you know. Oh, somebody's asking for the
There
link.
is somebody now standing at the podium there, but nobody in the chairs yet. So it looks like they're just testing equipment one last time.
Right.
by the way,
see what happens.
Bill,
Yeah.
Did you have something else you were saying?
No?
I didn't. It sounded like golf talk, so I wasn't sure. Excuse me, but somebody had mentioned, I think in the live chat, was it the last time, expressing surprise that there was a Mexico flag there. Yeah, these are the very famous, at least in Texas, the Six Flags over Texas, the Six Flags under which Texas has existed.
Oh, is that what that? I never knew that's what that meant.
Oh,
Six Flags
that's
over
interesting.
Texas are the different countries or that have ruled, or
Yeah, you
it
got
was its own
Spain,
republic.
France, Mexico.
They are coming in.
I'm sorry,
They're coming in to sit down now.
United States, and very importantly, the Republic of Texas. Texas is the only state in the union that was a republic before it was a state, and they have never forgotten it.
I thought California was. Were they never a republic?
Did I say this before? And that ended up being some kind of controversy, and I don't remember what the final solution was. Maybe you're right, and if you're right, then Texans won't admit it anyway.
There you go. That's fair.
Everyone's moving out of California to Texas anyway. So
That's right.
This is one of the things that my mom said over and over when I was a kid, and it became ingrained in my brain. So if it's not strictly true, she's also the person who said that Texas is the largest state in the union with the expected response of Alaska. And she would say, just wait till it melts.
there you go.
Okay. I didn't think that was serious. Wow.
Somebody's asking, how we monitor chats. Just FYI, we use StreamYard to do all of this. And in StreamYard, we see all of the comments for all of the social media venues, including YouTube, where comments are put out. I do look at the chat. I try to keep up with that, but also the three of you have full reign of that as well.
Well, and I was going to ask you, Bill, because Landon and I are both on, we can never monitor our chat. I don't know how we make you a mod. I wish we could, because I know sometimes some issues arise and we're on. We have no idea how to do it. So
if you're logged into your Mormonish, you are an admin on this StreamYard. So
right. But I mean, I would not know how to,
Oh, you just click the chat on
bounce anybody or anything like that. Plus I'm engaged in the show. So I don't have, so I don't know if we can make you. But I know that sometimes there are issues in the Mormonish chat, and that's just because Landon and I are always on and we can't watch it.
You can add me as a limited editor if you want, and that would at least.
Again, I don't even know how to do that. I obviously need to take a class.
That's okay.
I can temple watch, but gosh darn it, technology.
All I'm trying to communicate is that if you see a comment there off to the right, you can just click it and it'll show up at the bottom there, and you're, obviously welcome to do that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So we can throw comments up. Okay. Boy, learning as I go. Here we go.
By the way, Logan was asking about the sixth flag, which would be the Confederacy.
Okay, I think we're starting, everybody. Here we go.
A few more people here now. So first, let's start as we normally would. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to Texas. Honor the Texas flag, pledge allegiance to the United States, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. All right, so just so everybody knows exactly how we're going to do things tonight, find my notes. There we go.
So we're going to start with citizens' comments. If anybody wants to come up and address the council about anything unrelated to the tempo issue. And then when we get to the tempo issue, y'all filled out cards. I'm going to call people up 5 at a time, and we'll have a conversation. But for citizens' comments, we're going to do 3 minutes, and also for the comments on the tempo, 3 minutes. We're going to go through this. There will be a time when the council will recess again into executive session, at least once, maybe twice. And then we'll come back, and then there will be a final vote from the council tonight. Our objective tonight is to leave here tonight with an ordinance in place that will, whatever happens, have this the tempo issue taken care of. After that, the council will go back into executive session. We have 2 other issues that we're going to deal with, one of which has to do with Fairview Parkway, some right-of-way stuff that we're doing that we need to give Julie the option, or assuming we do this, give her the option to finish a negotiation that's going on.
Oops.
We also have a personnel matter we're going to deal with. So after we're done, we're not going up and talking about the tempo or anything. We're going to go up and take care of those 2 issues. And y'all are more than welcome to stay around if you want to do that or not. But just so you know, that's what the plan is. So, all right, so let's get started. First thing is we're going to have public comments. If anybody in the room wishes to come up and address the council about any issue that you want to, we're going to limit comments tonight to 3 minutes because there's a lot of people here. We do that. So if anybody is in the room who wishes to address the council about any other issue other than the tempo aspects issues tonight, please come forward. Give us your name and address. And I'm guessing nobody out in the lobby is coming in, right, Julie?
I'm sorry.
There's nobody in the lobby that would be coming in for this,
For comments.
for citizens' comments, general?
I think they're announcing it.
Is there somebody out there? Oh, Chief is out there asking. Okay. We're good. Nobody? All right. We're moving along. So I'm going to close citizens' comments. We'll move on to the issue of the evening. This is, we're going to conduct a public hearing associated with what the plans are for the temple on Stacy Road. I'm going to ask Israel, do you want to start the introduction here? I know that our friends from the LDS Church have maybe some presentations they want to make.
Yeah, I'll run us through and be fairly quick, but James has got some stuff also regarding engineering related matters, and then we'll turn it over to them. So as you know, Mayor Council are here for a request for approval of a conditional use permit for a religious facility. It's an 8.1 acre site located on the north side of Stacy Road, west of Meandering, zone for the RE1 1 acre range state district. So as we've seen with the P&Z meeting last week, the site plan here reflects the development of the 8 acre site and a 30,700 square foot temple building surrounded by associated parking, driveways onto Stacy Road. The driveway location was shared with the Twin Creeks Church of Christ, has been reviewed and approved by both the Twin Creeks folks and TxDOT, so that location has been accepted. The site plan, in addition to the temple, also reflects the about a 3,000 square foot grounds maintenance and distribution building. This is similar to the application last year, and about 1,000 square feet or so of that is dedicated to the distribution of items that are relatable to temple functions. It's not open to the public. Moving on to the landscape plan, I kind of pieced this together over several pages out of your packet. We've got the central grounds, the landscaping along Stacy Road, the landscape buffers both along the east and west sides, and the landscape buffers along the north side adjacent to the residential. All of these meet or exceed the 35-foot landscape buffer that would typically be required for this type of development in a residential district. The elevations that we're looking at on the screen, this is the south elevation. This is the one that would be directly visible from Stacy Road. Reflects the bottom main section of the proposed temple at a height of about 32 feet or so, and then kind of stair steps up to the bottom of a tower base at 44 feet 7 inches. The spire then extends, and the finial and the lightning rod pinpoint at the top all the way up to 120. The facade is a combination of a granite base and a finished limestone. And I'll cycle through the north, west, and east elevations for those. Here is the proposed monument signage. This would be located on that site plan, and then the grounds distribution maintenance building there. Before we get to James and turn it over for some engineering related items, I did want to update the council and everyone on total correspondence that we received. We did send you a tranche of comments this morning around 9 o'clock or so. Now, we've had a few more come in of those. So at this point, total opposition is about 156. Total just blanket in support is 86. And we did give you a third category. This time was a little bit unusual, is folks that were in support, but only in accordance with what the Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended. And those total numbers are up to 69. So we've had a few more in later today. So with that, I'm going to hand this off to James before we get into the applicants.
Sounds like somebody on the Mormon side dropped the ball.
Thank
They
you,
did not
Mayor and
tell them to
Council. I'll
write letters
just go over a
this
few
time.
engineering related items
Like last time.
with their submittal. As far as water goes, we have a 16-inch water main that can serve the site on the north side of Stacy Road. No issues with water. The city doesn't have any city sewer available to the site. And so as you know, the LDS Church and the Chase Oaks Church both pump their sewer into the city of Allen. They made separate applications to Allen to pump sewer. We have heard from the city of Allen's engineering department to say that they do have the capacity to serve the sewer for the temple. So that's it's not an approval, but they did confirm that they do have the capacity. As far as drainage goes, this site will drain to the rear, which is to the north. They're proposing a stormwater detention pond to hold the increased stormwater runoff from parking lots and to release it at the pre-developed rate that's coming off the pasture now. So they're proposing no increases in the peak runoff for the 100-year storm. And they've got it equally distributed to a west release and an eastern release, because this pasture does split in the two directions. It goes east and west. And so they're proposing a 50-50 split. We did find some additional capacity in the LDS detention pond. They actually had designed for a little bit more release rate than this. And so for them to maybe consider increasing their release rate on the west side. But this does meet the pre-developed. As far as lighting goes, they've made a complete lighting submittal for us to consider. And basically it covers the parking lot lights. This is the kind of the lighting diagram showing you where the most of the light is on the property. You'll see the parking lot, the parking spaces, and the fire lane around the church is lit. And then you'll see an inner ring of lights around the middle. There's 4 on the east and west side and 2 on the north and the south side. Those are lights, they're facade lights to light the facade of the building. And so I kind of go over these lights. Our requirement is for that these parking lot lights be full cutoff, and that there be 0 foot candles at the perimeter, at the property lines, and they have met those requirements. Their lighting photometric plan does show 0 at the property lines. The issue with these, in District 1, in the commercial district, facade lighting is treated differently than District 2, in that in District 2 and 1, you're both allowed 5-foot candles on the building facade. That's how bright it can be. But we have another provision in District 2. If a light is aimed above the horizontal in District 2, you can't do that if it's over 900 foot candles. You have to have it leaving the fixture at or below the horizon. I let the church know about the provision for the residential district, and they've agreed to turn their lights down to the 900 lumens. So they're proposing that these facade lights that circle the building will be toned. They are dimmable, to be dimmed down to 900 lumens max, so that they could aim them
at an upward angle. They're proposed to be sitting on 11.5-foot poles. And the building, the first floor, as you know, have you heard, is 32 feet, 11 inches. So in order to light 32 feet high, they've got to angle them up slightly. I said, you've got to go 900 lumens, and they've agreed to do that. Same thing with, they've got 4 lights to be proposed on the spire. And they've proposed, at the base of the spire, they've got 4 lights to light the spire up. And those also have to be at 900 lumens or less if they're going to aim them above the horizontal. And they've agreed to those provisions as well. And then their overall lumens per acre, they cannot exceed 408,000 lumens per acre for their 8.16 acre site. And without any lights being dimmed, they're down to 349,518 lumens proposed, which is below, about 50,000 lumens below our max. If they dim the lights down to 900 lumens, they're going to be even lower than that. So they do meet our maximum lumens per acre requirement. Let me go over traffic real quick. The traffic counts, if you'll look, these are TxDOT traffic counts on Stacy Road. Oh, there's one other thing on the lights I want to mention. They did propose, they turned in, the parking lot lights are motion activated. And when there's no motion, the parking lot lights automatically dim to 30% of their maximum output. And they're motion activated. If a car drives in, then the lights will raise up to their 100%. If there's no motion, they automatically dim down to 30%. Wanted to point that out as a feature. On the traffic, as you know, during COVID, if you look on 2020, the traffic on Stacy Road dropped below 2019. In 2021, it went back up to 26,000. 2022, flat 26,000. So in and around COVID, we had flat traffic, and now it's picking up pretty quickly at 2023. Their traffic analysis was just for a 3% increase per year. It looks like post-COVID, the traffic's going to increase faster than that, than the 3% annually. We don't know what it's going to do for the next few years because is it going to keep increasing post-COVID the same at this rate, or is it going to flatten out at a normal increasing rate? It's hard to say. I'm going to pretend that they got it wrong. Let's see what happens on the traffic study. Yeah. So let's take a look at their left turn lane. Right now, with existing traffic, it's pretty busy. They do have an extra long left turn lane. It's 345 feet. That can already accommodate more than 150 cars per hour. Their demand left turn is less than 50 for the temple, as well as the LDS Church combined. So right now, there's plenty of room for growth in this left turn lane. Even with increases in Stacy Road, they've got excess capacity on this left turn lane because it started out long to begin with. The deceleration lane, the traffic study could require a decel lane based on TxDOT standards. That has nothing to do with through traffic. That's just right turns, and they're well below the 50 cars per hour per TxDOT standards. So they're not going to meet the TxDOT right decel lane warrant. That's just based on the number of right turn lanes that this development is proposing to draw. Let's look at traffic signals. We've got 3 unsignalized intersections near and west of the temple. Is this temple going to trigger a traffic signal? That's the next question for either Allen Heights, Hawkswood, Lost Creek, or River Oaks. Well, as traffic increases, TxDOT does reduce the requirement for a signal. But as you'll see here, this chart on the bottom goes to 1,300 trips per hour, vehicles per hour. We're already beyond that. Stacy Road is already 1,600 trips per hour. You notice these curves bottom out. This is a TxDOT signal warrant analysis. So TxDOT says no matter how much more traffic is on Stacy Road, we're not going any lower than 75 cars per hour on these side streets. These side streets, none of these side streets have reached the 75 per hour. They're probably not going to because they're maxed out. Basically, all the residential in the city of Allen is already built out. There's probably not going to be an increase on these side streets. If there is, the increased traffic on Stacy Road is no longer the trigger for a signal. You've got to have more minor street traffic. So that would be the trigger on these. And then the other thing, this is where increased traffic certainly is a trigger, which is right now we're at 4 lanes. And basically it's 10,000 cars per lane per day. And so when we get to close to 40,000 cars per day on Stacy Road, it will need to be widened to 6 lanes. TxDOT did design it for 2 more lanes to be dropped on the inside. Right now, we're around the 32 plus or minus cars per day. The temple is going to be adding less than 900 trips per day. It's not going to be the trigger to click in 6 lanes. That's going to be more through traffic. Probably as Angel Parkway sees more traffic, as Country Club sees more traffic coming down from the Wiley area, that's probably what's going to kick this over if it does get kicked over to over 40,000. So it's not the temple that's going to be the trigger for it, basically. Okay, that's all I've got with regards to lighting, drainage, water, and sewer.
James, could you go back to the slide, the lighting with the blue, and then back one more slide? Nope, the other way. There was a slide that had a schematic of the temple with some lighting figures on it.
Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. Sorry. So there's lighting then on the very top of the spire.
Yeah. If you'll see on your screen, it's hard to see for the audience, but it says LF, and it's pointed at the kind of the almost near the base of the spire. They're proposing 4 LF for these fixtures. There's 4 fixtures, 1 in each corner of the spire, that they're proposing to aim up to light up the brick part of the spire. Now, they can't use these lights to light up, say, a needle, because our ordinance doesn't allow the light to trespass beyond what you're lighting. So the architectural feature has to capture the light.
So what is off to the right on the top of the spire? It says 3000 K on spire.
That's the light temperature, the Kelvin temperature, 3000 Kelvin.
So there will be light there.
Yes, sir.
Not lights. There will be light there.
So it'll be lighted from inside?
No, they're proposing an exterior light to shine up at 3000 Kelvin temperature. So where it says LF on your screen, if you go to that corner, that's where the fixture's setting, and then it's pointing up at that brick structure above it at 3000 Kelvin.
So talk about what 3000 Kelvin is, James.
Yeah. And that's just the color temperature of the LED lights.
They would be at 900 lumens because they are angled up, correct?
That's right.
But Greg's talking about the next node above that on the right side.
Okay. Yeah, they have not proposed any further lights. I've asked them about any lights above that area. They do have a 3000 Kelvin pointed higher than the white brick, but there's not any light fixtures up there.
So that really shouldn't be there.
Yeah, how are you going to have lights in there without light fixture?
Yeah,
that's Greg's question, I think.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, per our ordinance, you can't overflood that skinny area with a wide light in the bottom because you can't aim it. You can't make it concise to where that structure captures it. You could do the bottom area, but once you get above that fat area where it narrows down, you can't use a light way down low to aim way up high and flood it. That would be a violation of our ordinance. And they said that what I've been told, and Ross is here he can confirm how many fixtures that they've submitted is only 4 light fixtures at the base of those 4 corners. Okay. He just confirmed it.
Is there any lighting on the inside? I've seen pictures of temples similar to this on the inside. Is there lighting on the inside of the spire?
They haven't submitted as part of this outdoor lighting package. So I don't know about the inside. So.
No. Yeah, it's stained glass, but there's no lights inside. Okay.
There is lighting inside.
Okay.
I hope they figure that out.
Are those lights on all the time? Or are they going to be controlled with the other lights that when we turn them off in the evening?
Except for when there's a cleaning crew in the middle of the night.
I'm sorry?
They would be part of the control.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? Comments, questions for James?
I'm still confused. Where does the light stop on the spire? Does it stop at the white brick where the window is, just above the window? or does it go higher? Because you've got an arrow going across at 3,000 Kelvin, which will go down to 900 lumens, as I understand.
Yeah. Well, they've only submitted 4 fixtures. And by our ordinance, the light has to stop where the cone can't go beyond the architectural.
Where will the 4 fixtures be?
Can
you use a pointer and
yeah, sure.
a laser?
Absolutely. Let me try this.
That's the white text box.
Right here, one here and one here. That's 4 corners. So the light would be right here facing up. And the light cannot go beyond this point because if you try to get light beyond this fat part, you would have light trespass to try to light this up here. You could successfully light from here up, probably where it stays the same width. Once you get above that, you won't be able to successfully light it with a light down here. You would have to add lights up here, and they've not proposed them at this point.
So how high is that maximum point where the light will shine?
Yeah, that's the
102.
Is that the 78
78,
feet?
78 feet, that's right.
Okay.
Anything else, guys? Okay. Is the applicant going to do a presentation? I'm guessing you are. And so whoever wants to do this, Tom going to do it? Do it. Okay, Tom, you're on.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Tom Coppin. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. Our offices are located at 6160 Warren Parkway in Frisco, Texas. I'm the engineer on the project. I'm here tonight representing the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and here to request your consideration of a conditional use permit for construction of a temple on the church's property located on Stacy Road. Let me lead off my remarks tonight with some exciting news. It came up in P&Z last week, but after many months of consideration, I'm happy to report that yesterday the senior leadership of the church did formally announce that they are going to rename the name of this temple to the Fairview, Texas Temple.
Yay!
That was a point of conversation, I know, in last week's meeting. That's something that the church senior leadership's been talking about for a few months now, and that notice was made official yesterday. So we're happy to announce that.
No wonder nothing ever gets
With
done
this
in the Mormon Church.
application, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has resubmitted its request for a conditional use permit to be applied to its 8 acres on Stacy Road. The purpose of the CUP is to tailor the design, the details, and the elements of any allowed use for this specific site. Our application also included numerous supporting technical studies and analysis that demonstrate that proposed plan will meet or exceed the town's rules, regulations, as well as other agencies who are reviewing and approving the plans. Those studies include studies on traffic, drainage, noise, lighting, utilities, aviation, and environmental. The temple is an allowed use under the town's zoning ordinances, which provides that churches within residential areas of the town can be approved with the CUP. Therefore, here we are tonight for that purpose. Israel and James have reported and summarized the particulars of our revised plan, so there's no need to rehash all of the engineering details that go with our application. But let me be clear that the temple plan as presented does meet all of the town's design standards as well as the requirements of TxDOT and other approving agencies. Our site plan and technical studies have been reviewed by the town as well as TxDOT and the City of Allen and the FAA, and they have been found to conform with their individual requirements. There are 2 remaining topics on the table that we'd like to address tonight. That's specifically height and lighting. Since we were last in front of you, the site plan and the building design, as Israel has described, have undergone significant revisions to conform with the terms of the non-binding mediation agreement between the town and the church. The church is willing to make these changes, even though it places them in places a burden on them because its members' needs must be met in some other way. As a result, the steeple is now at a height of 120 feet, and the building height now measures 33 feet to the main roof line. The church's purpose for building temples worldwide is to make them more accessible to its members. Temples are typically located in or adjacent to residential neighborhoods, as with most churches throughout the U.S. And this is very similar to here in Fairview, McKinney, all of the neighboring communities. We drive through the community and we see churches integrated with our neighborhoods. This temple will be the third temple in the Metroplex following the Dallas, the Fort Worth temples. It's intended to serve the members from nearby congregations. Once constructed, the temple will be dedicated and set aside as a holy place of worship for members of the church to receive instruction, perform worship, and participate in sacred ordinances. The purpose and the function of temples differs from that of chapels. Chapels are where Sunday worship services are held for local congregations, where youth activities are held, and social events. That is not the purpose of this building. The building architecture, the steeple height, and the design details are religious symbols which have been incorporated into religious structures for centuries and are integral to the personal worship experiences of the church members.
Liar.
Design and the architecture of each temple is unique and prayerfully considered by senior leadership of the church. The second issue I want to address is that of lighting. We've talked a bit about that here tonight already. The town's lighting ordinance has been written to provide consistency between developments and for the purpose of protecting dark skies. The temple lighting plan conforms with these requirements, as James has just reported to us. The site lighting will be fully shielded and directed downward to ensure that no light trespass occurs beyond the boundaries of the property. In addition, temple lighting will be aimed using modern lighting technology, minimizing glare and ensuring light is captured by the building and not spread to the sky or adjacent properties. The building lighting levels will be maintained to not exceed 5-foot candles and 3,000 Kelvin to soften the lighting levels. These go beyond the requirements stated in the town's lighting ordinance. In addition, the temple grounds will be heavily landscaped. The temple will be set back approximately 200 feet or more from all property lines, further shielding the lighting reaching adjacent residential properties. The existing tree line on the north end of the property will be maintained, and additional trees and shrubs will be added to maintain the natural buffer, which currently obscures views of the temple property from those adjacent residences. Approximately 180 additional trees are going to be added to the property. If you look at the site plan out there today, there's one tree on the east side of the property.
Like the Salt Lake Valley.
The ground surrounding the building will be heavily vegetated and heavily screened. That canopy, as well as the existing and proposed developments that exist on the west and the east side of the temple, will create further visual buffers of the temple from surrounding residential properties to the east or west. At last week's planning and zoning hearing, the commission recommended unanimous approval of the church's application subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the roof and facade cannot exceed 44 feet 7 inches. Consistent with our application, we will comply with that condition. Number 2, the development shall connect to the city of Allen sewer. We will comply with that condition as well.
As long as it drains out the rear.
Number 3, the excess drainage capacity to the west will be used to limit the stormwater discharge to the east. We're happy to make that change and work with James and work through those details, as long as the additional drainage going to the west does not impede our neighbors or impact those properties to the west. But we're happy to make that change as best we can.
You used to drain from the rear, didn't you, Bill?
The impervious coverage shall be a maximum of 38.9%. Consistent with our application, we will comply with that condition. The temple building will be limited to a maximum of 30,742 square feet. We will also comply with that condition. With regards to lighting, all of the exterior lighting shall not exceed 3,000 Kelvin. As we've heard from James, we will comply with that as far as it goes to the temple building. One differentiation I would make is that your code differentiates between building lighting and safety and security lighting, which is held at 4,000 Kelvin. Our intent would be to hold the parking lot lighting at 4,000 Kelvin to maintain that safety element. And like James said, when not in use, it would dim down to 30% of its 100% value. Parking lot lighting and security lighting must be full cutoff and provide shielding so that there is no light trespass beyond the property line. As we've heard tonight, our parking lot lighting will be downward lit. It will be fully shielded. It will be cut off and will not extend beyond the property line. There are a handful of the conditions which were given last week, which significantly impede the church's ability to create symbolism that this building represents, and which is integral to the worship experience of its members. These are: the steeple and the spire cannot exceed 68 feet 3 inches. As I noted earlier in my remarks, the temple is not a chapel, and the religious and architectural design purposes for the building are not met if the steeple and the spire are limited to 68 feet and 3 inches.
This guy's a freaking liar, and he should be held in contempt.
The spire height be approved at 120 feet, consistent with the terms of the mediation settlement agreement.
And disbarred.
With regard to the lighting, there were 2 issues. First, no exterior lighting shall shine above the horizontal plane. This condition deviates from the town's lighting ordinance and does not allow the proper facade lighting to occur. The church is requesting that the town's published lighting ordinance be applied, and the project will fully comply, as we've heard from James tonight. Next condition was operation of exterior light shall be limited to 1 hour before and 1 hour after closing, and not operational on days and the facility is not open, which would include Sundays, Mondays, and holidays. P&Z requested that the temple go above and beyond the lighting ordinance. The church is willing to turn off the lights between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 p.m., as we had previously mentioned. And they are also willing to dim the parking lot lighting during these exact same times. But we do request that these lighting hours be applied to every day of the year, not just the days the temple is active. And there's a footnote to that same condition, that no exterior lights mounted above 20 feet can operate at night regardless of the operational hours. We would ask the same conditions apply to that condition, whereas we turn the lights off at 11 p.m., don't turn them back on until 5 a.m. And that condition would apply to every day of the year, not just the days when the temple is operational. Finally, let me respond to a question that came up, I know last week in P&Z, has come up a few times, and that has been asked regarding the size and the design of other temples, specifically the Yorba Linda temple height. The temples of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints represent the highest form of worship for its members. The building architecture, the steeple height, the lighting, and the design details are religious symbols which have been incorporated into religious structures for centuries and are integral to the personal worship experiences of believers worldwide. The decisions related to the size, the design of each temple are made by senior church leadership and are implemented by church staff and design consultants. The design of the Yorba Linda temple was the result of decisions made by senior leadership relative to that site.
Well, they can make him relative to this site, bozo.
Here,
it was pushed back.
Considered and approved by senior leadership, taking into consideration this site and these conditions and the demands of the membership here locally. We respectfully ask for your approval of this conditional use permit with the modifications related to steeple height and lighting times, days, and direction, as I've previously noted. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions you might have for us tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. So let me start.
Are we ever going to be able to see this a bigger screen, Bill? Is that up to them?
You know,
That's up
we've
to
looked
them.
at all the temples around the world. There's a lot of temples. What's on the top of it varies greatly. Like you just redid one in Tucson, and there was nothing put on the top of it. It's a flat roof.
Okay.
Yorba Linda, we understand, started at 107 feet. It went to 99 feet and was approved by their P&Z at 70 feet. Why is it okay at Yorba Linda, California, and not in Fairview, Texas, to be at 70 feet? I mean, that is a legitimate question. Why is it different? There's different spires all over the country, all over the world. Some of them have none. Some of them have huge ones. We have ordinances that we're trying to deal with here. And, going to 70 feet exceeds our ordinance by twice. Why can't we do your Belinda in Fairview, Texas? That is my question.
So we've asked the
And the
church.
fact that somebody up high said, prayed over it. I've been involved in church construction for many, many, many years. I've helped start churches. I've helped add to churches. We do it all prayerfully concerned too, but we try to stay within the rules of the municipality that you're working in. So please go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I guess to that point, when a church is placed, our understanding of the town's ordinance is when a church is placed in a residential area, the zoning ordinance currently says that a residential structure within that residential zoning area cannot exceed 35 feet. It does allow for churches and other religious facilities to be located within residential zones, but with the condition of the conditional use permit being applied.
You're being dumb.
Conditional use permit is a zoning designation that allows the P&Z to make recommendations and use the town council to make recommendations or govern the design and the particulars of the design of that structure.
Answer the freaking question, pal.
It is true, I guess, from a design intent, like I said.
And the what's above on the top is not functional.
It's not functional, but it does play into the architecture of the entire building. I think
But other spires,
other
things on
spires,
top of the,
some of
play
them
into the
have
architecture.
an angel on top, some of them have a dome, some
Very
of them
familiar.
they're all different. But
So why can't we do 70 feet on this one? I mean, I'd like one of these gentlemen, actually, you're not part of it. I'd like one of these gentlemen to tell me that, please. Why can't we do 70 feet here? I mean, it's a reasonable question.
Say it the truth. Say it's because God told Nelson.
Please let us go.
I'm Bob Roeder, 1700 Redbud Suite 300 McKinney.
Hi, Bob.
The temple design is part of an architectural component.
No
And
shit.
there are elements of that have various symbolism. Okay. And in this
Spit it out.
case, the height of the steeple has a direct proportionality to the size of the building. And in the church leadership's opinion,
Not in Mesa.
makes the decision for this, that is a critical aspect of this particular temple.
Because they are architects.
Has it been done differently in other places? Of course. But
Because
in
they
this
talk to God.
case, this is what the church leadership thought was the most appropriate architectural
So it's
design.
120 feet because you want it at 120 feet.
Boom.
It's
I mean,
because,
that's literally what we're talking about here.
well,
Yeah.
if you want to take that position, the answer is yes, but there is a reason behind it.
He
and it's
cracked him
driven by
like
the
a nut.
architectural proportionality.
Even though the first floor of this, which we appreciate you changing that, don't get me wrong, and the bottom floor looks great. I've already said that. But
Those first
obviously
20
the
feet.
big sticking point with us is how high that spire is.
And remember,
And
when
if you're
the-
doing 70 feet, one other place with almost the exact same building, it looks like to me, why can't you do it in Fairview, Texas? That
Well,
is a big question.
well, so let me,
Yeah.
The temple that was originally proposed was 2 stories.
Trust me, I get that.
And the spire was 172 feet.
Mhm.
We were able to bring the spire down because of proportionality of the height of the base structure.
I understand that.
So that's the theory and that's the reason.
Excuse me, let me ask that question just a little bit differently. First of all, thanks so much on the design. It's beautiful. I really love
Bernie
it.
Sanders is at the meeting.
I'm going to read this. So I don't want to make sure I say everything right. From what we've heard, the LDS Church goals include building a temple closer than Dallas, one that's beautiful, which it is, meaningful to the congregation, and respectful to the broader neighborhood. With that in mind, could you share in what specific ways the current conditional use permit proposal, if approved as recommended by planning and zoning, would not fully support the church's needs or practice?
The church's practice includes the symbolism of the temple. And that symbolism is represented by this drawing. And so it would not serve.
So what is it? What's the symbolism, pal?
Church's
At a
practice.
loss for words?
We think that we have met the city's general requirements. We've already had that report here. So we think that everything that we have met our burden. And again, we're talking about religious symbols here. We're talking about a place that people go to conduct the
Masonic rituals.
The elements that go on in the temple. And this calls attention to the higher authority. This calls attention to what the purpose of the temple is all about.
The higher authority.
So it doesn't do that in Yorba Linda or in Paris, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that the church leadership decided that that was what was appropriate here for the congregants that this temple is serving.
Well, guess what Texans aren't subject to? Your church leadership.
Yeah, that council has got it going on.
I think the
That was
Texans
a
are
lot of
thinking,
work
didn't
to
we fight
avoid
a
a
war?
question.
I think excuse is not an explanation. That's how I see it. But yeah. So it is an architecture feature, or is that a? I think before you mentioned there was an architecture feature because of the proportions of the building. So is that related to religious belief or architectural proportions?
Well,
I'm sorry.
the architectural proportions play a part of the religious symbolism of this structure.
I failed to see that, but thank you.
So I have numerous emails, letters from members of your church who tell me that, and you've got one of the apostles, size doesn't matter. And again, I've got numerous people from your church saying that whether there's a spire or not is irrelevant. Now, they're not leaders in your church, obviously, but they are members. And they're obviously people that care about that.
They might be telling the truth.
It kind of, you're willing to go and sue us because if we don't allow this 120 foot go in there, which sticks out, the P&Z guys or folks on P&Z let it go up to 68 feet or so. We're willing to go 70 feet, or at least I am, because we have an example of it in Yorba Linda. And the building itself looks the same. What's on the top is the only difference. And the only difference is, it does not play into the functionality of it. And if it's good for the folks in Yorba Linda to help them, I get the worship aspects of this and looking up to God and those things. I get that, I really do. But in this case, where we have significant opposition to what you're proposing to do in this neighborhood, not this neighborhood, in this town,
This country.
I don't know why you can't bring it down to 70 feet like you did somewhere else. That is a question. All I have is because we want it this way. And that's not a good answer.
What ordinance can't be done in the temple as the P&Z proposed?
I think the activities of the temple inside could all be conducted, but the temple has a greater purpose than to house the activities that go on within the temple.
Not what Bednar said.
And it's a symbol.
Exactly.
That represents what the church is trying to depict to not only its members, but to everybody that sees it.
Yeah,
And
it's a billboard.
Billboard.
It's like any other, I guess you could compare it to a piece of art, right?
Bad art.
There is
or a billboard.
Things that an artist will put in a piece of art that are meaningful, that you might say, why is that there? But it still has a meaning. In this particular case, this architecture and the proportionality has a meaning to the church. Now, there might be members in the church that say, we don't have an objection, but they do not speak for the church. And there are a few that probably don't represent a majority of the congregants in this area. So I understand that you get emails, Mayor, from different people.
Freaking liar. I want this guy's bar card too.
Also understand that you get a whole lot of emails from people that are in opposition to this. But there are far more people in your town that have not responded in opposition. There are a lot of people in your town that are in support of this proposal. And so it's, this is, as you know, better than anybody here, this is not a favorability contest. This is not a beauty contest.
This isn't a democracy.
It's a lying contest, and I'm winning.
That's right.
It's a theocracy. Say what it is.
You're asking us to give you a variance in zoning, which we are willing to do, but you're asking for more than what we want to give.
So
that is the issue.
Well, let me make a technical point here.
Sure.
Well, it's a good
when
time
we
for
go with the PUC, then your typical zoning ordinance doesn't really apply. The standards that Israel talked about and the standards that your engineer talked about, those are performance standards. Those are not land use standards. And so what we're doing here is we are writing the regulations, the zoning regulations for this particular tract of land.
I get it. Yeah. You're asking for a variance from our zoning, and
I would not call it, it's semantics, Mayor.
Yes, it is semantics. You're just going to piss people off by making this dumbass argument.
I'll give you that.
You're asking for a variance in our zoning, and we're willing to help you with that. And we've made some other concessions, but going to 120 feet where this could easily be 70 feet, not affect the functionality, still be a beautiful building. You can still do all the landscaping. Most of the lighting that you want to do, we're okay with that. We're just talking about something that sticks up above all the trees up there. I've had every one of these folks, not everyone, but many of the folks sitting over here. I've had them up on the 4th floor, and I say, look out there and see what you see. It's a bunch of trees, and we don't like other things sticking up. And the only thing that's sticking up right now is on your meeting house, which was a CUP, and we have granted that. And there was no issue with that, by the way, when that was done. Nobody complains about it. Nobody complained about it. You've done a great job with lighting and stuff on it. What we're looking at is this one. We're going a little bit higher on this one. Is easily ready to go for. Why can't you do that? It blows my mind that is such a stubborn issue. Has no impact on the functionality of the building.
Functionality of the building is more than what goes on
I
the
get
inside.
it. I get it. But you can do all, like you answered John's question. What ordinances can you not do? You can do them all. You can do baptism. You can do baptism of the dead. You can do any of the other ordinances that you do. You have the 2 rooms, what do they call it? I forget what they're called, but the 2 rooms that are in there that are important. I know originally there were 4 and we've taken it down to 2. I know that. So I appreciate that again, I say, but we're looking at, could this be 70 feet? I don't know how we answer that. I mean, is there anybody in the room that can answer that? That's one of our problems, by the way. And you've heard me complain about that. And I've had some of your people gripe at me, write me nasty letters about who I've chosen to talk to about this. And I did that to try to get somebody's rise out of Salt Lake City who we can actually talk to. Here we are in the 9th hour of this thing. We want to give you the ordinance where you can start construction on this. And now we're in a mode of, who do we talk to? We don't have anybody to talk to. I would just strongly recommend somewhere in the future, when you do this, you're doing a whole bunch of new temples. I know that. Everyone you run into a problem almost, have somebody from Salt Lake City who decides these things. I know there's a person. I know there's a group. Yeah, there's other people that pray over it and decide on it. I get that. But there's somebody up there who decides. And we'd really like to look that person in the eye. And all this conversation we're having tonight, or about lighting, or traffic and all that kind of, we could have solved this in a couple of hours meeting, I think. But we don't know who that is. And now we're stuck. Anyway. Is there any other things that y'all would like to present to us?
I don't think so, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor, if I may,
Please.
the one thing that frustrates me the most is that I didn't really hear a reason for a steeple in this building, other than it's an architectural driven feature. Architecture can be reformulated, right? You've already done it once, so we know that architecture can be redefined. Yorba was the case that where it was changed. That's the reason why I get frustrated. I still don't understand why a steeple is so important in this temple. And if it is a symbol, if it has a meaning to the church and the church goings, I don't comprehend, and I'm sorry that I don't, but I wish somebody would make me understand that. I don't understand or comprehend why is it so different from temple to temple. The religious belief should be the same. The symbolism is the same. So why does it vary so much from one to the next? And why does it have to be so contentious every time you do one of these? We really want the building, and we're just down to just a couple of issues. I don't understand. I have not heard a good reason for the steeple.
All right. Are there any other comments, questions from the council before I open up to public comments? We have 42 people who requested an opportunity to speak. So we're going to let those folks do that if we're ready for that. Are we ready for that?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
So I'm going to open the public hearing right now.
Wow.
Again, we have there's
33 last time, 42 this time.
Holy crap. You know, when the mayor says, we just want to get somebody here that we can talk to, who'll answer our questions. Now you know what it feels like to be a Mormon.
It's the last word.
Right.
Whoever
They're asking the greatest questions, though. They're doing so well.
The
They
mic
really are.
there. So because
Wonder
we're,
why that is.
Being streamed, and then also the people that are waiting out in the lobby are also listening in on this. So try to make it where you can hear. We're going to give everybody 3 minutes to speak. So watch the 3-minute clock on there. One other thing I want to make really clear. This is not about individuals. This is not about people. This is about a zoning issue. And we have a disagreement on what someone wants to do with a particular building. But I don't want to hear any boos or cheers or clapping or anything like that. I will ask our officer in the back to remove you if that happens. So please do not do that. This is a time for respectful disagreement, if that's where we are. And we need to give everybody a chance to say their piece, and let's listen respectfully, whether we agree with that person or not. So, all right.
Mayor, may I add just one other thing?
Yes, sir.
And that is, there's no question, we want the temple. So we don't need, well, I guess you have the right to go up and talk and say, we want the temple, but we want the temple too. It just seems like it's down to the matter of the height of the steeple.
Good point. Yeah. And that's, I've had people writing about this, and I've been on, as many of you know, podcasts and different things. We never have said that the temple is not wanted. Never. This is an issue of meeting and getting closer to what our zoning is and being better integrated into the neighborhood that's over there. We have, for many people know this, we have offered, when we were going at the 174-foot level, we have offered to the church to help them find a place over on the commercial side of our town. But, that wasn't accepted, or they didn't want to do that. So we're where we are. All right, I'm just going to call, if you're in the room, come on up. If you're not in the room, somebody in the back out there our police chief, Chris, will help you in and bring you in. But so first person is, Larry Thomas. Is Larry Thomas in the room here, or is he out there? All right, if Larry Thomas is out there, I'm going to let the chief go find Larry.
This should speed things up.
He's looking for Larry.
Yeah. Hope he's not outside.
Next.
Well, yeah, I was going to do that if somebody was in. All right, let me.
Rebecca, has anyone on the ground told you? Are there a lot of people out in the lobby that aren't
come on up,
in the room itself?
Yeah, there's some overflow from what I understand, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, Dan, give them their name, and you're in Lucas. Tell them where you live.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate your arrangement in allowing us to present this conditional use permit. My name is Dan Trithall. I live at 821 Parchment Place, Lucas, Texas. I serve as a local lay leader of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and oversee several of our congregations here in the Lucas, Allen, and Fairview communities, including those that meet in the Fairview Meeting House.
Stake president.
Two of the articles of our faith address important issues of religious liberty and honoring the law. One of those states, we claim the privilege of worshiping Almighty God according to the dictates of our own conscience, and allow all men the same privilege, let them worship how, where, or what they may. The other states that we believe in being subject to kings, presidents, rulers, and magistrates, in obeying, honoring, and sustaining the law.
Just not city councils.
We are here tonight as an expression of both our religious liberty and our commitment to follow the law. It is important for me tonight to clarify misinformation about this process we have been engaged in. It's been disheartening to face mischaracterizations of our proposed temple as against the law, when it is entirely appropriate under local law and fully protected by both federal and state laws that protect religious liberties in the United States of America. Our intention has always been to collaborate openly at every stage of this process. Despite our sincere efforts to avoid conflict, we must stand firm against any actions that would impede the rights of the members of our church or any church to worship freely as protected by the laws of the land.
Who's he talking to?
With the growing membership of our church in North Texas, we need another church, another temple to allow our members to worship without being substantially burdened. And in my opinion, we need a temple considerably larger than the most recent redesign affords. We consider ourselves part of the Fairview community and really are trying to be good neighbors. We've been good neighbors for the past 11 years since the construction of our meeting house.
Up your game.
The recent redesign of the temple offers several major concessions, including a significant reduction in the overall height and size of the building. The walls have been lowered to a point that many of the habitable areas of the temple are even lower than the residential standard.
Who habitates there?
The steeple has been reduced over 54 feet from the original design. Mr. Mayor, of all the members of the council, I think you know us best. You know who we are. You've served side by side with many of the leaders of our church for many years. We've worked with your church congregation and other local congregations to change the world here in Fairview, Lucas, and Allen communities.
That's coming up.
It is. You know the kind of neighbors that we are, and we hope that tonight you and the council will vote to reaffirm the commitment you made during the mediation process. We hope that you will join with all Fairview residents and many others in the surrounding area who want this temple and who share a love for both their faith and their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Is this Larry Thomas? Come on up, Larry.
They found him.
I'd like to just give everybody a passage.
Take him out, bailiff.
We're passing around for you. Go ahead.
At least start his clock while he passes things out.
I know.
It's only fair. Come on.
I'll give one to everybody else, Larry.
Reside on Cheyenne Drive in Fairview. I'm a retired real estate professional with 30 years experience as a developer, an owner, and a consultant in zoning cases in Texas and in 13 different states. This case is unusual because in most cases, the land user normally requires zoning and necessary variances approval of the contract of what he plans to do with the property before they buy it. In all my 30 years, no one ever bought the property, then tried to change the zoning. However, it's not unusual for height and lighting to be an issue. I've had cases where McDonald's, they have a symbol, this golden arches. And they stick them up 100 feet on the highway. But when they come into a community like this, they'll put them right on the ground. Serves the same purpose. Fast foods, gas stations, they like to be up in the air too, but they'll agree to it if they want to be a part of the community. And I would love to see you put a permanent restriction on the property that fits our guidelines. And depending on state laws,
those can last for 20 to 30 years. Otherwise, you might be fighting this battle over and over. That would eliminate the owner coming back and asking for variances in the future. I support religious rights to worship in this town. Most religious communities are about faith, honesty, doing the right thing, and making good citizens with local communities. In both cases, in both sides with this case, this should be able to move forward with the way the Planning and Zoning Committee passed it. My prayer is that both sides continue to work with the existing guidelines and complete the Fairview Temple and can be a positive addition to this wonderful town. If you want to be part of a community, live by community standards, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Larry. All right, the next one up is Byron Countryman. Byron here? Hi, Byron. Brian, I'm sorry.
Chicken scratch. It's not your fault.
Okay.
You must not be from around these parts.
Tell us where you live.
Sure. Pull up my notes here. Couldn't do without my notes. My name is Brian Countryman. I live at 205 New Chester Drive here in Fairview. I'm here tonight as both a resident and a member of the church. When the temple location was announced in December 2023, it was met with great celebration and prayers of gratitude. However, we never expected the announcement would cause such opposition from some of our neighbors. We rejoice in the prospect of having a temple here, knowing the prosperity and growth that it'll bring. It's well documented that wherever temples are built, communities thrive. Some in opposition have rallied around the slogan, "Keeping it country." I believe I speak for many supporters when I say we too want to preserve Fairview's country charm. But we also want Fairview to become a landmark, a beacon of strength, a prosperous community for all walks of life.
And we've got the
We
beacon.
envision large wooded lots, open spaces, and responsible growth. The recent $276 million school bond, strongly supported even by those opposing the temple, reflects a collective vision of our prosperous future. And many of us are excited about the prospects of the $1 billion, 2 million square foot multi-use development here in Fairview, just a mile and a half from the temple site. We fully embrace the city's tagline, where communities meet opportunity. The Yorba Linda Temple has been referenced several times by the opposition. It's true that height compromises were negotiated there, but the church still achieved 70% of their original design. Yorba Linda is unique. It's Orange County's second temple, one of only few places in the world like that. Interestingly enough, the month before the first planning meeting for this temple, the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department hosted a forum in Orange County, resulting in a letter being sent to every municipality in America, including Collin County and Fairview, reminding them about the protection of religious rights under our LUPA. Some concerns have been raised about traffic. The Dallas Temple was built 40 years ago on a small 2-lane road, and at that time serving over 120,000 members. Today, that temple remains without expanded roads, added signage, traffic nightmares, mass development of Latter-day Saint housing, or any of the other concerns I've heard from the opposition.
And so why would we want that
Majestic oak
here?
trees are the only things that have expanded on Willow Lane. The church has also made a significant effort to find common ground and comply with the city's lighting ordinances. In their comments last week, the P&Z board failed to distinguish between security, landscape, and accent lighting, and when they applied a broad rule requiring all lights to be completely off, including on holidays and for safety purposes. They also required the use of 3,000 Kelvin lighting rather than 4,000 currently allowed. The P&Z's 20-foot height restriction would prevent many residents from hanging holiday lights or installing necessary safety lighting. Two wrongs don't make a right, but I know firsthand that many porch, carriage, mailbox, and floodlights in most of our communities today are not fully compliant with the dark skies ordinance due to the lack of shielding. These overly strict requirements and one-sided guidelines are unfair to the church and not consistent with the standards practiced by other buildings in the city.
Brian.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much.
See you, Byron.
The opposition, the opposition,
Mr.
the opposition.
Jones?
That says it all.
Oh, Jason.
These seem to be legal briefs rather than reasons that the church should be building this.
I know that one guy
Either
said
crying or legal.
Jones, 380 Collinwood Drive, Mr. Mayor,
Hi, Jason.
Council. Thank you so much for meeting with us tonight. The latest census data that I can find shows we have roughly 3,500 households in Fairview. As I understand it, there are about 1,000 homes in Heritage Ranch that are a variance or at variance from our 1 acre minimums. As you know, this is my hometown. I loved growing up in it. I loved having an acre of space. But where you have 29% of the households in this town that already experience an exception from the residential laws, I really have a hard time understanding why some of the variances we've asked for are so hard. Very candidly, every time I go to the Dallas Temple, architecturally, I'm a little disappointed that it's not taller. It was compromised there, and I really think it would be more beautiful if it had been met with its original design intent. I want to go to a building that looks ecclesiastical, that has a point on it. I wish we had seen once again the renderings of what the shadow study is and how few people will actually be able to see the temple from their homes. I don't understand why something that's so narrow and so small and is set back so far from everybody is causing such a big contention. It reminds me a little of arriving at home to find an argument over an AP art history assignment. My daughter was struggling to understand or her teacher or the assignment. My wife happens to hold a degree from the University of London, an advanced degree in art history. The teacher or my daughter had gotten wrong something. I was trying to arbitrate. I feel like throughout this whole process, we found ourselves as either the student trying to figure it out, maybe the teacher with limited resources who may have made a mistake, or maybe the expert that's trying to explain it, but also maintain love and kindness all the way around. For everybody in this town and for everybody associated, I'm really grateful for the learning that we have all done. There are countless hours for all of us, right? You all most especially. And I'm grateful for the additional understanding that continues to present itself. And I'm optimistic that as we continue to understand better, including the height, and maybe as an aside, have you looked at the last part of Exodus or Leviticus or Numbers? Can you imagine what they said to Moses? Why do we need goat hair to cover the tabernacle? I don't know what he said. I don't know if there was a great explanation. But in the principle of trying to follow what the tabernacle is or was, that's how we regard the temple. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Again, I appreciate all of the learning and all of the service here.
Oh, Jesus. Why don't you just say it's from God and be done with it, okay? I don't know this guy, but I think his daughter must be Veruca Salt.
Is Dana here?
Because that's what he was saying. We want it this way. I want it this way because I want it.
Yep. Higher and higher. I want it
higher.
taller.
It makes me happier. I feel better. I really like it.
I live at 800 Creekwood Drive North, and I would much rather read what my husband has to say. This is all getting very emotional, and we seem to talk about the same old things over and over. But I just want to be on record of saying thank you for being generous to them. But can we keep the height at the exception of 68 feet and keep the lighting down? I live around the corner, and it's not necessarily a personal one, but listening to everybody talk at the meetings I've attended, it's kind of, we've forgotten what this is all about. I appreciate the religious aspect, but they'll know we are Christians by our love. And I think Fairview has been very welcoming to everyone. And many of my neighbors are members of the church. So anyway, thank you for these moments. And I know you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
It's not the love. It's the handshakes. That's how you know a Christian.
This is Rick Jacobs. There he is. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Rick Jacobs, and I live at 800 Creekwood Drive North in River Oaks 1 of Fairview. I'll keep this short. I've sent you all several emails listing all my opposition, so I won't repeat those right now, waste your time. You've already hopefully read some of those. But to tell the truth, I still do not want any kind of temple that's going to affect our peaceful neighborhood. However, for the sake of an extreme compromise, I would understand that a temple with a spire of 68 feet 3 inches and not an inch higher, a name with Fairview in it, which I think has been taken care of now, and lighting that will absolutely conform to Fairview requirements. That would be something I would certainly consider if they follow those guidelines. I know you'll do the right thing and keep Fairview country. Oh, a couple of concerns that I still have. Well, this one I think has been taken care of too. I was going to ask if anybody on the town council has spoken with any of the leadership, senior leadership, or decision makers of the LDS Church.
Not going to happen.
You explained that that hasn't happened. Okay.
Too busy. Too
Oh,
early.
the other thing that when the Fairview people speak, they're addressing the council, but they're also addressing the LDS Church. They're telling them their concerns, their beliefs, what they want. Again, they're addressing the LDS Church, not just the town council. But I haven't heard anyone from the LDS Church address the Fairview residents directly. These residents all have concerns, you know that. What we'd like the LDS Church to do is try to convince the residents that they'll be a good neighbor, not just say they'll be a good neighbor, specifically and detailed how they'll do that. Again, try to convince us that you're trying to be a good neighbor and how you'll do that. And also how you'll improve the life. I think someone said the town around other temples have improved. I'm not so sure that'll happen here. I'd like to know, though, how they'll improve the quality of life of the Fairview residents. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Rick.
A theocracy doesn't have to talk to people at all.
There you are.
They're
I would
never
just
going to
table
talk
the damn
to
thing until they came down from their holy mount in Salt Lake City and actually talked to people. Like human beings.
They used to.
Drive in
They used to
Fairview.
confer with towns.
I'm actually someone who gets to vote for y'all. Just wanted to make note that we have lit up the water tower green tonight to show how much that we love our town and the importance of the deliberations taking place here tonight, the P&Z and the town council. We want to thank you for your service. To citizens on both sides of the issue who live in Fairview, we look forward to a reconciliation and a strong future for Fairview. I will add a couple of things that the height is a big deal. It needs to be lowered, as Mayor Lester was saying, to an appropriate level that P&Z has approved. And I think the majority of us that are against it would be okay with that. And that the lighting needs to be addressed and lowered. I'm not sure if it's been considered just lighting the front facade and keeping River Oaks and Bridlegate, or Bridlewood, which one is it? Bridlegate, keeping them dark. I know my in-laws live in River Oaks, and having the lighting go towards the back sides of the property is going to light up that neighborhood. And that's just not right. I mean, we're dark skies, we're in the country for a reason, and we'd like to keep it that way. So I think the lighting is vital and the height is vital. I would hope that the town council does compromise with them. Of course, we want them to have their temple, but they need to adhere to our ordinances and be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Amy Campbell.
Okay. Thank you all for letting us be here tonight. I'm Amy Campbell and I live on Forest Grove Estates Road in Allen. So I'm a neighbor and I am here speaking about the traffic issue because I travel Stacy Road. So, and all of my friends here travel Stacy Road as well as all of our LDS friends. So Based on the discussion at Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the traffic impact analysis provided by the LDS, Fairview is waiting for the final determination of the traffic impact from TxDOT. Tonight, the town council should approve the CUP recommendations of P&Z with an additional condition. And that is that no on-site construction should start until a revised and updated traffic impact analysis is provided, which shows no significant traffic impacts due to the proposed temple, and a document is provided from TxDOT concurring with the revised and updated traffic impact analysis. So, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amy.
That was a nice
Doris
respite.
James. Hi, Doris.
Hello, Mayor Lester and Honorable Council. I'm grateful to be here and be with you. I'm Doris James. My husband and I moved to Fairview about 24 years ago, and we currently reside at 801 Creekwood Drive South in Fairview. I'm grateful to be here tonight and want to offer my support for the construction of the LDS Temple in Fairview. Having been a professional member of the American Society of Interior Designers for over 40 years, I'm keenly aware of the impact that one's surroundings can have. Religious structures in particular can lift, elevate, inspire, and create a sense of peace and well-being. I know we all want that in these turbulent times. Thank you. Throughout the history of architecture, churches and synagogues and cathedrals have been the heart of communities, causing residents to gaze heavenward and evoking feelings of hope and safety, and becoming places of refuge. It's a great honor for us as a town, and a tribute to the members of this fine community, that the Fairview's been selected to receive a temple. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is renowned for its construction of majestic temples throughout the world, and there's only 350 or so temples in existence, and the fact that we were selected to receive one is a great blessing and honor to our community and a great reflection on this community.
After Prosper.
The skills of
We'll
the
have to
finest
Prosper, right.
craftsmen and the
20
best
seconds.
materials will be used in creating a place of profound beauty. The newly proposed low-profile, single level temple design will integrate gracefully into the surroundings. Now, I do want to address just a moment the community, as was asked, and share a story with you about a dear friend of mine who is from Indiana and was there at the construction of the Indiana Temple. She and her husband just lived a few blocks from the temple. At first, the residents were kind of hesitant to embrace the idea of a temple. But with time, as they saw the beauty of the construction come forward, they were amazed. And as the landscaping went in, they were even more impressed. But after the temple opened, they discovered that the neighbors were invited to come to the temple grounds and to take part in the feelings that are there and the serenity and meditate. Mothers began pushing strollers with their babies to come and see during the hours the temple was open.
Serenity now.
Their grandchildren to see the new flowers as they were planted. And before long, they weren't saying
by the members,
their temple or that temple, but they began to say it's our temple. And I hope that that, with all my heart, will be the case for Fairview. And I say this, thank you.
Thank you, Doris.
Did you almost say close in the name of the
And
Savior?
I say this.
Almost did
And
it.
I say this in the name of
And that's a faith promoting rumor. They tell this over and over. People are reluctant and then they get on board. This is the faith promoting rumor that they use over and over.
You related there somehow.
Oh.
Related.
I say these
My name
things.
is Terry James of 801 Creekwood Drive South.
Testimony
We've
is
been
named in the
Fairview
bearing of it.
community now for almost 25 years.
Is this John Carradine?
Well, I'm going to get right to the kind of the heart of the issue here, which I think that which is of interest to you, and that is height. Couple of points. In the continental United States, there are 155 temples, all in the U.S. mainland. One of those temples does not have a steeple. That's in Mesa, Arizona, where I was married.
It's a flat roof. It's patterned after the Temple of Solomon 3,000 years ago. 99.5 of temples in this country have a steeple. Second, and this is a use case. This happened in Boston, Massachusetts. Some of you may be aware of this. But the church had a desire to build a temple there. What happened was that there was people who in the neighborhood that didn't want a temple there, filed a lawsuit. And the lawsuit was, well, we don't want you to build a temple. And the second lawsuit was, well, we don't want you to have a temple. It's kind of a steeple. First lawsuit was won by the church, which says, yeah, you can build a temple. It was built without a steeple. The steeple then case just went on to the Supreme Court in Massachusetts.
Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Rebecca.
What was the outcome of that?
Is John Carradine lying?
This is the outcome. I'm going to read it to you.
LDS senators proposed our LUPA, and here we are today.
It is not for judges to determine whether the inclusion of a particular architectural feature is necessary for a particular religion. That was one item. Here's the
You
second.
haven't even said it's necessary or how.
The opinion also said that there is clear evidence that the church values, this quote, the church values an ascendancy of space for the religious ceremonies performed in temples. She was referring to height. So here was a community that didn't want any kind of steeple whatsoever. Then you took the case in Yorba Linda. What was that? Well, okay, they start out at 99 feet, they end up at 70 feet. Be good neighbors. That was a compromise there. So if you're the church, where do you go? I mean, every place you turn, there's going to be this, people want this, they want that, they want this. It's all over the board. So how do you, as an organization, come up to appease all the varied kinds of wishes and wants that people have? I think
follow
we
the
need to-
rules.
By following the statute,
You can
yeah.
hold to this 120 foot. I was non-binding mediation. I think that works. I hope that you will consider that as good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you,
It's a
sir.
misconception. Oh,
What was
yeah,
the
they
zoning?
don't want it. They do. They're
Doctor,
just protecting
what
their
was the
code
zoning in
and
the
their
Boston
zoning.
case? Was it a residential zoning?
It was a residential zone.
Are you sure?
To my understanding, it was a residential zone.
I don't think it was.
Take that, Atticus Finch, in your
Yeah.
face.
But again, this is where we got our LUPA, right? This is where we got it. 3 LDS senators introduced it, and it seemed like a good idea, right? Protect religious freedom. The LDS Church uses this as a weapon to do exactly
That was a hell of a moment.
Religious
That
privilege.
was a hell of a moment right there.
Nolan Godfrey?
What were you going to say, Landon, while he walks out?
I was going to say that it's somewhat dishonest to be making these
Council.
claims.
Nolan Godfrey, I'm a Fairview resident of 14 years, living at 340 Cambridge Drive. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the special meeting to consider this matter. And I also appreciate the mediation that happened. I obviously wasn't a part of that, but Mayor, I appreciate the concessions that you made that you may not have wanted to make to try and come to a compromise. I'm a strong supporter of the proposed temple in Fairview. I think context about the temple is really important, not only for those that support it. I also think that context of Fairview neighbors that are concerned how it will impact them and their lifestyle here is equally important. And I'm grateful for everyone that has voiced that over the last year. I think comments made earlier, I think we've learned a lot from one another. I hope it has increased mutual respect and understanding. For me as a church member, the temple is the pinnacle of my religious experience and my worship. It is a great and visible symbol of my membership in the Church of Jesus Christ. Because of this, the design, the beauty, and the temple experience I have is important to me. It helps me remember the Lord, helps me worship Him, and find added purpose and meaning in my family relationships. For many church members, a temple that is beautifully designed, built, and decorated enhances and elevates that heavenly symbolism and experience, not only when seeing it or entering it, but worshiping in it. Many members put
It looks
pictures
the
of the
same
temple
inside.
in their homes. We put them in our chapels as a reminder of this symbol.
And on their tombstones.
Steeples and spires, as we know, and Mayor, I appreciate you acknowledging that. I know those are important. They're religious symbols. They have been for centuries and they continue to be. In the case of the temple being considered tonight, personally, I think it is much more beautiful than the original design that the church put forward. I love it. I can't wait to see it. I hope we get to see it on Stacy Road soon. Is it higher than 68 feet, which is the height of the current chapel steeple? Yes, it is. Do I think that the way this temple has been designed and proposed adds to the temple as this symbol of my membership? I do. I think it's beautiful. I would be very pleased to have a picture of it in our chapel, in my home, share it with my friends and my neighbors.
Instead of a picture of Jesus.
It's fundamentally different from chapels, which is part of the important context to keep in mind, and part of the reason why the design is so different, and part of the reason why the height, I think, is a consideration. It's a place where heaven and earth can meet, and I can't think of a better place for heaven and earth to meet than right here in Fairview, Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want,
Oh my gosh. And they're
I
thinking,
want
why
to
do you
say
need to
on
show your
this,
neighbor temple pictures if they're going to have the damn thing right next
in
door?
out their window.
Say it fast, Landon.
I was going to say it's disingenuous to say, how are we supposed to know the requirements? Because they gave you the requirement at the last
There we go.
council meeting when it was turned down, and they said, come back with these specs and we'll approve it. And they changed, they didn't come back meeting those. So.
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Dry. My address is 1725 Stacy Road in Fairview, Texas. My family and I have lived in the area for almost 16 years, and I've been practicing as a physician in the area since we moved here. I have been a member of the Church of Jesus Christ since 1987. I was in college at the time in Natchitoches, Louisiana. The closest temple to us then was the Dallas, Texas Temple. It had been dedicated in 1984. It was closed 3 years after it was dedicated because it was built too small. It served Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Louisiana, Arkansas. The total membership at that time was about 170,000 in the area. Today, now the church has many more temples, but just one in the DFW area so far, but it serves twice as many members just in the Dallas, Texas area. Temple was built to accommodate what it was being seen at the time. How special Fairview is to have this opportunity to have a temple built here. In the whole world, there are only 203 dedicated temples. There are another 179 temples either planned, under construction, or with their dedication scheduled. I have visited probably 20 to 25 of those temples in the United States. In each and every one of them, you can feel the Spirit of the Lord reside there. You feel closer to your Father in heaven. You should, after all. It is his house.
But you can't go in.
You don't have to be a member to be on the grounds of the temple. We encourage you and even invite you to visit.
They
We
say
ask
that like
that you
it's a
just
feature.
respect the quiet reverence that should preside over the area. I would just like to thank both the city council and the church representatives for ironing this out. Personally, I'm afraid that we may be building it too small. The church did with that in the original Dallas temple. As I said last Thursday night, everything is bigger in Texas, just not in Fairview.
My recollection was the temple itself wasn't too small, but there was a problem with the hallways, which are around, and the traffic of people walking through that had
That's
to
another
be.
faith promoting rumor that they needed a bigger temple.
Hang on, sorry.
Hang in there.
This is also the
Snow,
third
I live
temple
at
in the
120
Dallas-Fort Worth
Weston Drive
area,
in Fairview.
so-
A church steeple is a universal religious symbol throughout the world. Starting about the 8th century, the use of spires, steeples, and towers on Christian buildings became commonplace. In fact, they are probably the signature physical characteristic of a Christian worship center. However, I've been to a lot of these meetings, as most of the people in here have, and a lot of our temples that don't have spires have been brought up. So I'd like to address some of that. Give you a little short history. The Cardston, Alberta, the Laie, Hawaii, and Mesa, Arizona temples were all built without steeples. They all have kind of a neoclassical design, similar to a government building or a federal courthouse. This made sense at the time because they were all built around early 20th century. It made sense because at the time there was a lot of persecution against the church in this country, and they wanted to streamline. They wanted to fit in both politically and culturally. The Tucson, Arizona temple that you may reference today actually does have, it's not a steeple, but it is a dome. And if you've been to Tucson and look around, it fits in. It is very Southwestern. The entire community is built like that. It fits the architecture. The Yorba Linda Temple. We used to live in California before we came here. Yorba Linda does not look like Fairview, Texas. It does not have, there are so many churches here. It does not look the same. So it fits the architecture there. It would not fit in the architecture we have here. And Paris, France, that temple is built right next to or very close to the Palace of Versailles. If you look up that building, the architecture is very flat, straight across. And guess what? The temple also does that exact same thing. My point is this: temples are planned and designed to fit in their specific location and enhance the beauty of the area. Fairview is no different. Although the spires aren't required for worship, they're not required for what happens inside. They are definitely symbolic. They show a widespread belief in a higher power. It's one of the things I loved when I came to Texas, because there are church and spires everywhere, all throughout Fairview. The steeple in the Fairview Temple will not only be a symbol for our church, but can and will symbolize a commitment to a higher being for the entire community. It will naturally draw everyone's eyes, both members of our faith and members of all faiths, upward toward heaven. The recognizability of symbols is what gives them meaning. The temple steeple needs to be above the roof lines. It needs to be seen. I'm not asking to build my own house on Stacy Road. It's a CUP for a religious building.
Holly,
I ask you to approve this.
thank you.
You know, I find it objectionable that Mormons seem to have no compunction anymore about linking themselves with apostate Christian sects. It furthers their purpose.
It is crazy. And they really think everyone sees the steeple the same way they do. After this last year, I guarantee those residents will not look at that and have those feelings.
A cross is also a universal
Hello,
symbol.
my name is
Gotta
Cindy
put
Jones.
that
I
on.
live at 380 Collinwood Drive, Fairview, Texas. Usually after the temple, we love to celebrate. And our favorite way of celebrating is getting food. In fact, I can't remember a time I've been to the temple and not gotten food after. Usually Baskin Robbins, really good. Anyway, I've heard it been said that this temple is not for the community. But really, I truly believe this temple will work wonders in supporting local businesses. The businesses in Fairview have been struggling. Let me read you this review I found on TripAdvisor. Dead Mall. I have lived in the Cortado Lofts in Fairview Town Center since 2012. It has gone way downhill. Many places closing and parking is terrible. Management does nothing but create problems for residents. Boozy's Pie 314, Purple Cow, The Point Skate Shop, Bubbles Cafe, the Farmers Market, K.M. Rosa, and Bolero, and now Macy's, all gone, leaving this failed mall. I remember coming home the day after the Point Skate Shop closed to my brother in tears. We used to skateboard there all the time. I truly believe that this temple will bring life back to the Fairview community. This temple will bring a place for people to celebrate right at these local businesses and help save struggling businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Yes, that was a good argument.
Thank you,
Let's
Butler.
learn something new there.
I like ice cream.
There she is.
Unfortunately, Mormons are also notoriously cheap.
Exactly.
Hi, Nikki.
Hey, you're almost done. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it, Mayor. Okay, my name is Nikki Butler. I live at 681 Oakmont Court here in Fairview. Tonight, I wanted to express my support for the proposed temple in Fairview and to share a little bit about what it will mean for our Fairview community. The temple is not a busy or noisy place. It's a reverent house of worship. The grounds will be beautifully landscaped and maintained, not just for the comfort of those who attend, but also for the community as a peaceful, open space for reflection and calm, something I truly believe only enhances the rural charm and tranquility of Fairview. I see this temple not as a disruption, but as a quiet and respectful addition, a place that fits well within the peaceful, valued-centered life that we all appreciate here in Fairview. Some have questioned the impact that a temple may have on Fairview. I'd like to reassure you that it aligns beautifully with the town's commitment to keeping it country. What is more small town than a skyline dotted with steeples? Towns filled with houses of worship is a quintessential Texas small town trait. I have attended and spoken in support of the temple at each P&Z and town council meeting held over the past year, not just because I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but because I'm a member of Fairview. I truly do love this Fairview community, and I know that a temple will be a beautiful addition to our beautiful town. I sincerely appreciate the thoughtful consideration of this new application, and I want to thank the mayor and the town council members for entering into this mediation to find a resolution of compromise for both the town and the temple I love. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Gary Carter.
My name's Gary Carter. I live at 1000 Timber Lane. Been there for over 25 years. I think we're close. We're very close. I like what I hear about some of the things they said they would do with the lighting, turning them off, those sorts of things. I think aside from the height issue that you've already brought up, the biggest challenge we have is the upward facing lights. Upward facing lights will scatter off that side of that building and up into the night sky. Can you imagine if I were to take 900 lumen lamps, an array of those, spray the front of my house with that light, and what light would be reflected back to your house across the street? That's a very bright. That's 2.5 times brighter than the parking lot lights now reflect off the concrete. That's extremely bright. Downward facing lights would be the option. If they would put downward facing lights fully shielded on the building, I think we've got a home run here. On the height, I want to remind you that we've had cases in this town where our 35-foot limit caused people to rip the roof lines down and replace them. We have held tight to our ordinance on height. I encourage you to do so here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And that is true, that last example. Helen Dunham.
Helen Dunham. Hi, how are you? Yeah. Helen Dunham, 151 Horseshoe Bend. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Thank you for your time tonight. Last week, the P&Z Commission voted to recommend the approval of the applicant's cup with conditions to the Town Council. Many of us agree that such an enormous glowing structure belongs in a commercial zone, not built on the crest of a hill that serves to magnify its height in a residential area. Believe me, you will be able to tell the difference between the meeting house and the temple. In Fairview Code Ordinance Section 14.02.517 A and B, it states that the governing body of the town may take into consideration lights and aesthetic appearance. I'm going to skip over the lighting since Gary already covered it. B says the aesthetic appearance of the use and other sensory effects that the use may have on established character of the neighborhood, its property, and the property within the town as a whole. The proposed height of the temple is almost twice the height as any other religious facility in Fairview. The height is solely an aesthetic characteristic that is objectionable to thousands of Fairview residents. This temple will set a new height precedent for Fairview, forever altering the established rural character of our neighborhood and the town as a whole. I applaud the current P&Z Commission for understanding the importance of zoning laws and the implications of setting new precedents, basically rewriting the zoning laws of Fairview. I urge you to follow the recommendation of the P&Z Commission in approving the applicant's CUP with conditions. It allows the LDS temple to be built while capping the maximum height to 68 feet 3 inches, almost twice the height previously allowed in a residential zone. Along with the other conditions recommended by the P&Z, it is a fair compromise. Please do not decide the future of our town based on fear. The applicant has threatened our town with lawsuits from the very beginning, ramping up their intimidation tactics. Please be brave, stand your ground, and protect the residents of Fairview and their property. This is why you were elected. We are with you. Our fight is being watched all over America, even other parts of the world. They're watching to see how you will decide the future of our town and small towns like Fairview all over the United States. Will this town council's legacy be one of protecting residential zoning laws and saving Fairview, or continuing the destruction of our town for fear of lawsuits? How will you be remembered? Hopefully as a hero and not a zero. Thank you.
Wow, stand your ground. Best talk all night. Best comments I've heard.
That was a good one.
She's here. There she is.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Melissa McNeely. I live in Allen. I live at 1420 Spyglass Drive in Lost Creek Ranch, just across the street, not far from the temple site.
This is the church
I have a
spokeswoman.
personal story to share with you if you'll indulge me for just a moment. Nearly 11 years ago on Memorial Day weekend, my mother was killed in a head-on collision at the intersection of Lost Creek Ranch and Stacy Road. The driver was under the influence of synthetic marijuana and had a suspended license for repeat offenses of driving while inhibited. My mother was a member of the congregation in Fairview of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She had been with a group of women from church and was driving home from that meeting, and she was on the phone with my father as they discussed their plans that night for their weekly date night. Stacy at that point was a 2-lane road, and the driver became impatient with a slow van driving in front of him. So he crossed the center median, hitting my mother head on and killing her instantly. My mother, who was 59, left behind 4 children, their spouses, and 13 grandchildren, one of whom she never met. Living in Lost Creek Ranch and having the site of your parents' death literally at the entrance to your neighborhood is something that I've had to learn to deal with. Of course, it took time, but now I do this regularly by walking or running past the intersection and blowing a kiss to heaven to my mom, who's still my guardian angel watching over me.
We feel bad for
In
you.
the
You
fall
can
of
have your temple.
2023, when my church announced the location of the next temple for North Texas to this spot in Stacy, this spot in Fairview on Stacy Road, the significance was not lost on me because this intersection has been sacred to me for some time. Temples to members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are the house of the Lord. They are literally where heaven and earth meet. That's why the spire is important. When I go to work as a volunteer or worship as a patron in the Dallas Temple, I feel my mom close. I know that she's watching over me. I know that she loves me. I know that she's proud of me. It's our belief that families can be together forever through sacred ceremonies performed in temples, so I know that I will be with her again. Even today's date is another God wink, because you see, April 29th is my parents' wedding anniversary of being sealed in the Los Angeles temple 47 years ago, something that can only be done in temples. I want a temple built here so that this site can be sacred for many more people, where people can go worship, pray, feel peace, and create forever families.
Feel something.
I feel a mediated temple is fair, it's a good compromise, and I'm eager to see it get built. I ask you to approve it. Thank you.
I know my dead mom wants this temple built.
No, we're all sorry for her loss. This is the church spokeswoman who makes statements in the newspaper, online,
Gosh,
and also on
she's
the
getting
news.
paid for that drivel?
She is the church spokeswoman, yes.
Oh my gosh, I think she needs to get fired.
Well, it's a sad story. It's very unfortunate.
Well, it doesn't sound manipulative at all.
I'm Margie Smith from 281 Paddock Trail here in Fairview. And Henry stole my thunder with the whole Yorba Linda timeline, but I'll go over it quickly. Yorba Linda is a small town of 66,000 residents in Southern California with similar zoning regulations and precedents to Fairview. Their experience with a CUP application for an LDS temple is also similar to Fairview, but they were treated in a neighborly fashion and were successful in maintaining existing zoning laws and precedents. So here's the timeline. March 29th, 2022, the LDS held a meeting for the Yorba Linda residents, presenting a temple with a 107-foot spire. The residents pushed back on both the height of the spire and the lighting. 7 weeks later, LDS presented their project to the Yorba Linda Planning and Zoning Commission with a 99.4-foot spire. Residents continued to push back, and the commissioners also expressed their concerns. At the end of the night, P&Z conditionally approved the CUP, subject to 101 conditions for approval. One of those conditions limited the spire height to 70 feet, the precedent for the spire at another religious facility in Yorba Linda. 30 days later, on June 10th, an updated rendering of the LDS temple was presented with 70 feet as the spire height. And the church's communication director stated, "We did that as a courtesy to our neighbors. We feel under the admonition of our Savior that we're supposed to love our neighbors. It was important to us that they felt they had input in it. We also make sure that we're good neighbors and trying to facilitate a building that would fit in the architecture of our community, but also be very distinctive for an LDS building." Only 8 days later, the LDS held a groundbreaking. It took less than 3 months from that first informational meeting until the groundbreaking for construction. Yet here we are in a year after a Fairview open house, still in conflict over the height of the temple steeple, lighting, and traffic. The Fairview Town Council can approve this CUP application tonight with the conditions recommended by P&Z, including that the building not exceed current height precedents and abide by every element of the Fairview Dark Sky Ordinance. We're already making concessions by not enforcing the impervious coverage limitation and roof heights precedent. But we should not exceed the lighting or steeple height. Patrons inside cannot even see up into the steeple, so it does not affect their ordinance and ceremonies. And with the 12-foot elevation difference between properties,
Margie.
this will appear as it's 80 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
Oh, there go my legs. But I'll
She's
have
not
some more
wrong.
shortly, I hope.
Lisa Ford on?
Nope, Yorba Linda, that they, for some reason, worked with them. They did have stricter zoning codes there, less wiggle room, but they definitely worked with the residents and listened to them. And the temple was started right away. It's not the town that's stopping the temple, it's the church.
Lisa.
Get that going.
I'm short.
Yeah.
I'm Lisa Foradori. I live at 190 Horseshoe Bend. Firstly, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the council members for their unwavering support of our town. We acknowledge that this role often goes unappreciated, yet it holds substantial importance. Thanks to all of you. The U.S. DOJ Civil Rights Division letter dated March 2024 states, to be clear, our LUPA does not provide a blanket exemption from local zoning or landmarking laws. That was just done last year, probably for cases like this. We respectfully request that the council uphold the P&Z updates approved last week. It would be difficult to prove a burden on religious freedom with limited conditions approved by P&Z. They are asking for a commercial building on a residential lot. And as you've stated, Mr. Lessner, you've actually solved it by saying you can build a commercial building on a commercial lot. But that resolution was not taken. This is not religious persecution. It is deliberate decisions made by LDS decision makers to infringe upon residents' rights to uphold the character and ordinances of our town. Fairview formally requests agreements that are consistent with those granted to other towns.
for height. Granting them exception would set a precedent for all future RE1 buildings. The CUP is a request for exceptions. There is no requirement to agree to a 120-foot steeple. The non-binding, yes, non-binding document says up to 120 feet. That document is useless as LDS did not submit a new CUP in January per the agreement and instead sent a letter of intent to sue us. LDS has compromised, as you heard, your Belinda, Phoenix, Tucson. For lighting, we ask that you preserve our dark skies to maintain the character of our town. There have been no CUP requests in RE1 zoned areas in the history of the town of Fairview that challenge the dark sky ordinances. This demonstrates how the town and citizens are committed to this aspect of our town's character. We respectfully request Town Council approve lighting that is consistent with Fairview dark skies codes and LDS precedents of compromise shown to other cities and towns, Heber Valley, Lone Mountain, Cody, and the proposed in Flagstaff. These examples demonstrate that Fairview requests do not interfere with LDS's community's ability to practice their religion. Current decisions by leaders appear to weaken the legal argument that height and lighting are protected under our LUPA. We ask that you do not give up. In previous temple disputes, LDS threatened legal action, but eventually compromised with communities. Fairview has a strong case, as LDS owns the CUP president and is actively asserts its religion today. The town reserves remain sufficient, delaying the need for new taxes. Homeowners back current ordinances and will continue to actively support the town with actions and resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was great. And she's not wrong. The church broke the non-binding agreement by not submitting the application until 2 months later.
Is there any way to make it not so cold? All right.
If only you had bright temple lighting shining into your room, then you might be warm.
Ken and I are good, huh? Oh, okay. Ken's sitting on his hands. Okay. All right. Paul Lawrence.
My name is Paul Lawrence. I live at 1206 Arroyo Blanco Street in Fairview, and I am in support of the Fairview Temple. I've been thinking about the dark skies ordinance. I don't like the thought of our temple lighting adding unnecessary excess light pollution to the night sky in Fairview. So I looked into it and wanted to share a few of the things that I learned. A measure of how dark the skies are in an area is essentially the reflection of what the light level of the faintest visible star to the naked eye would be, given the light pollution present. Star brightness is measured on a logarithmic scale called magnitude. So the limiting magnitude indicates what the brightness level is of the faintest star that can be seen in an area. These values are quantified and given a rating known as Bortle scale. The Bortle scale has a range of 1 to 9, where 1 has essentially no light pollution, and 9 is the level that can be found in the inner city of a major metropolitan area. I found a few different sources that cited different Bortle scale ratings for Fairview, one that showed it 7 to 8, and another that showed it indicated Fairview is 4 to 5. Assuming that the Bortle scale rating in Fairview is 4 to 5 and not 7 to 8, here's what I found. That the 30,000 square foot temple with a 120-foot spire will add 1.5 to 3 units of light radiance near its site. Townwide, this impact is minimal and would raise the total nighttime light by only 2 to 3% if the temple building is compliant with the lighting ordinances. Another point to consider with this is the sky glow impact. Continuous exterior lighting may increase sky glow near the temple by 0.3 to 0.5 magnitude per arc second squared, slightly brightening the local night sky. However, Fairview's sky remains largely unchanged townwide, with a negligible 0.05 to 0.1 magnitude per arc second squared rise, which means that there will be minimal disruption to the broader dark sky environment. The temple building itself represents 0.012% of the town of Fairview, and the 8.16 acre parcel represents 0.147% of our town. I have a pretty consistent routine every morning, Monday through Friday, of going to the gym at 24-Hour Fitness off Stacy and Highway 5. So I pass by the proposed temple site and the other churches on my way to the gym. At about 4:45 in the morning, the most light I see is at the Chase Oaks Church parking lot. That parking lot is lit up like a candle. It's all night long. Those lights don't turn off. So I believe that as long as the temple stays within the lighting ordinance, which it is, then the impact on the dark sky will be very minimal, which I was glad to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
You forgot to leave his polished apple.
Stephen Fedori.
Stephen Fordori. I live in Horseshoe Bend in Fairview. Been a resident for over 20 years. Tonight, I just want to note that I am in support of the P&Z's approval of the LDS Cup with all the conditions put in place, except for the naming condition. Personally, I could care less what they call the building. I won't be able to worship there or enter it, so that's irrelevant to me. But
Most won't.
I will be looking at that building every day. So I do support all of the other conditions related to the zoning and dark sky ordinances. And I hope that all the council members vote in the same manner as the P&Z did, and they have presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Tina,
I just want a smoking area in front of the temple.
That's a good question. Can you walk around and smoke? Can you have a picnic? Could you have a glass of wine on the grounds? It's a question. They keep promoting
My
the
name
grounds.
is Tina Dry, and I live at 1725 Stacy Road here in Fairview. Please note my strong support for the temple for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. As I shared in planning and zoning, I would appreciate your consideration of supporting the LDS temple and also your support of Fairview residents who desire to have this temple. We too value the beauty of the surrounding area in which we have lived for over 15 years in our town of Fairview. And we know that we can continue to have this as well as this temple for our worship. My father was an educator, as am I, and he always taught our family that often we have more alike than we have different. We all desire good homes, strong community, strong family bonds, and as so many of you do, the opportunity to worship.
And a huge temple in the middle of town.
The Church of Jesus Christ, I eagerly look forward to the peace and prayerful worship of Jesus Christ that will be found here for faithful members, and allow us the steeple that fits the architecture of this design and fits this area of North Texas. The temple and surrounding grounds will offer the opportunity for individual, quiet reflection, peace, and prayer. The grounds at the Dallas Temple have given me a chance to sit quietly with a prayer in my heart, without other distractions, and to get inspiration on how to support one of our children during a time of big decisions. As parents and grandparents, I think we all seek that kind of help. And I look forward to having a temple so close by without traffic jams and accidents and 75 of travel. The beautiful landscape grounds of this temple in Fairview, Texas, can be that quiet place of reflection, prayer, and solitude for all of our community. Thank you for your consideration of how this temple will support the values and beauty of an area that make the town of Fairview a place that we can all be proud to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Because without this temple, there is no pride in Fairview.
Does anyone spend time on temple grounds
Very
who
good.
is not
No.
LDS? I mean, is it really a thing? No, they don't.
No,
And I
nobody
feel like
does
you
that.
couldn't do certain things. And I feel like looking at the temple on the ground, you'd go, what is that? You just kind of be uneasy. My
It's
place
all
of
gonna
quiet
take the
reflection
jacked up-
is the Walmart parking lot.
My family
We'll take your jacked up
in my
pickup
car.
and leave roadies in the grass.
Latter-day Saint. We originally moved to Fairview in 2008. We love Fairview so much that when our youngest was about 6 years old and wanting to be good neighbors, we started participating in the town cleanup efforts, picking up trash in our park and trail areas many times.
With our yellow shirts
We've
on.
even walked along busy Country Club Road, all 8 of us with trash bags in hand, as the cars have whizzed by picking up garbage. Many of the physically abled members of the LDS Fairview congregation have done this multiple times as well. Members of our church appear in the Fairview Town newsletter every time a cleanup takes place. We take pride in keeping our town a beautiful and comfortable place to live. The thing is, we love the Lord, his gospel, and his holy temple even more. We enjoy the beauty and comfort that it brings. Those who oppose the temple have argued about the sewage water needs, the lighting, the size, and the height. There are also those who just don't want another Mormon church built here. And so here we are once again, asking that the solutions and compromises made by the LDS be good enough for approval. The height seems to be the biggest issue. We all know the motto, not another inch. We also know the right of religious freedom, with our LUPA backing it up, makes it possible for there to be an allowance so that people can worship as they may. Biblically, temples are referred to as the mountain of the Lord. There is a reason ancient temples were often either built on top of mountains or built to be a mountain. It draws the mind and eye upward. I understand the argument that the LDS Church has smaller temples in other parts of the world. That is fine for those areas, but for our area, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is asking for an allowance so that we can build a temple that we deem proper and necessary for this area. I know you all are aware that in 2006, a motion was made to approve the conditional use permit for the Creekwood Church. As
do not go there.
Of a 150-foot bell tower.
Do not go there.
Conditions were met. It states in the minutes of that meeting, quote, "There was a discussion of the bells, but the tower height did not seem to be a problem," close quote. All members of council voted in favor, and it was sent back to P&Z with a note that, quote, "Council has no problem with the tower," close quote. We are asking for 120 feet. That was 150. If this bell tower was up for discussion instead of the height of the temple,
No CUP.
the LDS members would be here in support of it, because it is harmonious with our belief and so many others that the height symbolizes the mountain of the Lord and helps us think about God. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Jane.
I'm sorry, that bell tower thing. They did send it back to P&Z to work out the height, and it never was worked out, and it was never signed, and it was never built, but they still hang their hat on that.
It was exactly what's happening here. It was,
Yes.
the cup was approved with conditions,
With
and those
conditions.
conditions had to be met, and they never met them.
And they never
So
were, and they withdrew it. So you
I'm
can't
Doug
have it
Benson.
both
I live
ways.
at 826 Dewberry Lane in Fairview. I'm 18 years old and a senior at Lovejoy High School. I will be speaking about the height of the temple. During my years in school, I've participated in many activities, including the wrestling team, National Honor Society, PALS or Peer Assisted Learning, program for students with special needs, and I'm the senior class vice president. All these activities have been rewarding, but of all the things I've done, the activity that has been the most fun, but also the most demanding, was my 4 years in the Lovejoy football team. Though the games were only played in the fall, it's a grueling year-round sport. 6 a.m. in the off season, 4:30 a.m. during the season. It's a lot and not for everyone, but suiting up on those few Friday nights under the lights in front of the whole community makes it worthwhile. So what keeps us going? Every morning for years, I parked in the shadow of the Lovejoy football stadium and its press box. It's the tallest, most recognizable building on campus. While the stadium is used by a few sports, everyone knows it's built to that size and certainly that capacity for Friday nights in the fall when the whole town comes together as a community and packs in to watch football. We only use the stadium properly 5 or 6 times a year, but it stands majestically all year round as a reminder of why we get up so early, why we push our bodies so hard, and what our goals are. From the time I was in elementary school, I dreamed of being big enough and good enough to play in that big stadium. On Friday night, every morning when I park in the stadium, every morning when I park the car in the shadow of that towering press box, it reminded me of that goal and motivated me to achieve that dream. That large stadium is foundational to the sport. It's both a reminder and a symbol of our goals, and it's inspiring. The temple is also a large and majestic building, which in addition to other things, serves as a symbol. Every time I see or visit the temple, it reminds me that I'm a Christian and to do good and to be good, as well as my goal is to be married there one day. And its size is also foundational to its purpose. Football could be played in a remote dirt field with no seats, no stands, no lights, no scoreboard, and no spectators. But it's
Yes,
not.
you could.
It's not played like that anywhere, but especially not in Texas. The tipple could be a portable tent like it was in the times of the Old Testament, but that's not how God does it in 2025. It wouldn't be nearly as beautiful, it wouldn't be a reminder, and certainly wouldn't be inspiring. And honestly, it would be quite disrespectful to God, who has given all of us not only the necessary freedom that permits us to have this discussion, but the very breath we're using to have it. The temple is the house of the Lord, and out of respect for him who has given us everything, it should be built in the most inspiring and majestic manner possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed.
Does
Go
the stadium meet the codes of the town? It's a question.
Tiffany Thompson.
You know, people might actually show up for a football game.
Touchdown for
Hello.
Jesus.
Hi.
Tiffany.
Hi. My name is Tiffany Thompson, and I've been a resident of Fairview for the last 10 years. I live at 826 Dewberry Lane. We moved to the area in 2013 and to Fairview in 2015. It's an amazing community. We've raised 5 kids here. You just met one of them. That was my
You did well there.
That was my son. 3 of my children have graduated from Lovejoy High School. 1 will graduate next month. That's Judd. You just heard from him. And then we have a sophomore currently enrolled. I know we are addressing the height and lighting today, but I'd also like to talk about how as soon as those issues are resolved, it will help keep our youth safe. So today I'd like to speak about keeping our teenagers safe. We chose this community because of the great people. I think there are many of those great people here tonight who care so much about Fairview, and I'm grateful to be in a community like that. We chose it because of the excellent schools, the safe environment to raise our kids. Our friends here are diverse in religion, race, culture, and politics. I'm grateful for those differences and the way they've enriched our lives and made us better people. While we don't always agree, I know our neighbors love and support their kids just as I do mine. Raising kids isn't a job for the weak. It truly takes a village, and I believe Fairview is that village. I'm in favor of the temple. Our church has made many compromises in many areas of the plan and has submitted a smaller version that aligns with city laws and now needs approval. I appreciate all of you who are here, all of you who serve on the town council and give your time freely for the good of our community. I want to focus on how this temple in Fairview will benefit our youth, particularly our teenagers who attend and serve there. In Dallas, there are over 33,000 car accidents each year, including 200 fatal crashes. Many of those involve teenagers. A temple in Fairview would help keep our local youth closer to home and off the dangerous highways. I've served on many PTO boards, committees, and booster clubs. The constant topic is how to protect and guide our children. Many of those who will come to worship at the temple will be teenagers. These are local teens trying to choose good paths despite being bombarded by harmful influences every day. Why wouldn't we support something that encourages good values, service, and righteous living? And when given the opportunity, also makes it safe for our youth. Why wouldn't we support that? There are already so many temptations and negative influences that can derail our youth and lead to heartbreak. We've been hearing about the tragedies happening recently in Frisco and beyond. Let's not ignore them. As a community, it's our job to come together as a village to raise, guide, and protect our teens, regardless of their background, and help them choose good. Please approve the temple here in Fairview. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
For the safety of the teens, we should have a temple built on every corner.
Mentioned accidents in youth. When youth attend the temple for ordinance work, let me get closer to the mic. Do they typically travel there with adult sponsors or do they drive themselves?
Both.
So what do they typically do though?
So
More than one. I'm just
my son
curious.
drives himself and my daughter. So
That's the typically, so it was my understanding that usually they go as a group, adult sponsor. Is that not true?
well, they do also. Yes, the younger ones do also go with who do not drive. Will go with an adult sponsor. Yes, and they caravan. They follow each other. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tiffany.
How is that council member
Karen.
so well informed?
He seems to have his finger on the pulse of what happens on youth temple trips.
Hold
Good
on.
for him.
I got to put my glasses on. Oh, it's Bailey. Sorry, Karen.
Thank you.
Well, if I have them on, then I can't see you that like that.
There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, it's good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and your service. It's very well appreciated. I'm in favor of the temple. My name is Karen Bailey. Excuse me. I'm 417 Black Diamond Court. I'm in favor of the temple, the new design, and the steeple. I'm grateful for all the efforts made.
Hey, Karen, talk a little closer.
Oh, sure. I'm grateful for all the efforts made in attempt to come to a mutually beneficial conclusion by all the parties. Mayor, I'd personally like to thank you publicly. We've run into each other a couple of times and we've had some very candid and honest conversations, and you have been sincere and you have been respectful. And I never felt that there was anything more important in our conversation than what I had to say, and you listened closely. So thank you for that. I believe there were times we could have all done a little better in our attempts to communicate on these issues, because oftentimes false facts were circulated, and yet there has to be a way to harmonious resolution that actually factors in our flaws. Look, we're all different and we have personal preferences that are important to each of us. Hence that hefty Texas truck debate between the Ford and the Chevy. My career credentials include both international and domestic real estate law. As we know, we refer to the process we've all been through, aside from tedious and long, as due process. That happens when we hear each other out, to understand each other's wants, wishes, and preferences, and then come to an agreement critically without prejudice. You ask why the tall steeple. I ask, why not?
Bobby
The lighting
Kennedy.
is not an issue. We've come to that conclusion. The spire, not a precedence or not a preference. This building will be beautiful. I think the design will be an asset to our community. As Judd said, inspiring and majestic. And as I've mentioned before, sometimes we simply just don't know what we don't know. Funny little side fact, the Eiffel Tower, which of course dwarfs our temple to a minuscule percent, is a monument that people travel the world to see. And a study published from a college here in Texas shows that many people did not prefer it for all the reasons. They just didn't know it could be more than they ever thought it could be for their fair city. As we work through our differences, I believe we'll be an ever stronger and blessed community. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Lee Moore.
Hello, Lee Moore, 1840 Hammerley Drive. I want to start by expressing my genuine appreciation for your service. This isn't an easy job, and I doubt any of you expected to be the town of Fairview's last hope to protect our ordinances and dark skies when you put your name on the ballot. But yet here you are, and I'm proud that you've stayed strong despite the threats of lawsuits that came from the very beginning, on the very first day, from their very own church sanctuary. And as you make this decision today, please remember two critical points. First, your decision isn't just for today or those in this room. It's for our children, our grandchildren, and the precedents set for the future of this town. Second, you'll never regret making the right decision, but you will regret making the wrong one. This will be your legacy, and that's what you'll be remembered for. Again, the precedents you set for the future of our town. Will you guys be heroes? Well, we pray that you will be. Today, I'm asking that you approve the CUP with the P&Z conditions added last Thursday. I appreciate the name change from McKinney to Fairview. However, this was simply a neighborly thing to do and a sign that our P&Z wanted the temple to be viewed as part of our community. It was never an absolute condition for approval, and we're grateful that the LDS leadership agreed. Council members, please don't fall for the bait and switch of we gave you the name change, so give us all these exceptions, or the misleading narrative of we've made so many compromises. As applicants, they don't get to make compromises. They get to ask for them, and then you get to decide. The conditions added to the CUP last Thursday bring the temple design into compliance with our zoning precedents. We know that there are over 30 temples worldwide with similar square footage, but have smaller steeples than the 120 feet. And just today, it was stated that the 120 feet was merely symbolism, which should be the same from temple to temple, but apparently it's not. It should be noted that if you approve the CUP with the proposed conditions and then the LDS lawyers reject it, that reveals that this is about getting their way and not about having a temple in Fairview. Every speech last Tuesday that supported the temple could be accommodated with these P&Z conditions. So if the lawyers reject it now, it's against their own members. One speaker claimed that the citizen zoning precedents were a minority, but that's actually a majority in our town that won't benefit the temple since we aren't permitted to enter. Yet we'll all have to live with any future religious entities requesting the same exceptions granted today. So in conclusion, I hope you choose our town's character over threats in the billion-dollar organization, be David against the Goliath, vote to accept the CUP with the P&Z conditions. Remember, applying our existing ordinances fairly isn't religious discrimination, it's good governance. Let's get that temple started the right way.
Thank you, Lee.
Very good. Very good.
Very good. I just got a picture of the water tower all lit up green. It's absolutely beautiful. I sent it to you, Bill. We can show it later, but it's very inspiring, like the water tower.
Somebody was asking why it is that I and you are so hostile against the church. I don't know if I am, but if I am, it's because they're lying all the time.
Here in
People
Town
think-
Council, Jay Jones. I live at 360 Collinwood Drive, Fairview, Texas. It's been a long road to get us here tonight. I begin by expressing my gratitude for your service and for your vote tonight, based on my assumption that you'll honor the agreement from the mediation and vote to approve this temple as proposed, with a steeple of 120 feet. It's been a very frustrating process for most of us. Your representation of those opposed to the temple has been very dedicated and impressive. The representation of those in favor of the temple has been very disappointing. We didn't make much progress until both parties went to mediation, at which time major concessions were offered by the church and the realities of state and national laws to protect religious freedom.
Is he clenching?
I quote Mayor Lester in the December 3rd council meeting, the big deal from our perspective was the size of the building. And they came down to a one-story building, which was a significant concession on their part. End of quote.
You're the
The
applicant.
smaller temple represents a dramatic concession by the Church of Jesus Christ and will limit our capacity to serve and worship. The square footage was reduced by a third, the steeple was reduced by 54 feet, and the number of instruction rooms was cut in half, 4 to 2.
Never asked to reduce size.
In the days when Christ walked the earth, he taught in the synagogues and in the temple. There was a big difference between a synagogue and the temple, just as there's a big difference between our meeting house and the temple.
There's only one temple.
Higher and a holier place. We want to reflect that difference in the size, scope, and aesthetics of this temple, including the height of the steeple. 68 feet is the height of our meeting house. You say, why is it so high? Because just a few years before that, the 2013 approval of it, a 154-foot bell tower was approved a mile away down the street. So 68 feet.
Do not go there.
When they were still expecting to build that. In the 39 years we've lived in Fairview, we've never seen the kind of contention, divisiveness, and disunity.
And you brought it all on yourself.
And what started it?
You mofo.
Even so, for nearly 4 decades, we've lived, worked, and raised our family in this town. Gone to ball games, musical programs, all kinds of things, with wonderful neighbors.
See, he could go to the football games.
Side by side. It will take time and effort to reunite our town, and we will do it. because many good people on both sides are striving to love God and love our neighbor, fellow man. I request your approval of this temple. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Notice that he quoted what he said about a smaller temple, but they gave specifically, again, the requirements that they had to come back with in order to meet the zoning, and they
Yep.
did not do that.
That
So
damn bell tower. And the town will be reunited after we get our way, right? Is what he's basically, I couldn't hear half of it. Sorry. That
After the
whispery
dirty
voice.
bomb goes off, they'll be united.
Yeah, exactly. And they always say that. You guys will understand once it's built. You'll see. You'll love it.
Yes.
Promise. Always.
You have to pass the bill before you find out what's in it.
This is
once the lawsuit's over,
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
all come together.
The last one? No, I had Connie Jones. That's with Jay.
I think we're up
Okay.
to about 29
Hold on.
speakers. I'm kind
It
of
was
trying to keep
43,
track.
wasn't it?
44. So we're on the flip side, but we probably have about
See her.
14 left to go, maybe by my count, maybe 13.
Thanks
So
for keeping
it's
track
going
of that.
quickly.
Hold on, you know I'm not technically savvy. All right. Here we go. Good evening, Mayor Lessner, council members, and town officials. I'm Claudia Mayer and have lived at 500 Lost Creek Trail for 25 and a half years. Tonight, each of you has the unique opportunity to be a hero for our town. We have a roadmap laid out by our Planning and Zoning Commission to get the LDS temple started and put the ill will and divisiveness behind us. I urge each of you to accept this proposal and approve the conditional use permit with these well thought out conditions. Your citizens' voices have been heard by P&Z, and I know that each of you has the best interest of your constituents at heart. LDS currently has temple designs that have been built which fit within our town's residential ordinances and guidelines. This is an example of the often mentioned Yorba Linda Temple. This design has a steeple height of 70 feet. On March 31st, 2025, the First Presidency of LDS released a rendering of a temple in Guatemala that has a flat multi-level tower above the center of the building and no steeple. There are currently in the U.S. at least 20 temples that measure 30,000 square feet or more and have steeples that are less than 120 feet in height. In Texas, there are 6 open and operating temples, and only 2 are in residential neighborhoods. LDS Church leaders have said that steeple height is not essential to temple design and that size does not matter. How were others in these communities able to look up to our Lord without giant spires? What draws their eyes up to the heavens?
Sounds painful.
Seems like this is an integral rule. This integral rule regarding steeple height must only apply to the steeple height proposed here in Fairview, Texas. Please also consider that approximately 120 Fairview residents are identified members of the LDS Church. That is only 1.1% of your town population, meaning approximately 10,880 residents will not be allowed to enter and utilize this huge facility. Walking around, reflecting, and enjoying those beautifully landscaped grounds inside the 6-foot-tall steel fence will not be an option for the huge majority of Fairview. The cup and the reasonable conditions as presented will allow the LDS to have their temple and still preserve our residential dark skies and height and size ordinances. If this is not acceptable to the applicant, we have commercial locations still available within the beautiful town of Fairview. In the March 30th issue of the Dallas Morning News, Mayor Lessner is quoted as saying the temple soaring height would be out of place. Yes, because it's in a residential zone. He continues with, they're coming into our town and asking us to accept something that's out of our zoning codes, and they're expecting us to roll over. That's not how it worked, Lessner said.
Claudia.
Tonight is your opportunity to not roll over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Claudia.
I'm surprised someone hasn't suggested they install a couple of
Hello.
horseshoe pits on the temple grounds.
Millard?
If they opened a
I know those
barbecue
gates-
place on the grounds, that might help.
And a
might help. The
barbecue
gates
pit.
are locked.
Absolutely.
The gates are locked often. They say you can just wander around, but you can't.
Good evening.
It's a little more strict than that.
My name's Marlo Ballard, and I live at 130 Horseshoe Bend in Fairview. I've been there for 22 years. I would like to correct some misinformation regarding the non-binding memorandum of settlement
between Fairview and the LDS. The parties did not agree to a 120-foot building. That is not in the mediation agreement. Item 1C of the memorandum states, total height of structure, including steeple and spire, not to exceed 120 feet. Therefore, the town council can approve a temple less than 120 feet and still comply with the mediation agreement. I made this amateur rendering to demonstrate that a temple can be beautiful, maintain symbolism, and be functional while still respecting Fairview zoning. The only difference between this building and the one that the LDS submitted is the height of the roof and the steeple. It has the same square footage and therefore the same amount of space for sacred ordinances. Both steeples will draw the eyes heavenward, the only difference being the angle at which you'll look up. I did the math, and if you're standing at Stacy Road looking at the temple, the difference is around 10 degrees. Surely 10 degrees is not a substantial burden on religious freedom. Surely 10 degrees does not impede the ability of LDS architects to create symbolism that is so important. The LDS only encounter resistance when they try to build very large, very bright buildings in residential areas, not when they build buildings in commercial zones. 8 of the 10 Texas temples are in commercial or business zones. Only the Dallas Temple and Fairview are in residential zones. At its essence, this is a fight to preserve the rural character of Fairview in the areas east of Highway 5. Many LDS members have insinuated that we're bigots and claimed that we wouldn't oppose a similar Baptist or Methodist church. This couldn't be farther from the truth. One needs only review the town's comprehensive plan or the historical zoning challenges we fought and won to see that we've been working to keep it country for decades. We cannot and will not accept an insidious erosion of commercial-like buildings east of Highway 5. We desperately want you to understand that these giant buildings with blaring lights are the antithesis of everything Fairview holds near and dear. So please build your temple, but do so in a way that honors and respects the rural character of Fairview and doesn't set a new and unbearable precedent for Fairview.
Thank you, Marlo.
I liked how when the lady was turning around with
Julia
that
Roberts.
temple, it looked like she was flipping off the audience.
Okay, I'm counting that was the 31st speaker, 31st or 32nd. So we are getting there. And then, of course, there'll be all that discussion and questions and debate among the town council members. So hold on to your hats.
Roberts, 3960 Summit Court in Fairview. I support the P&Z recommendation to approve the temple with the conditions outlined by the P&Z with possible additional conditions. This is a residential zoned area that churches can be a part of, but churches should follow our codes and ordinances. The height precedence is 68.3. This will be seen taller, however, by 12 feet because of the elevation. So at 68.3, it will appear 80 feet, about 80 feet. We have worked hard to keep our night sky ordinance. The bright lights the LDS would like to have could impact the families and children who live in that neighborhood. Having to retrofit their homes to protect themselves, such as adding landscape or to add some kind of light blockage to the windows, changing when they sleep, or putting children to bed at a decent time would be affected by the extreme lights. Artificial lights at night can disrupt natural sleep patterns and have negative effects on human health. On the other temple, some of the other temples, a less reflective surface has been used. Why can't that be used here? And at the very beginning, Mayor, you asked who in the leadership can give me an answer, or who can I talk to? Well, I found somebody online. They did talk about this, and it's actually their president, Russell Nelson. Some of y'all may have already heard him say this. Their president, Russell Nelson, says it's not the number of temples
It's not the location, it's not the architecture, it's the ordinances inside. If the LDS choose to go against what their president says, if they choose to disrespect our neighbors and our building codes, we are prepared to fight. We stand behind you, our town council. Please do not cave to fear. We will be here to support you. As well as I think that you have gained a lot of national support as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Corey.
the mayor could run for president.
At this point, yes. There it is. There's the lit water tower that they mentioned that they did. I just love that. Look at that picture.
Okay.
I think we have about 12 more speakers to go. So
Are they out in the hallway?
I don't know. And maybe they've gone home or maybe they've gone to McDonald's. They talked about McDonald's so much. I'm kind of craving a fillet of fish.
They could have died of old age.
First, thank all of you for your time and effort that you have put into our town. It's very much appreciated. I'm Carolyn Erickson. I live at 1346 Ranch House Drive in Fairview's Ranch, Fairview, Texas. And I support the planning and zoning resolution to approve the temple with conditions. The country feel that we have here in Fairview is more than just country. It's the feeling. It's the dark skies. I mean, I sit on my patio at night and I look up to the sky and I see the stars and I pray and I do feel, closer to God. And that may be true for all of us. But for me, nature is where I find solace in addition to my church. I would like now to address the Heritage Ranch development and why it's so different from the other areas of the town. It's because I was on the council. I served 21 years on the council. And I was on the council when that issue came up. The property was unannexed and the property owner had the opportunity to either go to McKinney or Fairview. And so Fairview went to him and asked him to annex into Fairview. And the development we have there is what he had requested. That development has the dark skies. It meets our tree ordinances. It cannot be seen from Stacy Road. It fits into the neighborhood. Another issue on the Creekwood Church, I was on the council when that was discussed. And yes, the tower was discussed and sent to planning and zoning for further consideration. The height of the tower was not approved. It was discussed. And the minutes are incorrect. And at the next meeting, we corrected them to reflect that,
Carolyn,
to omit that.
I'm going to make an exception.
Greetings, brothers and
This
sisters.
information
Welcome to the
for
weekly.
Everybody is really important. So go ahead,
Okay.
but do it kind of quickly.
Okay, we discussed it and there was some pros and cons on the height of the tower. And that was one reason why it was sent to planning and zoning. When the minutes came up at the next meeting for approval, the wording was there that the council had discussed it, which implied, that it might have been approved. I objected to that, and I asked that the minutes be amended to show, well, not to reword it, to show that it wasn't a full, that no one had approved it. And
And the result was an ordinance that did not approve it.
sorry,
The result was an ordinance that did not approve it.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay, so I need to stop there. Okay.
okay.
Thank you very much, Carolyn.
Okay,
Thank you
I'm
for the history.
sorry.
No, it's,
I talk slowly, I'm
It's all right.
fixing, and I just, so, thank you.
thank you, Carolyn.
Thanks.
It was important for people to hear that.
Okay.
So we know. All
Thank
right,
you, Carolyn.
Virginia Manowitz.
Absolutely. You heard it there. The council said, yeah, the height, whatever, build it, but send it back down to planning and zoning to discuss. The bell tower is a moot
I do.
point. We have a whole episode
I
on
know
that.
your kids.
Yes, and that's a point I was going to make.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, hello to you and the council and to all of Fairview. Don't some of you recognize me? The person that did harmony all the time at Lovejoy School. And we taught about how not to have fear and what if somebody was scared or, different things to do. I've been around for a long, long time. I've been here 47 years. My husband was in McKinney in 1958, graduating from high school when Fairview became an incorporated town. And we have seen all the things that have happened. Everybody's happy. Everything was growing. We loved Lovejoy. I mean, Lovejoy was probably the reason it brought most of us out here. Brought us here with our 8 children. And I mean, a lot of us in the church were serving. We're at Lovejoy. I remember one time the woman said to me at the school, if it weren't for you LDS women, we wouldn't have a program here. I mean, we serve, we love all of you.
We love to serve.
We want to get along. We should get along. But we want this temple, yes, we do. That's one thing I loved about Fairview as at God churches. Do you know that Stacy Road was just a old road, just getting out further here. It was country. I hate to tell y'all, it's not country anymore. When all these big houses started up and all these, farmers sold off their land and all these houses became, big and bright, and they have lights too. Some of them have tall trees, but at the same time, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
She was
We
sent there
want-
by Brigham Young to settle Fairview, God damn it.
Make a beautiful building out of
We
this.
love you, but we want what we
But
want
you
when
know
we want
what?
it.
I love
Gosh darn
seeing
it.
people that rise above the trees. It's a Christian feeling, and I'm sure every single one of you believe in Christ.
That's why there's a cross on
I
top.
believe in Christ. This is a house of the Lord. You may call your church building or your whatever you worship in the house of the Lord. We should be able to work this out. A steeple is important. I will say my husband and I oversaw the construction, the San Antonio Temple and the Nauvoo Temple. And the Houston Temple is in a neighborhood. So is San Antonio. It's got commercial across the street, kind of like we do here in Fairview. But oh boy, my time's up. How come? Because I talk all the time, but I guess I
Oh,
can't
geez.
just get it
Oh,
out
my
fast
God.
enough. We love you. We love your service. We love you.
We love your service. We serve your love.
Love you too.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Virginia.
She seems lovely.
Is she the fast and testimony character?
I like her.
person?
She seems lovely.
She's a
Okay.
great person. Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay.
As all the members are great people. That's
No,
what
they
we're
are
saying.
not.
They're being used as collateral damage from the institution and the corporate side.
The one thing they're not saying is if this temple were 70 or 80 feet tall, we would love it just as much.
Well, they said they had to have 173 until they were told that they had to have 120. So when they're told that they're going to get 68, they're still going to love it. It's all arbitrary. Woo, even my dog agrees.
Are you speaking in tongues?
For 3 hours, guys, vote a couple chairs out there for us old timers, please. All right, I'd like to think of myself as a person of common sense, okay?
Everybody does.
I can't believe we're having this argument over this spire. For every ordinance, for that matter, for every law, there's a reason for it. We call it the spirit of the law, the spirit of the ordinance.
I know where this
Why is it made? We're not talking a 14-story building here, folks. We're talking a skinny little spire. It's the symbolism.
There is no spirit of the
It's
ordinance.
the Chevy insignia on the back of the truck. It unifies. It's the eyeball and the triangle of the dollar in your pockets. Or how about the cross of Christianity?
Which we don't have on our temple, by the way.
Some folks, they could
We do
care
have the
less.
all-seeing eye, though.
Okay. But board, for some, for many, it's very important. And I ask you to consider
125 of us in the city.
voting yes for that LDS building as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
It's only a spire.
Okay.
Both sides
So-
are
so
saying that. It's only a
It's only ridiculous when it's 120 feet. If they're asking for 80, that's
Howdy.
ridiculous.
Right.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Noah Craig. I live at 1007 Hyde Park Drive in McKinney. So I want to appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I speak to you as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as a neighbor who is going to be impacted by the decisions of this council tonight, and as someone who also cares deeply about this community. If you allow me to tell a brief story, you guys maybe are not going to relate to this very well, but when my wife and I
All about
were
stories.
first married,
Hope his
we
mom's
had
okay.
our first big argument, like big.
About a
It
temple
was
spire?
about money.
These Mormons
One of
argue
us,
a lot,
I'm
don't
not
they?
gonna say who it was, may have spent what the other considered way too much on a gaming computer. At the time, this was a very serious issue in our relationship.
This is where the congregation laughs fake.
Relationship ending serious. And it felt that way. And the crazy thing was, we had never actually discussed what too much meant. There was no rule, there was no number. We both just had our own expectations,
Exactly.
but we talked it
Arbitrary.
through, we figured it out, and we are still happily married to this day. Please make sure the record reflects that. Now, I bring that up because to me, the current debate over the height of the proposed temple feels very similar. There is no ordinance in Fairview that limits how tall a church can be. No codified rule that says this high
Codified.
or higher.
Codified.
We find ourselves in the middle of this polarizing disagreement over what's acceptable, just like my wife and I did. In this case, though, what's at stake isn't just preferences or opinions, it's religious expression. Under federal law, towns cannot impose substantial burdens on a religious group's use of land unless there's a compelling government interest applied through the least restrictive means. That's not just a principle, it's binding law. And courts have made clear that aesthetic concerns or even public opposition are not compelling reasons to restrict a faith group's worship space, especially when no written rule is being violated. The height of the temple, particularly the spire, is a meaningful expression of our faith and a form of symbolic speech. It's part of how we remember, not just as we point our eyes to the heavens, that we also ought to turn our hearts to a higher power as well. To deny that with no ordinance expressly prohibiting it would not just be unfair, it crosses into legal vulnerability. Just like in my marriage, though, I believe this disagreement does not need to be a breaking point. We can talk it through, find common ground. I believe the mediation represented a good faith effort on both parts to come to an agreement and to do just that. And so the best way is to proceed now by approving the proposal as submitted with respect to religious freedom, our laws, and each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Yeah, the funny part is his wife's getting a no contact order, kicking him out of the house right now while he's at the meeting.
They were married in a temple with a very tall steeple, so they're fine. But again, no one can say why it's a
Don't answer.
religious burden. Nobody can
Don't
defend
answer.
why you need the steeple. They can't say it. The council has asked over and over, help us understand why. Cricket.
And it's not a burden, it's a substantial burden. They can't put a
Substantial burden.
substantial burden on
Yep.
them. And so
Yep.
they can't even answer
Sharon,
how
that's-
it's a burden. So
Yeah.
how can they claim it's a substantial
I didn't
burden?
have my glasses on. It is Sharon.
Yeah, it's a problem. They
Sharon.
ask over and over,
You
help us understand, and no one can give an answer.
Forest Oaks Court in Fairview, Texas. Anyway, sorry, this just, it feels a lot like Groundhog Day. I feel like I've been up here several times. But let me start out by saying that I do live near this proposed temple on the street, actually directly behind it. I have no issues with the LDS Church building a temple here in Fairview. I have friends that are members of the LDS Church, and they are very kind and loving people. What I do have an issue with is the church's leaders' disregard for the town's ordinances and precedents. We have heard from so many different opinions of people who have stood up here where I'm standing. So today I'm not going to stand up here and give you my opinion. I'm just going to give you some facts and debunk some of the statements that people up here have stated repeatedly in past meetings. Starting with, nobody will be able to see this proposed temple from their home. No, I can tell you for a fact that this is not true. I have been in my neighbors' homes. Some of them can see it from every window in the back of their house. And my dear friend Rose, who could not be here tonight, can see it from every window in the front of her home. And for those saying that this will not affect property values, well, as a realtor, I can tell you that this is also not correct. To put it simply, let's put a 12-story structure 165 feet from your back fence and light it up from the hours of 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day and see if it doesn't affect your property value. Unless, of course, you are lucky enough to have a buyer that is a member of the LDS Church. It is required to have is it required to have the lights on days when the temple is closed? Well, after doing some research on that as well, I discovered that there are temples in other cities that turn off their lights on days that they are closed, like Sundays, Mondays, and holidays. As one LDS member I found online put it, because electricity costs money, so it is fiscally and environmentally responsible to do so. The electric bills are paid out of the tithes of the faithful. Church leaders are prudent stewards of these sacred funds, and all members should be too. That's why we turn out the lights behind us. All LDS temples are at least 120 feet tall. Well, we all know that that's now not true. And before you say that it's because the congregation in this area is so big that the size of the temple is necessary, let me remind you that the LDS temple currently being built in Yorba Linda, California, which will be completed later this year, is 70 feet tall, but it has the same square footage inside as this proposed temple, around 30,000 square feet. So
Raggy.
interesting that the same amount of people will fit in a 70-foot tall temple than will fit in a 120-foot tall temple. So I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to finish by circling to LDS Church Elder David Bednar words, who stated that there is no such thing as small temples. They're all temples. All temples are significant and equally important for their purpose, which is to offer access to the power of the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, she did good. She did good. She's exposing the Mormons for the liars they are. Mark, have you noticed this yet? How much the Mormons
They
lie
believe
here?
what they're saying. They believe what they're saying. They've been told that. That's what I'm saying. They've been misled, and they are collateral damage in this situation.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to note that I'm a Fairview resident. I live in 120 Western Drive in Fairview, Texas. I'm a member of the church, and I would like to speak a little bit about the lighting. Let's call your attention to this topic because from the beginning, the church has been willing to comply with the town's ordinances. That has never been in question, and we're not asking for any accommodations for that in the application. And since the question was asked, I would also like to clarify that the Supreme Court issued a statement on January 8th for the Boston, Massachusetts temple, and they approved it for a residential area. We were here because the church does not want to build a residential house in a residential area. and it's not a church either. It's a temple and it's a house of the Lord. So things like Yorba Linda or those other cities, and we're asking for this because we know that is what the Lord wants. And thank you for your time.
Somebody wanted to see me with those legs, Bill. That's what I was trying to
Is it
do. I
London or London?
apologize.
Yep. And there it is. The Lord wants it. That really is the quiet part they have to all say out loud. There's no other
Lord wants
reasonable
it.
explanation, but the Lord wants what he
And
wants when
no
he wants it. And that's it.
Not
That's the only
sure
defense.
she wanted to speak. She just wanted to make a comment. She out there? So she wrote something. So it says, I only wish to register my vote to comply with P&Z at 63. Oh, okay. All right, moving on. We have Liesel.
Liesel?
Liesel from the
Is she
Sound of
15
Music.
going on 16?
I'm filling up this whole freaking notebook. Look at this. I haven't worked so hard since
Good evening.
college.
Good evening. I'm Liesel Thompson Jones. I live at 521 Kentucky Lane. Been part of Fairview since my father bought property in 1978. And I know Miss Manowitz from Lovejoy and her children. I just want to say that I agree with planning and zoning. I support the conditions that they've put forth. I think the lighting is a huge issue. I grew up on 6 acres. My sister now lives there. And I was over there the other day, sitting in the backyard, looking over the pond and realizing how beautiful it is. And I've always known that. And that's why my sister lives there. But I find peace there, and it's dark and it's so pretty, and people come and fish and do all sorts of things at our house. And it's just, I think it's very important to stay within keeping us a dark sky. And, you know, they're saying the architecture is to fit the town, but it obviously isn't, because we don't want a large temple with a giant spire. So that's all.
Thank you.
It almost sounded like a
Thank you so
giant
much.
spider.
Yeah.
Spencer Parks.
Madam, you got to come with me now.
You got to wait in line, Liesel.
I'm sorry. We found a warrant for your arrest in Missouri.
Is Spencer Parks in here? There he comes.
It seemed like that's what happened. That was an ice
Someone
agent.
escorted out.
We won't be seeing her again.
Es mi traductor. Hablo español.
Okay.
¿Está bien?
She would like to speak if I can translate for her.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Buenas noches, señores del consejo.
Buenas
Good evening.
Estoy muy agradecida con mi Padre Celestial por estar aquí, por esta oportunidad que me da de poder hablar con ustedes.
I'm thankful to my Heavenly Father to be able to speak to all of you.
Estoy bien agradecida con ustedes por este momento que es muy importante para nosotros.
I'm very thankful for this moment that is so important to all of us.
Estaba pensando estos días y meditando
I've been thinking and pondering,
y me hacía muchas preguntas.
and I've been asking myself many things.
¿Por qué no podemos tener nuestro templo? ¿Por qué nuestro templo tiene muchas limitaciones?
Why is it difficult for us to have a temple? Why are there many limitations?
Y me remito a la Constitución de esta República y digo, en la Constitución no hay nada que nos diga qué alto, qué ancho, qué angosto.
I think of the Constitution that does not talk about height or width or limitations that we've been discussing.
Pero somos respetuosos del criterio de ustedes. Y solamente estoy aquí para solicitarles a ustedes que puedan tener este criterio hacia nosotros y esta consideración que estamos nosotros solicitando.
I respectfully come before you and we ask that you will consider our petition.
Para mí es muy importante el porqué de este templo.
The reason for this temple is so important to
Lo
me.
voy a explicar en unas sencillas palabras.
In simple words, I'd like to say
Es un lugar donde allí encuentro la paz y la tranquilidad
it's a special place where I find peace and serenity
que cada uno de nosotros siempre estamos anhelando.
that each one of us is searching for.
Y esto yo lo encuentro allí.
And that's something that I find there.
Estar en la presencia de nuestro Padre, el que todo lo creó,
To be
el que
in,
todo lo crea.
to feel of my Father's presence, He who created everything.
Y estoy aquí para solicitar su consideración. Amo este evangelio y espero continuar ahí.
I ask that you'll consider this. I love the gospel and I want to continue in the gospel path.
Ahora le cedo la palabra a mi compañero.
May I speak as well? Okay.
No, not right. Well, we ran out of time. So no.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
He means independently.
She should be
Oh, you
giving
do?
this
Okay,
speech to
girl.
the church. Her
Thanks,
simple
Doc.
faith. The church is the one stopping them from having a
I'm in
temple,
Central Parks. I live
not
in
the council. The
Texas,
church needs to hear her.
Washington
I said
Street.
testimony.
Inscribed on every temple are the words, holiness to the Lord. His presence is felt there. Our Father in heaven will cause his presence to be felt there. Holiness to the Lord. How does our Father in heaven feel if we are placing limits on his house where his presence will be felt?
God is going to be
Desire
mad
to
at
worship
you.
God with all of our
He
hearts.
wants what he
might,
wants
and
when he
strength.
wants it. That is the
No
argument
limits do we currently
underneath
have
everything else.
on our religious freedom.
Oh my gosh.
Our ability to worship with all of our heart, might, mind, and strength is limited because of current limitations, and I ask that those limitations be lifted. I would ask the same of any religion. I would support religious freedom for any and all religions in this country where in God we trust. And I also would like to say that I'm thankful to everyone in the city and also the council for hearing our beliefs. And I thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
That's right. Listen to our feelings and our beliefs, because
A
that is
Mormon
what we
kid named
have.
Spencer.
Yeah.
Is Joel Shul here?
Noah.
Joel. This is our first resident that ever contacted us about this temple, Joel.
The next speaker.
And he lives 160 feet from the temple. He's one of those ones that will see it out of his house around the clock lit.
My
And
name
he's
is
the
Joel
very
Sheehan,
first one that reached out to us.
694 Stoke Drive. My home and where my family and I live are direct fence line. I'm here to speak on behalf of the homeowners that live within the 200 feet proximity directly in the neighborhood in River Bend. As a disabled combat veteran, I want to first and foremost thank you for serving. I think serving community and being servant leaders is the utmost important, particularly in dealing with a situation like this. I want to speak to that hand first, and I made this perfectly clear from the beginning. I want LDS to build their church. I want them to build their temple. I want them to have it. I want to have everybody have the ability. I serve this country, and I'd put and I mean this from wholeheartedly, I put my life on the line, and I would die for anyone to serve the God and how they choose, as long as it doesn't infringe upon the rights of individual rights. That being said, I believe there's a soul, and I'm a very simple person, and I know there are a lot of people in this room that are a lot smarter than I am. But I believe that this is incumbent upon us to have this, that you cannot have any religious organization, regardless of their denomination and regardless of belief, that circumvent the rights of citizens. It is this simple approach. William Bradford, who is one of a belief system, you're familiar with English law, said that you'd rather have 10 bad things happen or 10 guilty people than one innocent man be tried and convicted. I'm that person. My neighbors are these people. Okay. They knew what we can and what we cannot do, particularly when we are asked to build something of this magnitude. And it is a big building. Okay. If it is passed, even at the request of the P&Z at 70 feet, it will be the highest structure in Fairview. Besides one that is incorporated, for example, like the water tower and radio towers, but one that's occupied by human beings. I want to keep that in mind. This infringement, and we talked about the light, and I do appreciate some of the concessions that they've come down on, because I do that they think they have the opportunity here to close. They are the ones that can close this deal tonight. They have an opportunity today to walk away as a good neighbor. I mean, I don't think we need to go farther than look at the Lord's Bible to say, you know, what you are required to do to be a good person, that is to be a good neighbor. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Follow our laws, follow the ordinances, and do what we ask them to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joel, and thank you for your service.
Joel is amazing. I get emotional when I think about that because I can still remember, can't you, Landon, when this guy named Joel reached out and said, there's something happening in our town. I don't understand.
To address the council.
Yeah, he was a tank commander in Iraq.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was the first one. He said, I looked online. You guys know something about temples? There's something happening. Can you help us?
Yeah, the
And here we
parable of
are
the Good
tonight.
Samaritan is one of the parts of the Bible that wasn't translated correctly.
So my name's David Dietz. I live at 5136 Pond Spring Suckle in Fairview. Fun fact, according to the wiki page, comparison of temples of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, 71 feet is the most common height for these temples. 45 of 166 temples are 71 feet tall. Other temples that have been mentioned by LDS speakers were Moses' temple, 6 feet, and Solomon's temple, 45 feet. Thus, the claim the temple has to be a certain height to be holy is problematic, at least. Neither side should have a complaint on the building dimensions as agreed to by the P&Z with their conditions. The LDS Church indicated on many occasions they would follow the rules and regulations of our community, and those were written into the conditional approval. They were previously known by the LDS Church before setting their plans as the meeting room next door to this temple was the church, was a religious building which set the precedence. So again, the claim that it didn't exist is untrue because it was set by them. So I hope that this building, this church, this temple is built. I think it has great benefit to this community.
It doesn't.
But it needs to meet the conditions that were well known before. Finally, I would like to point out discrimination is the unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people. The LDS Church has claimed the town has treated them unfairly. I would claim the reverse is true, that they have treated our town unfairly. They have gone to a lot of other places. They have agreed to a lot of other terms. They have agreed to a lot of other sizes. But they come here and demand at first the largest in the state of Texas, the 10th largest in the US, the 21st largest in the world. How is that not discrimination against us, our little town? So I lay all the animosity of this issue at their feet. No one else created the animosity. They knew the terms. They have chosen to go against those terms. And as a Christian, I think that hurts the witness of Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You know, that was great. And I feel like this helps me understand to
So anyone
travel back
else?
in time and see how it
Let's
was the
just-
Mormons pissed off the Missourians and the
Yep.
Illinoisans and
Every
every place
place
they
they
moved.
went. This
Yes.
was it. Yeah. And I'm glad he brought that up. A majority of temples, or a lot of temples, are
Station,
71 feet
maybe
with a
I'll check
shorter
out
spire.
Colin. I was not planning to speak tonight, so I'm not sure if everything that was running through my head's going to come out right or not. I grew up in Southeast Texas, about an hour and a half east of Houston. When I was a teenager there, when I joined the church, the closest temple to us was Mesa, Arizona. So this is quite a huge event for me personally to have a temple this close. When we had youth temple trips, it was a week long so that we could ride charter buses to Mesa.
Dallas
spend a
is like
couple
20
days
minutes
there,
away.
and then ride back on those
Charter
buses
buses.
again. I did my internship in New Haven, Connecticut, and I remember in October, one of my friends took me to a park there in New Haven. I believe it's called Whitney Point, but it was a long time ago. And it overlooked the town of New Haven. And it was an incredible sight for me, partly because growing up in Southeast Texas, trees were green or they were brown. And those were the only colors you had. I stood on that mountain. I thought it was probably a hill. And I saw red, yellow, orange leaves that I thought you only got from Michael's to decorate your classroom in school. I did not realize that they actually came in those colors.
Oh.
The other thing that made it such an incredible vision were the steeples that stood out above all of those treetops. There are probably 15 steeples that you could see. I heard you say that people say they don't want to see anything sticking above their trees. I think seeing the steeples above those trees was awe-inspiring. I think it is a very country thing. I've been in lots of small towns in Texas. They all have large temples in them. I don't understand personally why that is such a big issue, but I do realize that it is. I've heard a lot about our LUPA, and no, our LUPA does not give us carte blanche to do whatever we want. That may be one of many reasons why we're not requesting a temple the size of Salt Lake City.
Yeah, we could have done that.
That might be another one.
We could if we
We should be
wanted. We
thankful.
could.
But it
We
also
could if we wanted.
doesn't mean that the city can limit us on what we can do. It doesn't give the city carte blanche either. And the courts have said that I don't like the looks of it. We don't like it. It's not good enough.
That's not what they're saying whatsoever.
I can't say what else I was going to say, but I do hope that you approve the temple that was agreed upon at mediation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over and over, we see people who are obviously highly educated saying the stupidest things because they're Mormon.
It's because they have been activated as a sleeper cell. When the
Here's
church
my point.
calls, they have to answer. It's really not even their fault.
I think we should designate Mormonism as a terrorist organization.
I'm going to close the public hearing.
Oh, he's closing it. Okay, here we go, guys.
Things that we need to talk to any of the representatives that are here in the room before we go upstairs.
They're gonna-
I'm going to look at the LDS attorneys. Anything you want to say?
No.
Please do.
Tonight is getting long, and so I want to just make 2 points here that I think are important.
Thank you, sir.
One is, I don't think that there's an issue over the lighting. I think what we have established is that the lights will conform to the city ordinance. The only issue is, will we turn them off 3 days during the week? We're saying no, because it's the symbol of the church building, which is why we want to have them on. We have agreed to turn them off at 11 at night and leave them off until 5 in the morning. Your ordinance is designed around dark sky. And if we're in compliance with your ordinance, I submit to you that we have met the dark sky requirement for the city, which leaves us to simply the issue about the steeple height. I was struck by one of the comments made earlier about why we're having such a big conversation about a skinny thing that sticks up 120 feet. And if the issue is that we can see it above the treetops, I submit to you that that's a
That's an argument of taste, an argument of preference. What we have tried to describe to you is that the steeple on this building is in proportion to the architectural scale. And I think many members of the church have indicated to you how important that type of spire is in their religious experience. I mentioned to you earlier, think of this as a painting, right? We don't all agree on whether this painting is good or that painting is good, but it's an important thing to the person that created the painting. And for those that love the painting, it's a wonderful thing. We're not asking everybody to love the spire, but we are asking you to recognize the fact that it is important to this religious group. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your patience with us.
Thank you, sir. All right, council, anything else?
Excuse
All
me,
right,
sir.
So
Excuse me, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to respond to the claim that they're meeting the dark sky ordinance. What I'd like to point out is this array of up-facing lights. If you look at the way our ordinance is written, it says where practicable, where possible, downward-facing lights are preferred. What they're doing is exposing what is, in my opinion, maybe a little bit of a weakness in that they're basically lighting it up with a full array of these things pointing up. This isn't like a little architectural thing like a flag or an artistic piece on their house. They're considering the whole building as an architectural feature that they're going to illuminate at 5-foot candles. That's absurd in a residential neighborhood. So I encourage you to really consider that seriously.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah.
We have a question, something we talked about among ourselves. And this has to do with lights and the neighborhood behind the temple. The lights on the 11-foot poles around there are 2 in the back. And I don't know if you can agree or not on this, but is that something that could be eliminated, those 2 on the back? Because nobody from the street or any street side could see it. Because that's, I don't know if you can decide on something like that here. And there's literally 2 lights on the poles back there, and all they do is illuminate the back side of it. It's the trees. And then beyond those trees is the Forest Oaks Drive.
I think I know what you're referring to, Mayor. Again, it's important, I think, that
Remember, this is in the back.
I understand that.
Right.
I understand that. If the lights conform to your ordinance, as we say they do, and as your engineer said they do, that should not create a nuisance, which is where I think you're going with this.
Yeah.
And we would prefer to have it fully lit.
Because we're good neighbors.
Symbolic nature of this.
And it's a freaking billboard. Say it out
We're
loud.
right about our lights not conforming to your light ordinance. What we have said to you is we will bring them into conformance. And so that is the only thing that we can offer you at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what the council is going to do, we are going to move back upstairs in executive session. And in executive session, we may look at handle section 551.071 to consult with our legal counsel. Section 551.072 to discuss, deliberate, purchase, exchange, sale, lease, value, property, acquisition, right-of-way, easements, or land. Or we might be talking about section 551.071 personnel, appointment of members of non-advisory boards, and evaluation of our town manager. So we are going to move to executive session. I cannot guarantee you when we will be out. We may be in there for a short time, and we may be in there for a very long time. So how you want to deal with that is up to y'all, but we will come back, and we will come back and vote. So
are we coming back today?
Well, today is only an hour and a half. Tomorrow is only an hour and a half. So I will not guarantee we will be back today. So I'm sorry about that. All right. We will be gone. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Woo. Yeah, this is different from what they did in planning and
We
zoning.
understand everything we're voting on, sir.
Yes, very much so.
So I guess we should talk about what we want to do at this point. I mean, obviously we have to keep monitoring, but what do you think, Bill? We obviously can talk for another 2 hours while they debate. RFM could do some, I don't know, tap dancing. And
Maybe you guys can do Mormonism after dark right now. And
well, I wish we could take calls, honestly.
Let me
I
get a
wonder
drink.
Yeah.
We could take calls if people want
I
to call
wonder if
in.
we could take some calls.
let's
So,
do that.
because it's interesting. We've been following someone in the chat, Mark. Hi, Mark. And I understand what he's saying. We might look facetious or we might look sarcastic, and that's not intended at all. We have been following this issue for, almost a year and a half. We are very aware of what the residents feel and think, and even my dog is upset, every single step of the way, the things that the church has done that have just been so disappointing, from initially threatening to sue, and then lawyers behind the scenes, and not meeting with church officials, for the mayor disrespecting the town's council and elected officials. So if we emote a little in sort of a frustrated way, it's just kind of letting off steam. But we really just would like the church to do the right thing here. It could be a win-win for everyone. And that's how we feel.
Do you mind if I leave for just a couple minutes to go see if anybody in the building left some food in the refrigerator?
Oh, somebody DoorDash RFM something.
Just address it to the underground bunker.
Exactly. No, I thought everybody was really well spoken, and again, heartfelt from the LDS community, but feelings, stories, anecdotes, impressions, all of that. Oh my gosh, my dog is such a temple watcher. So I don't know, Landon, what are you thinking right now?
I was just thinking that, it's hard to not have some sarcasm when you're talking about this, because the church doesn't have to use any tactic other than their $250 billion and their attorneys to approach things. The town and those of us that are against these breaking of the zoning laws, and like we say, we want them to have a temple. We agree they have a right to have a temple. We just want it to conform with the zoning laws, but we don't have $250 billion to fight it with. So sometimes you have to use sarcasm or truth of what's happening and point it out to fight this. So
I want Mark to call in, because I want to know what he does with the fact that he has just seen that his members of his church lie bald-facedly in order to try and get their way by saying that the temple steeple height, the height of the temple steeple, is an integral part of temple worship, when that's absolutely bullshit. So Mark, would you please come on and explain to us how that's not absolute bullshit for your
and the
fellow
lighting
Mormons to be
too.
saying
That's
that?
all, that's all they can say. They keep saying it's a part of what we do. It's important. It's symbolism. The council says back, please elaborate. Please tell us. It just is. It is. And what they can't say out loud is, we talk to God, and God wants what he wants, and this is what we want. And like Landon said, we have the war chest to back it up. The other thing you have to consider, if we appear sarcastic, is that all of us have been watching this kind of scenario play out in multiple towns. This is not the only place this is happening. And these outcomes, are disappointing. And there's even worse behavior, I think, from the church in some of these other towns. So when you look at the big picture and the playbook of this, I've said this over and over. Temple building is where the LDS Church is forced to say it and do it out loud. They're in front of the public, in the newspaper, on the news, in front of barking dogs, but they have to say it out loud. And we watch and we see, just like you did tonight, when they were questioned directly, tell me why this matters. I can't, I'm hedging. It's a place
I'm
where
telling you because I was told it matters, and I've got no answer for you, because there is no answer. In fact, it's in contradiction not only to the architecture of other temples, including Yorba Linda, but also to express statements made on the subject by the president of the church, Russell M. Nelson, as well as Elder Lizardface Bednar.
I rest my case. There you go. But that is the reason. And when you follow it enough, and the residents, and the pain in communities, you do compensate maybe with being a little snarky or sarcastic or making faces, because it's devastating in some of the places that we follow and to some of these residents. And I'm not just emotionally or spiritually, financially. Some of these other towns are fighting this out of their own pocket. You know, hopefully it does not come to that in Fairview, but it's a reality. That look at Cody, Wyoming. Look that up if you haven't. Look at Heber Valley, Utah. Look at Lone Mountain, Nevada. Look at some of these places. Just Google it. Information will come up. This is not a one-off. And I believe it's happened multiple times before. It's just that a spotlight has not been shown.
You're right. The number is 662-667. Mark, write it down. 662-667-6667. Mark, if you do not call in, I shall be left to conclude that you have not the courage of your convictions.
No, we'd love to talk to anyone, even of a differing point of view, to try to understand and to try to talk. Absolutely. I'll have a conversation with anyone.
So just FYI, we do have 2 calls in the queue. One of them claims to be Mark. I'll just say this.
Great.
I really want to be soft with him because I want to ask, I want this call to go forever because I want to ask every question that puts him into a place to have to answer these to address whether he can resolve the issues that make this work.
All right. We'll let you talk to him, Bill. You're the one that can do that. The rest of us too snarky.
No. I sit back and I'll watch. I'll watch the master at work.
That's right. No, seriously.
Mark, how are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you.
Excellent. So you're the Mark that's been in the chat that's defending the church and claiming that that it's the critical side or the town council that's on the wrong side of things.
Yeah, I've been the one that's been commenting.
Okay, let me ask you. First question is, when was the first time in your life where you heard that the height of a steeple was a major thing in Mormonism? When's the first time? Was it back in primary? No. I'll let you answer. But was it back in primary? Because I feel like you were getting ready to say an answer that didn't address that.
When was the first time I heard that it was important?
That steeple height is a major factor for temples, and that whatever God wants for a temple height, that's what it should be in whatever city a temple is built.
I mean, we all know temples and chapels have high steeples in the church, right?
No, we don't, Mark. No, we don't.
Mark.
Your Belinda does, and Tucson doesn't. We know that they don't.
Mark,
now,
where's the
answer
first
the
time
question,
you
please.
heard it?
When did you first learn what
Thank you,
Bill
Mark.
Real asked
Please.
you?
Yes. When's the first time? Because I'm going to guarantee your real answer, if you're honest with yourself, is this whole ordeal with the Fairview Temple.
You never heard about it in your life.
And you know
none of us have, because it wasn't talked about. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
No.
I'm going to mute myself for a second.
Mark, you
I
got
feel that there needs to be compromise between
Mark. That's
the
a non-answer.
council
Mark,
and
that's
the
you
church.
avoiding the question. No,
You have to answer the questions if you call into the show, Mark. Those are the rules.
Point, but let's go through every question that I'm going to ask that's going to put you into a corner where you can't get out of it.
Okay, I'm going to answer it in the way I think all of us should answer it. The first time I ever heard that a large steeple was important and an integral part to worship was in Fairview, when I was sent a letter from a stake president that was going out to all the stakes that said, please write to the town of Fairview and please tell them, include in your letter, how important the height of the steeple is to you. That's the first time I've ever heard anything about the height of the steeple. And that letter was sent out to many people. And those people wrote the letters, and those people stood up at Fairview Town meetings and did talk about how important that height was. But the first time most of them had heard that, I think all of them,
Mark,
was
is
when
that
they
true?
were instructed in that letter. So I would love to hear someone
Mark,
else
is that true?
that heard
Is that the first you heard it too? Mark, just
Is he
honesty.
from Fairview?
Just lay it on
Maybe
the-
he's
just
not
put it
from
out there.
Fairview.
Is the first time you heard it the same as Rebecca, that you heard it in regards to the Fairview Temple? It's an easy question, Mark. That's what Billy Klaus is
I've
saying.
known of different spire heights.
No,
but
that's not the
what I'm trying to
question.
say
Of
is,
course.
Stop dodging, Mark.
No,
Just answer
Mark.
the question.
When is the
Everybody's
first
thinking
time
you're a
you
liar.
heard? Yeah, when's the first time you heard that a temple height mattered to this? Like, and it's so important. It's because it's Fairview, and you just don't want to say it. Just say it, man. This is why nobody likes talking to Mormons about anything, because everything is deflection. Everything is an obfuscation.
You never heard of it before, right?
No, what I'm trying to say is,
No,
What
Mark.
we're trying to
Mark,
ask
Mark,
you
Mark,
is,
we're
when
asking
you
questions
think
here, Mark.
about it, Mark,
It's
if
Mark,
you
it's
answer
not
the
gonna work that
question,
way.
you can say
Mark, it's not
something
gonna work
else.
that
You
way.
have to answer the question
It's okay.
first.
He's not going to answer. Let's let
He
him
can't.
say what he would like to say.
No,
Mark,
those aren't the
Mark,
rules.
let me ask you, when David Bednar and Russell M. Nelson both say that the height of the temple doesn't matter, the architecture doesn't matter, do they mean it?
Maybe he hasn't seen that video. I wonder if you could play it and Mark could watch it.
Mark, have you not heard these guys speak before?
I don't think maybe we
These are
should play that
prophets,
video.
seers.
I don't
We
know if
should.
Mark has seen that.
Mark,
It's
they're
important to
prophets.
remember. Yeah, the
Ask
words
him
of
if
the
he's seen it.
prophet. Maybe he hasn't seen it.
This guy has to answer one question. Have
Well,
you
no.
seen the video with Russell
Maybe he
Nelson
has not
saying that
seen it.
the height of the spire doesn't matter, Mark?
Yeah, some people quoted it tonight, but to hear the words
Mark,
from the
you're still
voice.
there, right? Did you have it? Are you giving bad
yeah,
phone
I'm
service?
listening.
So
Okay,
did
maybe play the video
No,
and
you
then we
guys
can get a
keep talking,
response.
so.
no,
I think that'd be great.
all right,
I know
then
we talked
answer,
too
my
much.
friend.
Sorry, Mark.
Okay, watch this video, Mark,
Watch
and we're going
this
to ask you
video
a
and we'll
question as
get
to whether
your
you believe
opinion.
Russell Nelson is a
Yeah.
prophet as soon as it's done. Okay, so watch close.
Yep.
I hear people, oh, that's a small temple. There's no such thing as a small
such
temple.
thing.
They're just temples. There's no such thing as small covenants or small ordinances. And see, that to me reflects this fixation on it's the building. Who cares what the size is if you have access to the same covenants and ordinances whereby we have a covenant connection with the Father and the Son?
We're so blessed to have temples. We'll have increasing numbers of temples as the church grows. But it's not the number, and it's not the location. It's not the architecture.
Not the architecture.
It's the ordinances inside.
Yep.
Who cares what the size is? Who cares?
It's not the architecture. It's the ordinances inside. It's the ordinances inside.
It's the ordinances inside.
You go ahead, Bill.
Mark, those are prophets, seers, and revelators. Men you have raised your hand and sustained as the men who speak to God. Have you heard anyone in the church teach officially something different than that? This is the third question you haven't answered.
You know, there needs to be good faith efforts between both sides.
You understand that
And
by
I
not
think the
answering the
church
question,
should-
Mark, you are answering the
I
question.
think the church should listen
Mark,
to the
you've never heard it before. You
Mark,
just
you're
answered
missing
the
the point.
question by trying to not answer it. You have never heard it before.
Mark, I'm going to tell you, here's the point. Our LUPA stands in place to say if a religion has a important facet of their faith that no city or town or wherever can deny them the ability to do the thing that they can show is a facet of their faith. And when the church comes in to build the Fairview Temple and wants it to be umpteen feet into the sky, what the city said was we have zoning laws. And what the church said for the first time in order to beat that and to work out a loophole and get around it is to go, oh, suddenly steeple height matters. It matters now. It never mattered before. And you don't have a right to go into some city or town and to go, we suddenly get to declare in this very moment that steeple height matters. And so we just get to do that. No, that's ridiculous. And you're making that exact same argument that the town has to act in good faith. That's ridiculous. It's a made up doctrine of the church when the church needed it in the midst of the problem it was having about it.
And the town recognized that, and they
Well, at the
feel
end of the day,
like
they
they're
have
being put upon
conflict
and
of interest,
deceived. You have to
conflict.
understand that perspective. They feel like they're being taken advantage of by this. They recognize what's happening from the
Mark's-
lawyers
yeah.
and the residents.
Mark says they've come to a compromise, Rebecca, but when the church gets told that it has to compromise to something less than it wants, it has threatened to sue these people using a made-up doctrine in the midst of the problem in order to explain it.
Okay, so how about we give Mark 60 seconds to say whatever he wants,
Let
I'm
him talk.
expecting he will not come within 100 yards of answering any of the questions that have been asked to him. But you got 60 seconds, Mark.
Let's
Say
all
your
mute.
piece.
That's right. Let's let Mark talk. Sorry, Mark.
55 seconds. Mark?
Yeah.
You have
Are you
60
still there?
seconds to speak
Start
and say
over
whatever
again.
you want, and we
I
won't
probably
interrupt
muted
you.
you, my friend. Sorry about that. Please go.
Did you mute me?
I accidentally, I muted myself and thereby muted you.
He does that to me too
See,
all the
that's
time.
called an answer to a question when you asked it.
Okay. Your question about spires, I mean, the main point is both sides have gone back and forth. The planning commission has set forth some desires, and it sounds like the church wants to go through with it. And I think the church should listen to the residents' concerns. I mean, that's totally valid. And my point with my comments was more about the negativity and the hatred of the channel. I mean, that was my main concern is why such hatred? Why such,
Okay.
on and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Okay. Do you think it's fair to be upset when people make up the rules as they go along and use their $293 billion to bully people at every turn? That's the fourth question.
I mean, it's a matter of perspective. I mean, I wasn't. You and I weren't there at the negotiating table, so it's hard to really know exactly.
I've been at enough of
what
Mormonism to be able to speak my truth, which goes right with yours.
Can I address the word hatred? It's
Yeah,
not
but
hatred at all.
you
We
weren't there
actually
during that
love
meeting,
our LDS friends and family. And in this case, I feel the LDS are being used in this scenario and pitted against the other residents in the town. It's not hatred, not at all. We're all former members, and we're just trying to ask our church to do better so that community relations can be repaired. That temple could start tonight, honestly, if they would just say, all right, this is fair. It's all mediated. It's all discussed. Let's do it. Let's start repairing those relationships. Not hatred, not at all. Frustration for behavior.
Maybe. I mean, I wasn't there.
Can I ask you one more question? What do you think that President Nelson, prophet, seer, and revelator for the church, and David Bednar, an apostle, special witness of Jesus Christ, at least the name of Jesus Christ, what do you think the two of them meant by the quotes that we played?
Well, I mean, but the focus is on what happens inside the temple, not so much how tall it is or how big it is.
Yeah, and hence we're here. Have a great night, Mark.
All right.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I said I would be soft. I said I would. But I'm just telling you right now, when you give non-answers, it pisses me off.
We can tell.
It pisses me off because the questions are easy.
They're easy.
No Mormon wants to answer them.
The last time that happened, I had to do a public apology to Justin, remember?
Yeah.
I know. That's why we have to, whatever. But hatred, it's a misunderstanding. It is not hatred. And did you notice several people on the council said, please help us understand how the design right now, as is, with all the conditions, stops you from getting what you desperately want. There are people on the other side of the veil that need those ordinances done. The temple needs to be completed as soon as possible. What is it about our conditions that we've set out that prevents you from doing the things that are the most important? And that is doing the work for ancestors that have passed on and other people. And no one could answer that question. So think about that.
Yeah. We've
There's
got
a lot
other
of people
calls.
in live chat who thought you were bullying Mark, Rebecca.
I was bullying Mark? I'm not a bully. I'm a Libra.
You and Landon. People are really mad at you.
I'm a Libra. I don't bully anybody.
I think you owe the audience an apology.
All right. I'm very sorry if I did appear to be bullying, but I was being passionate about a topic which I've, been immersed in for like 2 years.
You see what James Tracy is saying about you and Landon, Rebecca?
I just wish, RFM, that you would send me a cheesecake. I think that would soften my demeanor and that would make me feel better.
Yeah. Okay. We've got other calls. There is a gentleman named Bob who claims to be a Fairview, Texas resident, though not a member of the church. By the way, Matthew, I know you've been waiting in line the longest, but I'm gonna go to Bob just because he may have to go back into the meeting or something if he's there. So I want to make sure we grab that.
Okay.
So Bob, you're a Fairview, Texas resident.
Yes, and I just left the meeting a little bit
Gotcha.
ago.
Gotcha. What do you think, my friend?
Well, I think that, first of all, thanks for what you do. And I'm very thankful, along with probably 1,000 Fairview residents, that the church, the LDS Church, has shown us their true colors. If they just come along and built this at 70 feet in the beginning, we would have never thought anything or known anything. I believe that the city council is right now looking at, would we or would we not win a lawsuit against our LUPA? And based on the testimony of LDS leaders, the Creekwood Tower going out and not even being a part of it, the fact that they didn't even bring up the temple height at the lawyer at the end, and they only brought up the lighting, which was vaguely written. I think that there's no way the U.S. government would enjoin themselves to an Arlupa lawsuit in favor of the LDS Church. And if anything, Joel, the veteran, would have a much better lawsuit against the LDS Church for some of the tactics and intimidation. So I also want to talk about the Epic East Plano Islamic Center if you have a second, but I'll stop for a second, see if you have any questions.
Yeah, no, I wish you would talk about that. We've podcasted about that, and that's just right next door. So very interesting.
Is that in Plano or McKinney? I thought that was in McKinney.
Are you talking about the McKinney one?
In Plano.
Okay, because there was
Well,
one they
there's
tried to build in McKinney, and the McKinney Town Council voted no. And the Islamic Center said, oh, okay, well, if you don't think we quite meet your zoning codes, we'll go back. We'll have focus groups with the community. We'll build something different. And I know that McKinney residents come over to Fairview because it's their temple district. So very interesting. But yeah, Plano too. We'd love to hear about that.
Yeah. So you're going to hear in the news about what's called Epic City.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, we know that.
Yeah. We have a podcast ready to go on that. Yep. Crazy.
Well, if you look at it, so back in 2013, they went through the process of getting the variance approved for that initial mosque and area in Plano, which is maybe 7 miles from Fairview. They built a 33,000 square foot facility, which is almost identical in size to the newly proposed Fairview Temple. They got variances on height, lighting. They ended up building a military-style outpost on the corner and then bought up all the land, had so much lighting that people left that area, and now within a half-mile circuit around that mosque is about 95% Muslim. And great for them, good for them. But the reality is it absolutely changed the area, and now the area has also shifted politically. And then they're taking that variance and trying to do an entire city around it. Obviously, the state of Texas has put a stop to that with some of the illegal funerals on site, the illegal activities that are hearsay. But my point being is that right now that this temple, if the LDS pushes really, really hard and tries to go to court, which they're not going to win, and they know it because of Yorba Linda, they're going to get associated with that epic city and should be associated with it because it's just another example of a global multi-billion-dollar religious organization taking advantage of the good-hearted variances in this area. And the tide has absolutely turned and people are done.
That Plano is interesting because that's exactly what the church does here in Utah. They will build a temple and then they buy up all the property around it, and then they develop a community which becomes almost exclusively LDS or largely LDS in population. And so that's kind of our question is, you know, if it's not legal in Texas, how is it legal in Utah to do the same thing or vice versa? So one way or the other, the government's got to say this is allowed or it's not allowed. But this is what you're doing. You've got religions that are becoming landlords and basically community developers. And this is what got the Mormons chased out of every community they ever settled was because they did exactly that. They would build a temple, buy all the land around it, and convert it into a theocracy rather than a democracy.
Well, in fairness, you're underestimating what they did. They actually control an entire state, 2 senators, multiple Congress people. And so they very successfully politicized a state. And hey, good for them. But it works both ways, right? And so what you're seeing is a shift where if the U.S. attorney will not enjoin themselves to an Arlupa lawsuit because of their own words, their own precedent, their own examples like Yorba Linda is the smoking gun. They cannot get around it. If you go look online right now on the LDS website, they'll probably take it down after this. Literally, one of their quorum of 70 members is saying, quote, the reason we lowered it to 70 feet is because of zoning ordinances. Period. Game over. Yeah. Everything else is irrelevant. And that's the only thing that we should be focusing on. Build your temple, 70 feet. And by the way, if they go to 120, that's an extra 50 feet. That means the next people that come along could demand 170 feet because they want an extra 50 feet, and it will never end. So I appreciate all you do, and I'm happy to answer questions, but I think that Fairview will vote to approve it with conditions. They're going to have a hard time winning on the lighting, but not the reflectiveness, and they will absolutely win on the height. I just hope that they have the guts to do it. And I know for a fact a lot of LDS members are very, very frustrated with their church leadership, and they're so afraid to say it, they even speak against them. And it's
how do you
really
know that, Bob?
I know it personally. I've talked to them.
Tell us about it. You don't have to mention their names, but I want to hear what they're saying.
I mean, they want this temple. We want the temple. Build the temple. 70 feet, you're good. You can start tomorrow. That's been said to them for a year and a half. And you know, it looks like they probably found out that Prosper had enough money to fight it. Yep. And as a result, they jumped on this piece of land because they thought that that Creekwood Tower would have allowed them to do the giant facility. Yeah. And they realized it can't. And they're stuck with this piece of land. And shame on Twin Creeks Church of Christ for selling it to them knowing this, just to make a profit on it. That's really, really pathetic. But you know, they have to save face, and they're going to slowly wind this down, because if they lose this, and I think it could go to the Supreme Court, they will never, ever win again. And this is going to be the red line that they failed. And give credit to that city council. They've done everything right with no discrimination, played by all the rules, made sure there was no discriminatory comments from anybody. And they have a perfect legal position that cannot be defeated if they have the financing.
Hey, Bob, I just want to add, you'd mentioned that they had senators and representatives on their side there in Plano. RLUIPA, this law that they're using, was instituted by LDS senators under the guys representing the church. They are completely owned by the church. They have taken a covenant in these temples that they will follow the whatever their church asks of them. And that's their church asked them to put a RLUIPA law in place, and they did it. So this is exactly the same thing as what you're talking about.
The RLUIPA law has no power if the U.S. attorney will not enjoin to it, because that's what it comes back to. And they're not going to enjoin themselves to this because there's no case. So that's why you've got to look at this holistically for the state of Texas. You know, don't mess with Texas applies here. You know, I appreciate how you've explained it, but the reality is that Fairview should have the money. This is a very wealthy area, and they should have the sufficient funds to win any type of lawsuit, and that lawsuit probably would get thrown out.
But what do you think, Bob, of the sort of conspiracy theory that the LDS Church is looking for a test case to run up the flagpole to the Supreme Court to get a definitive ruling to protect them, you know, if it goes in their favor? A lot of people think this. And, you know, I can see that they're looking for something. And this may be the town, the one that's fought back. The other towns that we follow, we have residents personally spending hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their own pockets it does take that much money. And the war chest of the church is, bottomless, basically. But what do you think about the idea? A lot of people feel that possibly the LDS Church is looking for a test case to just run it up through the courts in a conservative court system that we have today.
Well, I think that the
I
church
think it's
would
the
be. Oh, I'm
exact
sorry. You asked Bob. Bob,
I
can I
did
give
ask
my
Bob.
answer? I'm sorry. I think the
Then
church
you can
needs
give
to
your
take
answer.
a better
Bob
case.
first, then RFM.
Okay, Bob, go.
All right. I think that you're giving them too much credit. There's ignorance, not malice here. They accidentally bought this land thinking they could build a big tower. And once they realized they couldn't, they're trying to unwind gracefully. In the current political climate with all these cities that are going up like Epic City and others, it would be really, really foolish for them to take this to the Supreme Court right now, because that narrative of a giant religious organization forcing their will on the people is not going to fly in this political climate, period. So the power is getting pushed back to the states right now. It's all about going back to the states. That's what Trump pushes. That's what the courts will push. And I think that they are just trying to gracefully unwind this, and they're not that smart.
Well, no, because this is graceful.
It's the best they can do, I think. No, but Bob is absolutely correct. It was originally supposed to be built in Prosper. Prosper said, oh, here's our zoning codes. They looked at them. They are locked down tight, right? So then they're enticed over to Fairview from various people who we shall not mention. And they're told, you know what? Fairview has looser ordinances. We have heard attorneys say this from the church. It's looser over here. And there's this bell tower thing, right? So I agree with you completely, Bob. They really thought they could do it, and they didn't anticipate what would happen.
I'm going to let Bob go only so we can get to the other phone calls.
Thanks for calling, Bob.
Finish up your thoughts,
Yeah,
Bob.
thanks. Really good perspective.
For all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Take it easy.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, Matthew, you've been waiting a while, 21 minutes. Welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
I'm good. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'll keep it short. I know it's late for everyone.
Go ahead, my friend.
Well, we might have all night, so go ahead.
Yeah,
Who
I ain't
knows how
going
long they're
anywhere.
going to take? This is like
No particular
filibustering,
place
right?
to go.
Mr. Smith goes to Washington. I've dreamed of this.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in because I left the church. It's been about a year, and my only understanding, the only thing that's ever taught in church is, temples are great. They reduce the crime rates. Like, even leaving the church, if you would have asked me, oh, they're building a temple here, I probably still would have said, okay, like, I don't care. It seems like a great thing for society. So I just wanted to really thank all of you, especially Rebecca, because I've become so involved in this case, and it's really opened my eyes to something that, previously I would have never, wasn't even on my radar, right? And you never even hear it as a member. And I think a lot of people who leave the church don't even hear it. And it's crazy to see how, something that I once believed was so beneficial for society, I'm really able to see like the harms it can do to people. And I've loved following this case, and I just really wanted to emphasize my appreciation for the coverage and everything.
Yeah.
Welcome to the wonderful world of religion, Matthew.
I got a question for you, Matthew. A lot of people stood up and talked about how having the tall steeple somehow connects to the safety of the kids who would attend that temple. Because it couldn't just be that a temple would save the kids, because then we don't need the steeple height. It has to be a tall steeple would help save the children or give them a better chance at a healthy life. And my question is, are kids who already are dangerous, the most riskiest of drivers anyway, are they more likely to get into an accident if there's a tall steeple or a short steeple?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think it would matter either way. I mean, I think you probably get used to it as a teenager and not even glance at it anymore. I think
Just
there's so
ignore
much
it.
emphasis placed on.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much emphasis, like, we're going to look up, and someone's commenting about, oh, I did the math, it's a 90-degree angle or whatever. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, the second the thing goes up, I mean, it's old news after a month. There's just no way that anyone's going to even,
And if
So
you're
I think
driving,
the only people it really affects are the neighbors, like
Yeah.
the immediate people there.
if you're driving, you shouldn't look up.
No, and I can speak to this because I raised all my kids for 20 years next to the Mount Timpanogos Temple, and there is an intersection there, and multiple times there are accidents, and they're like, I'm only can imagine that they are looking up because it's, you know, it's a very ostentatious steeple, and you're looking up, and they're always rear end, you know, like getting rear ended
Yes,
right
you
there
get
at
all
that
the
intersection
you
all
get
the
all the
time.
oldest people in the temple district together, and what's going to
Yep.
happen?
And they're all trying to drive there, and they're all looking up. I love to see the
And
temple, and then boom. Yep, it does happen.
Matthew, I want to say something to you directly, okay? I know Mark comes before you, or actually Matthew, Mark, Matthew comes after you in the Gospels. But Mark, I hope you're still watching and paid attention, because Matthew just showed you how you answer a freaking question. It's really not that hard. Matthew answered Bill's question. It can be done.
Thank you, Matthew.
It's
Yeah,
interesting how
and
they use.
talking about Mark.
Yes. What do you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just was going to say, you know, Mark was talking about, you know, I mean, there's this big thing about the steeple height, and it's like this new doctrine. Like, whenever you heard it, and I was like, well, to throw the smallest of bone to Mark here, I think the majority of Mormon doctrines probably arose from an immediate problem that needed to be resolved, from my understanding. So
That is a great point.
That's why I'm smoking the fake cigarette tonight in honor of the word or wisdom that falls under that category.
There you go, Matthew.
What were
Thank
you
you.
going to
Have
say,
a great
Landon? Did you have a comment for Matthew?
It wasn't so. It was regarding the driving and the building and being safe. Anyone who's been to Washington D.C. and you come around that corner and it's just this huge white temple, looks like it's floating on the freeway. That has caused more accidents than Fairview would ever have in a lifetime of accidents. So yeah, in one sense they argue, oh, we need to be close to be safe, and yet they build these enormous monsters right off the road to be seen that distract drivers and end up in accidents. So
The good news is we can do their temple work as well after we kill them.
All right. Next caller is Andrea. Says she grew up near McKinney. Andrea, how are you tonight?
Hi, yes. Yeah, this is Andrea. I go by Anne. Okay, I was 11 years old when we moved to the McKinney area. We lived north of McKinney. Took us about 30 minutes to get there. And I'm thinking, I want to say it took us about an hour to get to the meeting house in Allen, and then a little more than an hour to get to Plano where the stake center was. And I was a teenager when the stake center in McKinney was being built. And I just remember how excited we all were about having a stake center so close. And, you know, it just makes, you know, all this drama over the Fairview Temple just seems so silly. I mean, we were like, all that excitement was just over a stake center. So yeah.
And those have the burlap, and those have the burlap walls. I mean, they're not even
kind of like goat hair.
Yeah.
Goat's hair.
I mean, I am. Yeah. Oh, and traffic in Fairview.
Yeah.
At least when I visited, and according to my mom, is bad. I'm looking it up right now. My mom works at the hospital in McKinney, but it's like really close to Fairview. So let me okay, here it is. Sorry about this, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.2 miles. It's 3.2 miles away. It took us 30 minutes to get to the Fairview temple site because traffic was so bad.
Yeah, well, it's
So,
going to get worse if they put a temple there for sure. Probably not by a whole lot, but it will get worse.
yeah, it looks like it'd almost be, during rush hour, it'd be faster to ride your bike from that hospital to the temple than to drive there. But yeah.
It's hard to carry a
Okay,
temple bag on a bike. That's a
all
great
right.
point.
Well, have a good night.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
All right, and then we've got Sally is next.
Sally,
you're on the line. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you all?
Excellent. What do you think about this Fairview Temple meeting?
Well, it's just interesting to me. So I've been following it since Rebecca brought it up the first time, and sometimes I get really frustrated. But I actually called my mom, who is a LDS believing member. I grew up in the church, but it was never a member. I was forced to go until I stopped going. But I asked her. I just was curious. She didn't know anything about it, and so I was just kind of like, "Hey, how important is it to you that your temple has a high steeple?" And her answer was predictably, "It's not." And I was like, "Well, how would you feel if you found out that your church was bullying people in a small town in Texas because they didn't want a tall steeple?" And she was like, "Well, that's terrible. I don't think they'd ever do that." And I have not disabused her. I don't see the point of breaking her heart, but I think if you ask members who don't know about this, that's going to be their answer every time.
That was absolutely. You're right, Sally. This whole thing is like the setup to the Magnificent Seven. You got these bad guys bullying a small town.
Yeah.
Not going to end well.
We need Yul Brenner. Where is he?
He's on his way. He's picking up guys along the way.
I had a crush on him when I was growing up. So
Did you really? You're the one?
I did. I loved Yul Brenner. King and I and the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, who wouldn't? I mean,
who would
make sense? Anyway, I really think that like the perspective of like people who don't know about this, like I have empathy for Mark, honestly, because I think he's probably coming from a place of, I just stumbled upon this and now I'm going to go watch this podcast and these people are so angry, but he probably hasn't been watching it the whole time. And yeah, I felt sorry for him a little there, but I get where you guys are coming from too.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I was probably a little harsh, but he just wouldn't. I knew 2 words into his first answer that he was not going to answer my question.
Yes, it's one of those things where you object before the answer's out because you know where it's going, and the judge says, "Okay, hang on, overruled. He's got to answer the question first,"
and then he doesn't,
and then he says the same thing he thought he was going to say, right? And okay, objection. Okay, sustain now.
Yeah, but he was towing the party line. You're absolutely right. He was towing that party line and saying what he had to say. I actually thought it might have been one of my kids.
Do you have a kid named Mark?
No, but they use pseudonyms all the time in track meet.
Out of embarrassment?
Yes. They're humiliated.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Sally.
Thanks, Sally.
You know, you can't blame Mark. Mormons aren't used to logical lines of questioning because they all lead somewhere they don't want to go. So the church has trained you to get out of a logical line of questioning with thought-stopping techniques as fast as possible.
Yes. And when it doesn't work, it's just like, what happened? What just happened? They're insisting, they're following up. They're insisting I answer the question. They're not letting me get away with not answering the question.
Yep. What were you going to say, Landon?
So often I think they think that what's happening can't be happening because the church would never do that. So they're trying to figure out what's really happening here because it can't be what I think I'm hearing here because that doesn't work. So you have to come up with a reason.
Well, after decades and decades of being in it, it actually does lead where you don't want it to.
Yeah. It does. I did that for 10 years trying to figure out how Brigham Young could teach the Adam God theory when he wouldn't teach that.
Yeah, well, he taught
We
it.
gaslight ourselves. That's the bottom line, to keep our minds comfortable until finally, it's too much. And then you have to face that truth, and that's difficult too.
All right, I'm looking at the screen. There's still no activity in the town council room, so we'll keep an eye on that. But our next call is Will, who's calling from near the Fairview, where the Fairview Temple will go up. He lives about 40 minutes away. Will, you're on the line. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh man, I didn't expect to actually get on the show.
Well, you did.
Hey, Will.
I was just kind of sitting here thinking, oh man, I hope I don't say anything stupid. But actually, I kind of want to apologize to Mark, because I was saying some pretty mean things to him in the comments. But man, he was just pushing the buttons. But honestly, I really wonder if he was. I mean, at first I was like, is he a missionary that was assigned to this or something like that? But then I don't know. Maybe he's a kid, but.
Yeah.
Or am I just delusional on that? Or maybe
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There are people, like in all of our various platforms, that are there all the time, and it's almost like they have created a mission for themselves to go in and refute and debunk and fight back, and we're all pretty charitable and right back. But I don't think you're wrong about that. And often it is somebody who's more what I would call a kid, which is anybody under 40. But no, you're not wrong at all.
Yeah, I mean, in that way, I guess I am still a kid myself. But I live Kaufman County, about 40 minutes away. I mean, I don't ever go up to Fairview. Not gonna lie, I never even heard of the place, but I knew of McKinney. I don't know. My mom's been. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say this, just to remind you guys in the audience. First off, the social listening team, which seems to be a softer position under the Strengthening Church Members Committee, so that people don't quite know. And if you remember when we talked to Kate, and I'm sure she covered the same stuff on Mormon Stories as well, when we talked to Kate, Kate informed us that she was doing assignments for the Strengthening Church Members Committee, and they said if she played her cards right, if she continued to show herself as a loyal person, there were other secret organizations inside the church that she could move up to. And it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the church had people that it paid in order to be a counter voice to the criticisms.
Of course they would.
Oh man, that's honestly, it makes me wonder if I get so paranoid because I was in the church and all the religious scrupulosity and all that garbage that kind of went with it. But hey, what can you do?
Yeah.
Well, I hope Mark is getting paid for not answering any questions and getting kicked in the nuts over and over again.
I would be surprised
for getting paid to not answer.
Yeah.
That's right. You have to save one soul. But I was thinking, Bill and RFM on the newscast, we do know that they pay attention because we did a story on a picture where a face was cropped off on a woman, and we made all kinds of metaphorical comments about it. It had been up for over a decade on the church website. We brought it to attention and we talked about it and shone a spotlight on it.
You did.
A few days later, they changed the picture and they made
the very next day, Rebecca,
her face was showing. So
the very next day,
a huge coincidence, or somebody's paying
Sounds
attention.
about right.
Better fix
Her
this.
mandible was fine. It was great.
I know the mandible. I think she had cosmetic surgery. That was airbrushed in. She actually, in real life, has no jaw.
No. I feel like post-Mormons in their commentary, they do help the church. Remember a couple years ago where the church put out a pamphlet geared toward people who were divorced and they could no longer enjoy sexual intimacy until they could get remarried. And the pamphlet said something like, here are some activities that will fill the holes that were once filled by sex. Gardening, book club. Oh my goodness. Post-Mormon community. Nuance Ho got a hold of that. I mean, fill the holes that were once filled by sex, because they don't think that way, the people that are writing this commentary. So it's up to us, the dirty-minded ex-Mormons, right, to point that out. Nuance Ho pointed it out. A couple of us did. The pamphlet was gone. The wording was changed.
Books just sit up there.
The funny thing is that
example was that night in the barn she'd never forget.
Yeah.
This is a headline on a pamphlet about Mary Whitmer. But of course, we know where our minds went. We made a big deal out of it. It was changed the next day.
The polygamy cartoons as well.
Polygamy cartoons. Good call, Landon. Exactly. So someone's watching.
Rebecca, building the seminary building.
Oh, that's true.
On the church property.
I don't think I was responsible for that.
Well, they changed that the day after you reported on that as well.
But we're just trying to help from the outside.
We are the puppet masters for the LDS Church. Let's face it.
Well, I know a lot of our friends and family are in. So no, it's a good perspective.
They danced to our tune.
I don't know. Maybe we're narcissistic about it, but it does seem there's so many coincidences. I don't know.
You can't blame Mark, by the way. You know exactly where he gets it.
I think we'd also have to be honest. There may be some of these questions that there is no answer to.
Yes.
Those, I think, would be the ones we avoid.
I gave a talk on the plan of salvation at conference, and I tried to stay away from the questions we don't have
A
answers
prophet.
to because the Lord hasn't revealed a lot of that.
I'm a prophet. I stay away from the questions on doctrine nowadays.
And who was that speaking?
That was
That was
Elder
the next
Oaks and Elder
president.
Ballard.
Okay,
That was
that's
the
what I
next
thought. Yeah.
president of the church, Elder Oaks.
They're flat out saying, don't answer those questions. Don't let anyone pin you down. Hem and ha and gaslight. Don't,
Now,
because there is
Bill
no answer.
Reel saved this. This was a promo piece for the 2017 face-to-face featuring Elder Oaks, he was still President Oaks at the time, and Elder Ballard, who was the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 at the time, who got up there and lied their asses off to all the young people of the church and laughed at what a big fake thing they were putting over on them because they were too uneducated to be able to see through what it was they were saying. It was really disgusting.
We've been hiding that for a long time.
It's amazing. We only see the church leaders speak to youth groups. They won't answer questions from adults. They'll only answer questions from youth groups.
Yes, and they're all staged, as we know.
Yeah. And they
They're
won't
all
let
staged.
adults in. I can't tell you how many, I always say this, faithful members are sending me all the stuff that I get. They are trying to make a difference. I get these flyers where it says youth fireside, no adults, please. You know, you can't bring
Yeah.
your parents, maybe a youth leader, you know, where somebody's going to address things. So why can't you bring
Mhm.
your parents? But I like what I just saw in the comments as they're scrolling through. Somebody said, if you've been a member of the church, you have all been a mark at some point. And I
Yes.
think we can all say that we have been.
Oh,
And
I
so
think
we
that's
understand.
probably true. I think
Yeah,
that's
it
a
is true.
good way to put it.
Yeah.
But I've no time for marks anymore.
Just a note, Sneaks is on the line. We're not going to go to
Mark me no
him yet.
mark.
He's the next one.
No,
first-
no. Put him at the end.
No.
Put him at the end.
It's going to go
He's gonna
just as
stink
well
up
as
the place.
It's going
I
to
don't
go
know who
just
this
as well as
is.
it did with Mark.
Who
It's
is
going to
this?
Sneakers
I don't know
stink
who
as a
that
general
is.
rule. At least mine do.
Well, we'll see what happens here. So first off is Cam. Cam's been waiting for 17 minutes.
Oh,
Cam, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm doing well. I just wanted to
Excellent.
make a quick comment.
Please.
I feel sorry for members of the church who are put in a position where they are told by their leaders to go out and support something, but it doesn't pass muster with logical questioning. And then if they recede or the church goes back, all those people in Salt Lake City or some other places who are not local, who told them to try to influence, local decision making, and then they back away, they're left, with the collateral damage of these relationships in their communities, and they're still there. And so I feel bad. Prop 8 was another example. The children, of LGBT parents, that policy that was there. We went out, some of us did. I'm a member, and we went out and, tried to defend some of these decisions, but trying to come up with our own rationale of how to do that. We weren't given anything with that. And I feel the steeple height is kind of that same way. And then when this all passes over, what's going to be remembered is how these members are really trying to push this, and hopefully, not too bad. Hopefully they can be repaired. But I mean, some of these relationships are going to be damaged just in the community because of that. And I just feel really bad about that. And, that is the church influence. Is it intended? Is it not? That's there. But I just feel sincerely, bad just for the community with this, that the church came in and did this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I mean, they're all collateral damage. They're all cannon fodder. The members of the church are cannon fodder for what the church wants to do, and they don't give a damn about the community and the fractured relationships and how they're not going to be able to, get along with their neighbors that they got along with for years before this.
It doesn't just happen in the community. They do it to families. How many of us have left the church and seen the damage to our families as a result of it? And they don't care. They don't care that they damage your family. If you leave, that's your fault. And the damage is your fault. And they look at it the same way here.
And they will also use elected officials to do their bidding. I look at the Vail School District, right, where there's a school board of LDS members. They've been in talks forever to try to get that seminary building built on school district land. And now the town is looking at those members who sort of did the church's bidding and saying, who are you? We're not going to elect you again. I think of the city planner in Cody, Wyoming, who did allegedly so many things behind the scenes to further the church's interest against the town. soon as the people in the town found out, he was practically run out of town, and the church kind of hid him away on a mission. So when Len and I first started podcasting about temples, that was it. We're like, it's not just residents, it's the collateral damage of the members. They may not know that they need us to try to help them, but I feel really bad for them too. I totally agree with you.
All right. So here is Sneaks. I'm going to stay out of this phone call because I was a little harsh on Mark.
Just give him a 15-second delay.
Wouldn't answer. So
15-second delay on Sneaks.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Sneaks. Are
It's
you or are you
totally
not
all
Jacob
me.
Hansen? It's what everybody wants to know. Are you Jacob Hansen?
Oh, I could be with a voice changer. Oh my gosh.
No,
You
you
never
sound
know.
like Jacob
You never
Hansen
know.
after he hit puberty.
Yeah,
Just
yes,
yet to
sir.
happen.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't sound like Jacob
Well,
Hansen to me.
so nice to meet you, RFM.
Nice to meet
Oh
you.
my gosh, I feel like we're best friends already. I watch you so much. It's like
I feel
it's
like
I
we've
already know
exchanged
you,
bodily
man.
fluids.
I would like that, No, I wouldn't like that, but I share the same sentiment,
Sneaks, where are
Yeah,
you
we're
coming from?
due.
And what do we owe the honor of your appearance here?
Yes, sir. So I live in Texas, believe it or not. Now I don't live close to Fairview.
We're in
But I
Texas.
do live in great, best state of Texas, West Texas, actually. So it's about like 5 hours from Fairview.
My mom is from Abilene.
But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so I live close to Abilene. Should I just say where I live, guys? Should I
It's
just say
okay
it?
by me. We're not going to send anybody out for you.
You sure? Okay, I live in that's crazy. I'm not gonna say.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
We're
How did you
triangulating
start
on
following
yourself
Fairview?
right
How did you start following the whole Fairview scenario? Or have you been following it very long?
I haven't been following it very closely, so I don't know all the details. But I've been seeing what our British brother Nemo the Mormon has been doing about that. Watching his videos on it, and to me, it's like, okay, maybe the church at first was just kind of off. They shouldn't have. They should have known what the zoning laws are going to be. Okay, sure. They shouldn't have made it that high. Okay, whatever. Okay, that's fine. I understand that. Okay.
I think they did know that. They have lawyers, so they looked it up, right? Right.
Yeah.
Sneak?
Do you
They
think
did
it's
know what the-
accidental?
Well, yeah.
Are you thinking it's accidental? The church goes
No.
into this not knowing?
No, I probably thought they probably thought they could get away with it because it's a religious
That's it,
thing.
exactly.
I like
So-
that answer.
Yeah. So, but okay, like I understand it to an extent. Like you want to have your neighborhoods and yada yada yada, but like, okay, they tried to lower it like multiple times, right? And every single time it's rejected, and then they start acting like communist North Korea. Okay, and they're like, oh well, you can't name it McKinney, Texas. It has to be Fairview, Texas. Okay, that's dumb. Okay, well, just let it be McKinney, Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we talked about like the lights. Okay, like to an extent, I understand. Like, okay, you don't want blaring lights in your windows when you're trying to sleep. Okay,
Have you seen an LDS temple lit up at night? Have you ever seen one or driven past
I
it?
do. I
closely?
live quite close to one. Yes.
Okay, so you do know. Okay.
Oh, that kind of gives away.
Can you see
Yeah.
the screen in West
Yeah.
Texas? I'll look it up and we'll find out where he's from.
Can you see the screen,
I'll
Sneaks?
just tell you.
I didn't know there was one in West Texas, though. Is there? Rebecca
Yeah,
or
there's one in
anybody?
Maybe is it Fort Collins?
El Paso? Does El Paso have one?
El Paso, maybe.
It's Lubbock. It's Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock, Texas. That's
Lubbock has a temple.
Yes, sir.
Can
Yes, sir.
you see your screen, Sneaks? Can you see the what we're putting up on the screen? If you lived within, let's say, 100, if you lived within 100 feet of that temple in the top right there, don't you think that would come in your bedroom? You'd have to get dark out curtains. Wouldn't that intrude on your ability to sleep at night?
I mean, maybe, but like, okay, but I guess, okay, but like, I think what's really happening here is that you see all these people, okay, we're in Texas, not like full on Bible Belt, but still Bible Belt-ish, and you know what those white old Protestant men, Baptists, you know what they think about them Mormons, I mean, we're the devil.
That's
I mean,
hypothetical.
basically
They haven't
right?
indicated by any means that that's what they think.
Well, that's true. I mean, obviously they're not going to do that because that would
Yeah, but you're making an
scummy on their part.
assumption. You're making an assumption when all they've done is said, we want a temple here. We just want it within the zoning law.
So
I
you
know
think
what you're
it's
saying is
religious
because they haven't said
persecution?
it, that's what they're
Religious
thinking.
persecution is what you're going with, or religious bigotry
No,
instead of zoning and protecting our laws and.
Look, I think they have a point with the height. Okay, they should have, the original temple should have been shorter. I understand that. Okay, but to a point, like they lowered it. Like how many times? I mean, I don't know for exactly how many times have they suggested it being lowered?
It's
But
still
it's still
above the
twice as
zone.
tall as the zoning, twice as tall. The original number, 173 feet, was an arbitrary number. They just threw out and they said, okay, 120. It's still twice as tall, even though they keep lowering it. It's
If they
What was
started
the zoning before?
If they start at 600 feet, is 300 feet a compromise?
Wait, but what was the like original like zoning law there, like for height?
30
68 feet is the tallest religious building, and that's what they'll allow. And the Stake Center is already that 68 feet.
There's a Lubbock Temple. Does that look familiar?
Yeah. Bill, I
See?
sent you
Does
a
that look
drive-by
familiar?
the
That's
temple
the Lubbock
video.
Temple.
It's a short. I don't know if you want to show it. I sent it on Messenger. Just
It
to
is
give
a
you
shorter
an
one.
idea.
But that's it, right?
Yeah. Well, wait, hold on.
That's
I
a
looked
temple
it
that
up,
would
but-
actually look better without the steeple. That
No,
proportion.
no.
Yeah, look at that. That looks good.
This is not the
Yeah.
Lubbock Temple.
That's not the Lubbock
It's
Temple?
not the Lubbock Temple, though.
Okay.
Okay.
No. There's mountains in the back, or hills or something.
It says
It
Lubbock, Texas
looks
Temple.
kinda
There's a hill back there behind it. Can you see the shadow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
see
from the
that.
Church of Jesus Christ Temples.org is where the identification comes from.
But like, what? No, there's no way that's a Lubbock Temple. Well,
It's
maybe.
hard to tell at night because it's so bright.
It's
Yeah,
blinding.
Sorry.
You can't see the hills.
No, you can't see the hills.
Hey, Sneaks.
No, there's no hills in Lubbock. There's no hills in Lubbock. I
Sneaks,
promise
you agree that when the church comes in with a number for the height, it's arbitrary. Like the church could say 600 feet, and I assume you would agree that making it 300 feet isn't a compromise on the part of a town. Anything above the zoning law is a request that you make in kind that can be turned down, that can be approved, but isn't an anchor to a conversation. It's you're making a request above and beyond what the zoning law is. So you agree if I asked for a temple, if I said I'm going to build a Church of Satan in Fairview, Texas, and I want it to be 600 feet tall, if the city said, well, we're not going to do that, and I said, well, then let's do 300 feet. Let's meet in the middle. That wouldn't be right. You agree with that, right?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but like, I still think maybe once I become rich and famous and have $1 billion, maybe I'll pretend to be like a Protestant. I'll go to Fairview and build like a big building, like a Protestant one, and we'll test.
I'd pick a
We'll
different
test it out and
town.
see.
You're going to have a hell of a battle if you go to Fairview, Texas.
So I'm getting
Well,
some
no, yeah, that's
indications that it's going to be pretty quick here. They'll be coming back. So
Okay.
just keep watching that screen, Bill. I mean, not right now, but it's going to be soon. So.
Did you want to play this at all, Rebecca?
I
What
just
was
thought this was a great short. After the last planning and zoning, I took a drive past the
This
Syracuse
is bright
Temple.
as hell.
It just gives people. This is not even open yet.
This isn't
the
open, yeah.
house is coming up in a few weeks. And it has music and sound. Past the Syracuse Temple. It's not midnight. It's actually like
We'll let you go,
9
Steve.
o'clock. But still, this temple is going to be having an open house really soon here. But it is lit Jack to Jesus. Look at this. And this is a residential neighborhood. You can see the houses over there. But anybody who questions, what does a temple at night look like? This is it. This is it. Look at that.
This is what the Fairview neighbors were afraid.
This is what the Fairview neighbors were afraid of. Yep. There we go.
Look, I have my sunshade down while I'm driving.
At night. Yep. And again, that's
they're
that wall washing where the light
Yes.
goes upward and reflects off the building. And that's their nighttime lighting.
That is
So
the
I
whole
just
deal.
can't
That's what
show
they're
that
not
enough.
talking about is the reflection. That
Yep.
that all the light is captured there by the building and then
Yep.
reflected back into your eye so that you're running off into telephone poles and over small children and neighborhood pets.
We've got 2 other calls in the queue. Nobody's at the seat yet. I am keeping an eye on it.
No,
Let's try
we
to
can
get these
take
in.
one. It's just it's imminent. Let's
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that.
yep,
It's not going
totally.
to be 20 minutes. It's
Yep.
probably not going to be 10 minutes. It's
Yep.
imminent. So just
Okay,
keep
let
an eye.
me just tell Paul, you're on the line. If I can just tell you to try to get your comments in about a minute, so we can get the other person in as well before we go back to the council meeting.
Okay. Well, just a couple points. The first one is my understanding is that where it is located, it's zoned residential, but there's not actually a zone for churches.
Right.
And so
There
churches
never
can
is
be residential
anywhere.
areas, or they could be in a commercial area. But in each case, you'd need to, like if they're in a residential area, you got to get it basically one of these exemptions from the residential area. So my understanding is what the church was trying to do is say, hey, we're a church, we're not a house, we're not somebody's residence. So,
but they said over and over,
we
it's the
wanna
literal house of
negotiate.
Jesus.
They just say it was the house of the Lord.
Over and over, I heard that. It's the
They said he
literal house
actually
of
dwells
Jesus.
in it.
He literally lives there.
And that's true. Now, your
No.
doctrine of the steeple thing, I mean, that it's kind of cute what you've made up there, but I
No,
think
whoa. We did not make that up. We did not make that up. The
Church
Mormons
leaders.
made it
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
right?
I can
Well-
show you the letters where they instructed the members to write emails to the city and tell them that the steeple was the most important part of their worship. Absolutely integral.
Will you
So-
agree with me that the Mormon church made this up
Yep.
recently? It's a recent vintage. It's not
Made
even
what up?
alcoholic yet.
That temple height, that steeple
Made
height
up
is the
the
steeple
idea
height is
that
a
there's
doctrine.
steeples on their temple.
No, that steeple
No.
height is a doctrine. That the steeple
Oh,
height
no,
is
there's no doctrine about a steeple height being a doctrine, and I don't think that's what anybody.
So what do you think when they're lying and saying that it is? Over and over they lied. What do you think
And
about
they
your
need
fellow
that for a
Mormons?
legal workaround to prove, that it's the most important thing.
No,
it's the only way you get
no,
through our loophole.
I think that's a bit of a stretch of
No,
what
it's
they're-
exactly
Why else
what
would
they
they tell
said.
their residents specifically to mention the steeple height? Relupa lets you build something that you must have for your worship.
Mhm.
Why else would they tell the residents to say, I must have a tall steeple?
We
has to
actually
be
have
this.
recordings of the
So-
church attorney telling telling the stake leaders that is the reason that they're telling them that.
The
is
only way they
because
can
they
win
need
our
it for a lupa.
We
It's
do.
the only
We
way
have
they
it.
can
We
win our
have it.
loophole is to have this be a doctrine. So they told people to promote it as a
Just
true
have it
doctrine.
be. So this is. Let me just take a step back. From the very first temple that I know of, which was probably the Tabernacle, and then the first modern temple, which was Kirtland, and then the next one was Nauvoo. In Kirtland, the Lord gave Joseph Smith exact dimensions of how that temple should have been built.
Teeny little steeple.
That is part of the church doctrine, is that the Lord can instruct on how a temple should look. In fact, it's in the Doctrine and Covenants, the exact measurement.
Right.
Do you
So what if the
agree?
Lord
So
said build a steeple
173
600
versus
feet high?
Fairview,
To say
and
that
then
it's
the Lord
not-
said
to say that
120.
it can't
the
be
Lord
a
can
part
kind of
of
switch it up a little bit.
No, I'm just saying the whole premise that the shape or size cannot be something that is part of the doctrine. I think that's not true, because we've got scriptures that in fact lay that out, both
But
in the
that's
Old
not for the
Testament
McKinney
as well
Temple.
as
Now the
in
Fairview
LDS,
Temple. It's
Paul,
inapposite
that's going
unless
to
you're
the
saying,
Fairview
and if I'm going to try and understand you, okay, what's your name again? Who's this?
Paul.
Luke Hansen?
Paul.
Paul. Is what you're saying that whatever the church says has to be complied with because it's coming from God and therefore it's part of the doctrine? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're implying that there can't be a doctrine around like the shape or the size of the temple, I think that's maybe arguing too much. right?
Well, we're not saying there
trying to
can't be.
have
We're saying there is not,
examples
and there
in
has
the
not been
scriptures of
historically
where
until
that
the
happened.
last year. That's all we're saying.
Right,
There
it's
is
new.
no
Lord,
doctrine.
the very
It's a
first
fake.
temple was that way.
Yeah, but Paul,
Go
hold
read
on.
the Doctrine and Covenants.
Paul,
It lays
yeah.
out the
Paul,
dimensions of the Kirtland
Ancient
Temple.
history,
Hold on,
man.
hold on. So, Paul, I agree with you that the Kirtland Temple,
I'm just
according,
saying that
I don't know. Let me finish here. So, according to Joseph Smith, the Kirtland Temple's dimensions were given verbatim. I get that. Do you also acknowledge, too, the counterpoint, which is the church has amended its temples in various moments over and over and over again, meaning that either A, they got the revelation wrong from God, or God changed his mind?
Of course, the temples have been amended. I don't think it's every case that, like a specific feature of the temple is some revelation. Okay, I'm not sure that that's
including
true.
this temple, because
But
God
what I
is
am
the,
saying,
hold on. Doesn't God know that Fairview is going to put up a fight? Doesn't God, the master of the universe, the creator of all things, Mr. Omnipotent, omniscient, he's everywhere in all places. He's flesh, and he's as God is, man can become, and as man is, God once was.
He's He-Man.
And you're telling me that
I think that's an argument
let me
from
finish.
someone who
Let me
doesn't
finish.
believe in God.
Let me finish though. In Mormonism, it seems like God's really good at the little things, and the big things he gets wrong, and he has to self-correct over and over again from generation to generation. It's the reason that dead prophets are worth as much as collector cars and comic books.
Even the location.
So
First
I think that's an
prosper,
atheist
prophet
argument, and
announcement,
I get it.
I think it's a
right?
Mormon 70 argument.
If you don't have faith in a God, so for example, like a Christian would say that Jesus Christ is God and that he has, supernatural abilities. Okay, but Jesus Christ chose Judas Iscariot. Now, couldn't he have foreseen that Judas would have betrayed him, and why would he have done that? And all of the hardship.
Because he wasn't God then. He wasn't omniscient at that
I don't
point.
think he
got
betrayed
omniscient
him.
later.
I think he believed
believe
everything Jesus said. Sure, kill him. He'll come back. I
What
think
stopped
he
us
didn't
getting
betray
things
him.
right on race? What stopped us getting the race thing right? Why did all the prophets, seers, and revelators for generation after generation not be able to get that right?
Why did they not get that right?
Yeah,
well,
from 1852 to 1978, why did they not get it right?
I don't know.
That's a great
I think
question.
it was really the influence of the time.
Okay, I'm going to let you go. They're
And-
pulling back into the room, my friend. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow, they're coming back. Thanks so much
Here
for
we
calling,
go.
Paul. I just wish the Mormon prophets were able to see beyond the influence of their times. That seeing around corners bit that we hear about that
That would take a
they
seer.
can do.
Stop
It's amazing how they do that.
He didn't have a good answer for that question either,
I
did
think he answered and
Those are
said, I
hard
don't know. So I got to
questions.
give him credit for that, Paul. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Okay, I'm going to end.
If you believe in God, then it's, you do whatever he says and go along with whatever. I think that's what the bottom line
He
is.
did
is
have
the
a call.
lamest thing about Jesus
I'm really
and
sorry I
Judas.
had to end it.
Yeah.
So sorry to the person who we did not get a chance to take their call. The folks are coming back into the room. So I'm going to end the call in studio. And Rebecca, I'm so sorry for talking over you.
Oh no, keep
I was
talking.
all
It's fine.
fired up. I am so sorry.
I want to say, Bill, you did a great job there with the technology. You're trying to watch what's happening in the room there. You're getting callers in. You're pulling up things. That's not an easy task. So
He's amazing. He's amazing that way.
all
He's
on
a
the fly.
wizard.
I like sassy Rebecca.
Dear.
I haven't met her yet. I've seen her tonight a lot.
I'm going to text you guys.
Really? I wonder what you're going to say.
Mormonism cannot stand up to logical questions. It can't. It just can't. Anyway, I'm fired up.
You are, my friend. Well, remember the Alamo. 13 days of glory, baby.
Yeah. Everybody
Okay.
but Henry
Here we
Lesner's
go.
back in here.
Yeah, here they come.
Uh-oh.
Again, there are 7 of them. A vote of 4 majority is what is needed to do whatever they're going to do. And we went over all those different options. It could really be anything. We do not know. This is crazy.
I'm thinking you're going to owe me $50, Rebecca, at the end of the night.
No, I think it might mean something different than what we think. So let's just watch and listen. I wonder if everyone's still there.
Like we
Does the
need a
room
drum
look
roll or
full?
something here.
I know. Well, they're going to talk about it for a while, I think, because they you
Yeah,
know,
they've
tell
got
us
to put the
their
whole
process and
yeah.
yeah. So they were gone for what? Was that about an hour or about 40 minutes? Just trying to think of how I've lost
I'm
track
not
of
even
time.
sure. I didn't make a
It's
note of
about
that.
an hour because they said they had an hour and a half till midnight there, and
Okay.
it's 11:35.
So they took it very
Good job.
seriously and they really talked about it. So it was not, I don't know what it means, RFM, when the jury comes back right away or it comes back an hour later. I guess it can mean different things depending.
The sound is definitely
Everybody
off
thinks
my
they know
end.
what it means, but nothing means anything.
All
The
right,
only thing that means anything.
Council's back from
Okay.
executive session and ready to move on with the vote and where we go with this. So what I'm going to do is read the ordinance as we discussed and have a motion. I'll make the motion that we accept it. Someone will second it, I hope. And then I will call roll call. We'll go around and each council member will have an opportunity to vote and say something if they choose to. I'll be the last. So this has been an extraordinarily difficult decision how to deal with this. I will tell you that there's 7 of us up here. None of us are pleased with this, but it is what we think we need to do. So you might guess where I'm going with this. So I'm going to read just part of the ordinance, and these are the conditions. We're approving the CUP as was presented by the LDS Church with certain provisions. Most of them, frankly, are very similar to what P&Z had. So you recognize most of these. So anyway, I'm going to just read part of this. It says, notwithstanding the foregoing or any other provision of this ordinance, the use and development of the subject property shall conform to the following mandatory conditions from which there shall be no deviation except as may be expressly set forth below. So these are the conditions. From the ground of A, and you recognize this, from the ground level, the roof and facade of the temple building cannot exceed 44 feet, 7 inches. This is what you're not going to like. From ground level, the steeple and spire and any other element of the temple structure cannot exceed 120 feet. The development shall connect to the Allen sewer system. The excess drainage capacity to the west shall be used to limit the stormwater discharge to the east. Impervious coverage shall be a maximum of 38.9%. The temple building shall be limited to a maximum of 30,742 square feet. Lighting will meet town code requirements and be subject to the following limitations. All exterior lights shall not exceed 3,000 Kelvin, except that parking lot lighting and security lighting may utilize lighting up to 4,000 Kelvin. No exterior lights from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. except for safety and security lighting. All exterior lighting shall provide shielding so that there's no light trespass beyond the property line, and any element capable of emitting light, such as a bulb or LED, is not visible beyond the property line, whether the light is turned on or off. No exterior lighting fixtures are permitted other than what is shown in Exhibit F. Any exterior lights aimed above the horizontal plane shall not exceed 900 lumens. Any lighting above 900 lumens must be full cutoff. So that is the ordinance, and I'll make a motion that we approve that. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ricardo. We have a motion and a second. So now we're going to vote on it. John, did you want to go first?
May I say a few words first? Or do you want me to go on
I'm
and vote?
expecting everybody will have something to say.
Okay.
So please do.
Let me go and first start and say that I was involved in the mediated agreement back in November. When we had that mediated agreement, one of the provisions of the agreement was that we would go back to the the town and have a public hearing, which we did. In that public hearing, we heard citizen after citizen, resident after resident say they did not like the height of the building. It was my hope, and I think it was the mayor's hope too, that the LDS Church hearing that, and I hear so many times from Melissa McNeely that we want to be good neighbors, that we thought after hearing these pleas, after saying that and reading this in the newspaper, that they would on their own accord lower the size of the steeple, and they did not. And again, I just keep thinking of this being good neighbors, and I'm not going to tell the story about me growing up in Oak Park, but the one thing I will say about it is we lived in an all-Jewish neighborhood, and we, out of respect, we may have had the right to do it, but we didn't do any activities on Saturday, this Sabbath, because my dad said, be a good neighbor. This council as a team is wiser than one person. And I disagree with my council members on this, the way I'm going to vote, but I support the process. And I can tell you, they did not do this vote out of fear. They did it out of concern for the best interest of the town. But with that, I'm voting against the ordinance.
Ken?
Just to tell you a little bit about my path on this journey. The initial submission, the 174-foot tall building with a 60-plus foot building proper. The size of that building was always the biggest issue for me. As far as what the P&Z approved is 68 feet 3 inches. That's not a new number. That's a number that the council gave when we denied the original application without prejudice, that would be a number that would be acceptable to us. There wasn't anything happening. We went to mediation, and my personal expectations were not great. When 15 feet reduction had been previously expressed as a major give up, I didn't think it was going to be fruitful. And much to our surprise, the overall height of the building was dropped over 50 feet, but more importantly, the building itself was drastically reduced. That makes a whole heck of a lot of difference to me. I'm just one vote. The new building has a top of the tower itself at 108 feet. The last 12 feet's a thinner metal rod that will extend to the 120 feet. But my primary considerations are, there have been discussions about our chances of prevailing in a lawsuit. The lawsuit, even at the initial design, was described as uncertain at best. With the compromise design offered through mediation, the reductions made the risk of losing a lawsuit substantially greater. Our town has incurred cost into 6 figures for legal fees already, and there's no circumstance in which the town can recover our legal costs from the plaintiff, even if we were to win. So here are the additional potential costs beyond what we've already spent. One federal lawsuit defending ourselves. If we win, we have to pay our own legal costs. There's no way to know how much that is. I think $500,000 is probably a conservative estimate. That same lawsuit, should we lose, we would be responsible for not only that $500,000, but the cost, legal costs of the plaintiff, certainly more than ours. Could be $750,000, could be $1 million, we don't know. The second layer of that is defending against an appeal. If the losing party of the first suit decides to appeal, you can take that 1.25 million conservatively for the first round and probably double that. So these aren't known numbers, but they're plausible and conservative in my view, but you can do your own math. So we're elected to represent the town, the residents who are also elected to be good stewards of the town's resources. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that those resources are spent in the best possible way. It's not a matter of being brave or being a hero or not. It's a matter of doing what you think, I think, is best for the town overall. And I believe that the best interest of the town from a financial perspective is to remove the height condition of the P&Z decision and accept the height as submitted. So I will vote in favor.
Thank you, Ken. Larry?
Can you abstain?
You may abstain.
No, I'm just kidding. First of all, I'm kind of disappointed that the church wouldn't talk to us anymore about the height. That was the main stumbling block. And like Ken said, when we had the mediation, when Henry and John came back, we were very surprised that there was as much movement as there was. And my biggest concern in the beginning was the building, okay? Not, we'll call it the spire or whatever, it was the building. It was just unbelievably too big. So that was a big deal to me when we came back from the mediation, and it was downsized to something that was something we could live with. But we still have the problem of the 120-foot height with the steeple and spire and all that. Again, when we were talking in the meeting just a few minutes ago, you know, it's not a law that you have to build or the height has to be 68.3 feet. That is the precedent that was set in their previous church, but it's not a law that has to, you know, or a definitive thing that's in the ordinance. It's just a precedent was set when we did the cup for the, well, whoever did the cup for them 11 years ago. So I guess you could say we're maybe setting a new precedent, 120 feet, but I doubt if that'll ever come to fruition that, you know, the next 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, you don't know. It's been 11 years since it's come up. How
do you vote?
I'm not finished yet. And it's a very difficult decision for all of us. And we relied a lot on our council giving us their recommendations. So anyway, none of us like it. I'm looking right at all y'all, but I'm voting in yes.
2 yes, 1 against.
Again, they
I'm
need 4 votes, only 4.
And Ken's assessment of the risk is, you know, you don't know what the numbers are, but the risk is there that we could lose a great deal of money, even if we win. There's some pluses here I think the way it's laid out and after discussions with James on the lighting, I think the lighting is going to be acceptable to everybody when you see it. It's not going to go all the way to the top of the spire. It's going to stop at roughly 78 feet from the ground. So the rest will not be lit. The brightness, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what that looks like. But I
We'll
think
see.
it's going to be acceptable. I looked at pictures of other temples that have been lit, and some of them are very, very bright. And based on my discussions with James, we don't think, he doesn't think, and I agree, I don't think it's going to be lit as bright as we think it might be. So we saw examples of that, and I think the lighting will be acceptable. I struggle with the height. The precedent is not a law. You're right. Larry's right. But it is the precedent. And I think it should have been met. Another risk that we have is if we vote this down, we run the risk of, I had this conversation with a couple people. Just because we have reserves doesn't mean we can spend them. The reserves are there at 50% or a little over 50% because we need to keep our bond ratings up. We need to have money for a rainy day. And if we were to spend the money on legal fees or potentially spend money on litigation, our bond rating would be negatively impacted. Any future bonds would come in, would be issued at a higher interest rate. That's the business guy in me. Since I've been on council, I've become a politician. So it's a little different. I got to listen to the people. And there's great angst about this. The process itself is bad. It's a bad process the way it's set up. We are constrained by Texas law, the Open Meetings Act. We can't meet individually with the folks on the other side to negotiate the way that you negotiate in business. So that's bad. And the fact that Henry was not able to speak to anybody with the decision-making power is also bad. You can't negotiate with someone who can't make the decisions. So having said all that, I'm going to vote against the CUP.
Wow. 2-2. Right?
Greg. First of all, I want to express my sincere appreciation to our outstanding town manager, Julie Couch, and to the exceptional town staff for their diligence and professionalism in managing the details of this process. Special thanks are due as well to our town attorney, Clark McCoy, and our outside counsel, Bill Christian, for their expert legal guidance. You've kind of heard how we feel about this. There are things I would like to say. As a Christian, I'm going to choose not to say them. We're doing what we believe is best for the town. God help us. I'll vote yes on the motion.
Wow. 1 yes with a God help us. 3 in favor, 2 against.
Well, it's been a very long process, and I'm not happy with the outcome. To say that I'm disappointed at the applicants, I think that'll be an understatement. For one, I don't really appreciate the initial approach that the church took, and in terms of threats of lawsuit, and I don't think that shows a neighborly attitude. Well, that said, we did have the mediation, And even though I don't agree with the outcome, I do believe that it is a good outcome for the city, for the town. From a standpoint of me as a council and the fiduciary responsibility that I have to the town. I think if I was a politician, I would vote with the popular vote, but that's not why I'm voting the way I am. I am voting because I believe this is the best decision for this town. We do believe that the lawsuit would happen and that we would not have a chance of winning that. So we would be left with potentially a building that would be 174 feet tall. So given the odds that we have in front of us, I choose the 120 feet. Also, a lot to clarify. There were quite a number of people that still come up to the podium and implied or stated that we're against the church or against the temple. That's not true. It took this long because we wanted to make it work. And I think we all, I think I speak for all council, we all want the temple to happen. But the neighborly approach just wasn't a good one. And the issue here was not accepting the temple or not. The issue here is conforming with the previous precedent that we had set as a town. And the church took advantage of it. Going forward, I would hope that future council will change our ordinances and establish maximum heights for churches so that no other council will have to face this decision again. I don't think it's right for anybody to have to make this decision. And I heard the church folks talking about the importance of architecture, steeples, and so on and so forth. And I still don't understand or still don't know why it is important to have a steeple that tall here, but not somewhere else.
But you're going to.
I'm not saying don't put a steeple on them. We're just saying limit it to what we think is reasonable, of course, with our surroundings. So with that said, I will vote yes to the CUP.
And it passes. The pressure's off the mayor.
And it passes. The mayor does not have to make that final decision. Yep.
But he'll vote for it anyway since he proposed it.
Let's reflect on what's been happening over the past 15 months. The LDS Church is asking the town of Fairview for a variance in our town zoning ordinance to build a massive structure in a residential area of our town. That's key. The way this has been approached by them is they've been telling us what to do. The town's zoning ordinances have been in place for decades, and the LDS Church was fully aware of these ordinances. I'm especially upset about those who are leaders in our community and surrounding communities. They know what this was going to do to our community. I don't know how I'm going to get over that. I am really angry at you people. Just a couple of you. You knew what was going to happen. The town has multiple religious buildings in place. All of them went through the same process that the temple is going through. One of those religious buildings is the LDS Meeting House on the adjacent property where the temple is supposed to be located. I was on the council when the LDS Meeting House was approved, and the only concern had to do with lighting. The Meeting House has done a great job in complying with the town's dark skies ordinance, and I thank you for that. But my point in that is, to what Ricardo said, this is not about the LDS Church. This is about a really big building in an area where it's not supposed to be. The issue with the temple is that the initial version of it was grossly out of scale for the residential part of our town. The zoning in this part of town allows for a maximum building height, as we all know, 35 feet. The proposed temple was going to be 65 feet high, 43,000 square feet, with a spire went up to 174. And I took all the folks that came from Salt Lake City and other attorneys, press people, and we stood at the stairs down here and looked up at this building and said, this is what the problem is. What they were proposing is twice as big as this building, just the building. Inexcusable. Since the original proposal, thank you. We downsized the building, which we said was our main concern, so I appreciate that. And they're about 30,000 square feet now. It's still a really big building, but we're willing to accept that. The issue is the tower still goes up to 120 feet. And just for completeness in all this is the town offered to help LDS organization to find a location, a suitable location in the commercial side of our town. They were building in the residential. We explained that. We took tours so people could see what the difference was. We would have helped them find a place on this side of town where they could have built as big a building as they wanted to, up to 9 stories. This project got off to a really bad start in the introductory meetings. And people need to take this home with you when you go back to Salt Lake City. The church threatened the town with a lawsuit if it didn't approve the LDS, what they wanted to build. They told our residents if they did not like the massive structure, they could move and an LDS person would pay a premium for their property so that they could be closer to the temple. I mean, that is, talk about neighborly. That happened. We have recordings of it. Along with this process, the only interactions that the town has had with the LDS Church has been through their attorneys. They're very polite, they're very professional, but somebody in Salt Lake City decided upon this location and the design of the temple. Why does this church hide behind their attorneys? Why couldn't someone meet with me or someone else to go through? We could have negotiated this in a better way, and we might have got something much better for both of us. It is mind-boggling. I've been doing negotiations all my life. I've never come up to a point where I can only talk to the attorneys. Attorneys can be in the room, but we've never met with anybody. I want to know who decides these things. And I know, yeah, it's God, but somebody, some group in Salt Lake City decides. It's not like you said. So our zoning ordinances, they've been in place since the 70s. Again, I go back to people knew what you were getting into when you came here. We have 7 other churches beside the LDS Meeting House here. All of them, again, went through this process. Nobody had any problems. We've had dark sky ordinances for decades. Again, the folks who live here know this. So instead of complying, we are now threatened, intimidated, the council, the town, our residents, because you're the world's wealthiest religious organization, you've got unlimited resources against our little town. And yeah, it's been posed as David and Goliath in the press, and it couldn't be a better analogy than there is. I've lived in Fairview for 35 years, and we've, as several people have said over here in the green shirt side, we've been through different things like this on that property, by the way. And one of the things I look back on my tenure as being on the elected official, I wish we would have gone with some of those single-story office buildings that were approved over there. Would have been a lot better. Anyway, I've never seen anything bring our 11,000 people together like this, like opposition to this tall building is. The correspondence I see, and I get all sorts of stuff from your people, and I see your official stuff as well. People send it to me. And the issues were neighborliness. You know, we weren't being neighborly. I would reverse that. Y'all have not been neighborly. You come into our town, ask for a zoning variance that far exceeds anything that should have been built on that piece of property. Threaten to sue us if we don't agree. And therefore, here we are where we are tonight. None of us up here like what's going on. We don't like the way it's being handled. I go back to when we started this conversation tonight, why can't Yorba Linda be in Fairview? It still makes no sense to me, other than you just don't want to, which is not a good thing. So I do a thing in church, and I coincidentally, this was done on this past Sunday. Some of you know this. The church is not a building. The church is not a steeple. The church is not a resting place. The church is the people. So when we look at big buildings in places where they don't or shouldn't be, I asked you to think about that. It's the people. The issue is zoning. And I want to make this real important to everybody in the room. This is not about us versus LDS folks in the room. As you probably noticed, I know many of the LDS folks that are here tonight. They are good people. They're my friends. I've known some of them, like Ms. Manowitz is still here. I've known them for decades at least. Anyway, so we made very reasonable things that came through planning and zoning. I thought they were very reasonable. You know, we were going to give you the same height as the meeting house had. And, you know, tonight we've also said we go up to 70 feet to be like Yorba Linda. But the threat of the lawsuit, the financial loss to our town is potentially huge. And I think what Ken put, well, I think that was really conservative. We're talking millions of dollars here this could be, and totally dominate what our staff does. Anyway, needless to say, I'm not happy with this, but I'm voting for the 120-foot thing. So we passed that 5-2. So congratulations, you guys can start your temple now. If you want to change your mind, you know, we're always willing to listen. I know that's probably not. We can get you a copy of the ordinance when we're done here, okay? So anyway, so that passes 5-2, and we're going to go on to other business, okay? We have 2 other things to talk about. No, there's not. We looked at that, and it's not required. Yeah. What's that? I know exactly what you're talking about. We studied it closely. Both the staff, our attorneys looked at it. No, there's not a supermajority required. So we vote 5-2 to accept the CUP that we've, you know, at 120 feet is where we are. All right, so we have 2 other things to do tonight, real quick. One of them is a settlement on right-of-way acquisition.
I think we can probably end it there.
They're leaving
So,
the building
okay.
from both sides, like after a bad
Just-
divorce. They're
This
not
is
talking. They're not shaking hands.
no, and it's going to be interesting. Let me just reiterate really quick. So it was 5-2. They needed 4 to pass it. And the conditions that are included in this passing of it are that the lighting has to meet the city code and it has to be turned off from 11 to 5. Now, I don't know if we'll have to talk about this. And the lighting stops at 78 feet on the tower. So not that little metal part. Interesting. The walls are not going to exceed 45 feet and the height is not to exceed 120 feet. So now the ball's in the church's court.
The walls were 44 feet. Not, I think you just said 120 feet on the walls.
No, the spire is 120.
The spire is
walls are
120 feet.
45, exactly.
45 feet,
yeah, which is what they already are. So what do you think, RFM? What does the church do with this? What if they want to light it up all night? What do they do? Uh-oh, muted.
I'm sorry. Boy, you're really lucky I had muted myself for a lot of that. No, they don't want it on all night. They never wanted it on all night. That's why the first application was to not have it on all night. All of this was kabuki theater, and I hope it's not too early for me to say, I told you so. That this is exactly the way it was going to end up. And I think I've been saying that for months.
Yeah, you have. I mean, the lighting, that's a win right there. And that's probably the most obtrusive part. What do you think, Landon?
I don't know that the lighting is a full win. They've got to turn it off. This is exactly what I expected to, simply because risk is what you're about when you're managing a city. You've got to manage your risk, and it's the decision any business person's going to make. The risk is just too high for the result. So I think they made the decision they had to make, but I thought they fought all the way, and I congratulate that city council. The church won the church won the battle, but they lost the war, I think.
This is a Pyrrhic victory for the church. Yes, exactly. They've won the battle, but at such a cost to themselves that it would be better. They would have been better off never to have engaged in the battle in the first place.
Yep. Bill, what do you think?
It's just to what you guys just said. It's just one temple in one town. But what it has done is it has caused so much bad publicity, much further in scope than just a few thousand residents in a small town. When you have $293 billion, you don't have to play by the rules. You are the wealthiest religious entity inside the United States, and you're like the 7th largest corporation inside the United States. You literally can just spend yourself out of problems or put others into them. And this is a church that claims to be the one true church, led by prophets, seers, and revelators. And the SEC, this and a whole host of other things really shows that it's 15 old men conniving behind the scenes to get what they want. And I can't imagine this town has any good feelings about Mormonism for decades.
It is the abomination of desolation as far as missionary work goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really talking to anyone on the ground, so I don't really know how they feel right now. But again, we hear this over and over. We can't afford a lawsuit. How many times have we heard that in the meetings that we follow? We can't afford a lawsuit. And they're not wrong. I mean, other residents in other towns out of their pockets are spending hundreds and thousands of dollars out of their own money.
So, Rebecca, you've got your ear to the ground. Any chance, by the way, some people have been asking questions about if this is the end of it or if it can be challenged. It could be if the citizens for Fairway wanted to fund a lawsuit against the church and against their city, which is going on elsewhere.
Yep, and this is what the other residents have done in the towns. Once they perceive that the council didn't protect them, this is going in, they can now turn and sue the city for some kind of perceived problem in the process. Then what happens is the LDS Church will join the city with its war chest. This is what's happening in Cody. This is what's happening in Heber. And the church in the city will go head to head with their residents. And this is what happens. And then, like I said, if you are a resident trying to sue, the ones that we know, hundreds and thousands of dollars out of your own pocket.
And the church will just drag it out until the residents can't afford to fight anymore.
Or out of money. Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah. But I'm just curious what the church thinks about that lighting. Will they comply to no lighting at night? I mean, we haven't really seen that before.
Between 11 and 5?
Yeah.
Sure.
You think so? Like
This
no
was-
lighting,
this was the
not
whole
even like
idea from the
mood
beginning.
lighting, like no lighting. Most temples
Well,
have some kind of mood lighting in them, you
You
know,
have
at
some
night.
lighting on it. Otherwise, I don't know, bats are going to fly right into it. There has to be some
Possibly.
kind of lighting on it, I'm sure.
Possibly. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we're not totally surprised. Who won the bet? Who gets cheesecake? We all
Me
had
and
kind of a
me.
different perspective. You won.
No, it was me. It was all me.
I
It was
think
all me.
Rebecca still deserves a piece of cheesecake from the Planning and Zoning Committee.
I think I deserve some cheesecake, no matter how I get it. I think so too. But I just can't believe we're 6 hours in. Are we almost 6 hours in?
6 hours.
Okay, give
And
me
we've
your
got
address
almost
and I'll have it
900
delivered
people.
right now. Where are
Yeah,
you at? Where are you
900
at?
people between
Yeah,
our
say
two
it out
channels.
loud, Rebecca. Tell us what your address
Rebecca?
is.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
not going to give anyone my address, but
Well, don't
you can
complain about not
certainly
getting any
donate to
cheesecake.
Mormonish Podcast donor box, always in our links, and I'll buy tons of cheesecake, and I'll just drown my sorrows on my podcasting couch for the next couple weeks. So, but I don't know. The church is going to make a statement, and who knows what they're going to do next. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, they made a statement. They made it tonight. We're all
Yeah.
sons of bitches.
Well, okay.
Yep.
But I mean, once building starts, honestly, it's not over. Do you know in Lone Mountain, I thought it was over, but the residents are petitioning the Nevada Supreme Court about the process there. So things
Yes.
do continue. It's not always reported on, but it's not over till it's over, I think.
The one thing they did say is the church could come back, and they said if you want to lower it, you're still welcome, But
Oh,
can
yeah.
you imagine how that would look after all of this? And then they say, "Oh yeah, we're willing to lower it. We could have avoided this."
I think there's a better chance that they go, "Phooey on you, town. We're just going to take it somewhere else." And but that's not happening either. The chances of any of that is slim to none. And
I agree.
Slim isn't here anymore.
What both sides should do is what I tell. Okay, look, I'm in court. I'm with a client. The judge kind of split the baby, but the client is anxious because the client didn't get the whole baby or more of the baby than they thought, the other side got. And what I always tell them is this: look, declare victory and leave the field. Call it a win. All right. Don't call it a loss. Call it a win. You be triumphant. You be the winner here. And it's up to you how you portray this and how you receive this. And I would say that to either side if I were representing them. But I think the citizens of Fairview who are not in favor of the temple, who talked against it, need to realize this is a win.
Yeah.
It's a huge win from what happened originally. And I know it's a compromise and everybody hates compromise. But the problem is that that's kind of how we get along. So
the Deseret News will call this a victory probably in the next 48 hours.
Yep.
So the Dallas Morning Herald has to get ahead of that. Rebecca, can you see to that?
Yeah, I'm actually texting a reporter right now. So there you go.
Tell them what the headline should be.
Small
RFM
town beat a big corporate church. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
Small
No.
Texas town kicks Mormon church in nuts.
Because it could have been so much worse. We all know that.
Still many love
So
it.
much worse. I mean, maybe that's a small consolation, but so much worse. 78 feet lit up and dimmed at night. They don't make those kinds of concessions everywhere. So
Right, exactly.
Fairview did it. They stuck to
You
their
did it.
guns. Yeah, they did. They did. All right. I guess we have nothing more to say. Any final
Besides-
last comments? Oh my gosh, is it midnight? It's 11:15 where I am.
I'm kind of hoping that they're secretly in Fairview. They're planning on fucking them over when it comes to the permits.
There could be some of that. We don't know
Sorry,
what's
did I
gonna
say
happen.
that?
Probably.
They
I mean,
better
look
make
at what
sure
happened.
every piece of code is passed right.
It's so late. I
Everything.
thought it was Mormonism after
Yep.
dark.
Well, no, look what
Because they're
happened
going
in
to have
Lone
them get up.
Mountain.
They're going to have them tear that down. Tear this
Yeah,
down.
no.
That's no good.
Look what happened in Lone Mountain. They passed it and everything, and then they passed a lighting ordinance where you can't light it over 35 feet. Still watching that and see what's going to happen. So there are things that could happen.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. If
None
we
of
have
them
nothing
legal.
more to say, thank you,
Well, here we
everyone.
are. And so what was this tonight? This was the Fairview Town Council meeting. We were just kind of doing this as a special episode of the newscast. Is that what we're
That was
doing
it.
here?
It was a special episode of the newscast, and it replaced a Mormonish episode, which was typically on Tuesday nights. So that's it. But we'll still keep everybody updated as things go along, the aftermath and what's happening next. And like we said, we don't know. This is just the beginning of kind of the next phase. And I mean, think about this. We're still reporting on Cody, Wyoming. And that was like 2 years ago when that all started. So things do drag out. So we'll let everybody know. We will keep everybody in the loop.
All right. Really good. So who's taking us out of this thing?
I don't know. I guess why don't we all
Landon,
just say
You haven't
goodbye?
been saying a lot.
Okay,
I think
Landon
you need to
can
close
sign
us
us
out.
off.
I don't do the closing. That's all Rebecca.
I think we should do it together. Let's just say signing off for the Mormon Newscast and Mormon Discussions in Mormonish. And thank you all for staying with this entire process. And we love you, Fairview. And we love you, the Fairview Town Council. So
Good night,
thanks, everybody.
Yep. Good night.
That's a wrap for this week's edition of the Mormon Newscast. We appreciate you tuning in and sharing this time with us. Keep the conversation going and stay informed on all things Mormonism. Until next week, wishing you peace and joy. See you next Monday at 6 p.m. on the Mormon Newscast.